Hello everyone, my name is Thunder McFadden and I want to welcome you to the Wisdom Gaming Studios here at the Mall of America. Follow me inside. Welcome, Thunder. Thank you, my good sir. Right here, teams from all over the state of Minnesota will duke it out. Some looking to defend their title, others looking to rise to the top. But only one team can claim the title for their school and etch their names into the history books of MNVL forever. This is where champions are made. Now let's make some noise for the Spring 2022 Minnesota Varsity League State Finals!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Minnesota Varsity League State Finals. Oh, it feels good to be here. My name is Thunder McFadden, and I am joined by the best partner in the business. It is Mr. Skeptor. What's happening, everybody? Welcome. Skeptor, how are you?
Dude, I am ecstatic, Thunder. We are finally here, ladies and gentlemen, at the MOA. We are kicking things off with Halo, doubleheader, followed up with some chess and some Valorant to close out the day, man. It is going to be action-packed, folks.
It is absolutely going to be action-packed. We thank you all for being here, for tuning in on Twitch. Everybody, all of you fans of MNVL, and we thank all of our players who are going to be here today. As you mentioned, Halo, chess, and Valorant on the docket today. Going to be an amazing, amazing day. Cannot wait to get into it. Let's take a look at our amazing crowd here if we can. We have got crowd cams. We've got player cams. We've got brackets to show you here, everyone. It is amazing. So, thank you again all for being here. Skeptor, how excited are you for game number one? It's going to be SLP and Orno.
Dude, game number one is going to be awesome. You know, we're looking at St. Louis Park taking on Orno to kick off our Halo tournament today. A little bit of a swapping of games, but no problem. Both teams here. Both teams bringing pretty solid records, and I think it's going to be a feisty first series to kick off the day.
I completely agree. I think that this, you know, we've seen a lot of action in Halo throughout this season. We've seen a lot of different things happen, and a lot of teams kind of rise and fall over the course of the season. So I think there's a lot to play for today.
For sure.
If we can go to the bracket, we would love to see the bracket really quickly and show our viewers exactly what type of action we have coming up today. As we said, first game of the day is going to feature St. Louis Park and Orno. Second game, we're going to stay in that first round, and we're going to see Rogers taking on Roseville. If we look up towards the top, STA and Foley will be playing as well. Inver Grove, they have FF today. They decided not to show up, and Blaine will move on automatically to round number 2. So that's what we're looking at so far as we start off this day for Halo, Mr. Skeptor.
Yeah, man, an interesting point there. You know, Inver Grove was one of those teams that was considered a threat to come in here and to take the title, walk out of here an MNVL champion, claim that first ever LAN tournament W, and, you know, the fact that they're not here really opens up a lot of different pathways for a lot of teams that maybe thought that a title or a championship wasn't possible today.
I completely agree. You know, we saw that out of IG towards the end of the season, just kind of giving up, for lack of a better term, and just said goodbye, you know, and it's tough because, again, one of the very, very talented teams in our Halo League, they are Call of Duty champions, but now, as you said, opens up the field completely for the rest of the teams that we are going to see today. It is anybody's day. You know, even talking about teams like Foley, who are sitting at 4-4 on the season, we have seen crazier stuff happen here at MNVL, and your regular season record doesn't matter as long as you are performing on the big day.
Yep. I mean, we talk about it all the time, right, Thunder? These big days, it is about how your team shows up, how you handle the pressure and the heat of the moment. And I'm going to tell you, there's been nothing bigger than where we're at right now. This is accumulated to this. I mean, we're at MOA. We are in person. Everybody has shown up with their teams, and they are ready to go. I mean, it is going to be hectic in that arena.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy, and it's not going to get any less crazy throughout the day. It is early here at the Mall of America, as you can see. Not a ton of people out here just yet, but we are only just getting this day started here at the Wisdom Studios. Again, we thank you all for being here. Game number one, as we mentioned, St. Louis Park taking on Orno. I'm very excited to see. Now, and we were talking a little bit about this before the broadcast, Skeptor. In Halo, we kind of have an interesting format where the teams are not only going through a ban process with the maps, but prior to that, they're doing it with the game modes.
True.
Right? So a kind of an interesting thing. And another interesting point about Halo, especially in our league, a lot of games, there are rules, either because of the way the game is made or because of the way the rules are made. You can only play on controller or keyboard and mouse.
Right.
Now, for you and me, when it comes to these type of FPS games, you're going to prefer the keys. I'm going to prefer the controller, and we can play together. That's the beautiful thing about it.
Very true.
Yep.
Very true. At the end of the day, I mean, that cross-platform really changed the game. You know, you got
Yeah.
guys running mouse, keyboard, you got guys running controllers. So it's really pick your poison, right?
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this game is there doesn't seem to be a distinct advantage. It all comes down to player preference and player skill. So I love to see it. I was watching some players downstairs practicing. They had controllers and keys out, whatever they got, whatever they brought, and they're ready to play today. Cannot wait to get into it as the teams are at this point getting ready to go and going through that map banning process. I don't know if we can yet. Hopefully we can go to a crowd cam. We have a crowd cam and we have player cams as well. If we can, great. If we cannot, then that is just fine as well. But we've got a lot set up here today, and we are super excited about it. Thank you all for being here as we are just slowly anticipating this Halo to start.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the records for a little bit. St. Louis Park is coming into game number 1 with a 6-2 regular season record. Orno boasting a 4-4, so a little bit of a 2-game differential. Not the end of the world, right? But I mean, St. Louis Park has done well this season. I mean, Maniac, one of our MNVL, partners, really.
Yep.
He's been with us since the Rocket League days. I mean, a former competitor. It's awesome to see him back in there, thrusting his way through the pits and trying to come out with a championship title today.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So exciting to see one of our very own here at MNVL, as you said, Maniac, getting practiced up and ready to get on maps. And as you said, right, he has been involved with us on the casting desk, production side. He played Rocket League and now playing Halo. We see that a lot, actually, in this league. Whether or not we have people who are going to be our interns here at MNVL, we do have a lot of gamers who are playing multiple games, multiple esport athletes that are getting in and really making waves in multiple esports. It's a ton of fun to watch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's countless names. You know, you go Chib, you go Maniac. I mean, the list goes on. Nebula. I mean, there's countless players that we've seen make those journeys. They conquer one game. They're like, all right, what's the next challenge? What's the next task, right? So here we are, Maniac trying to make it happen on Halo. And, I mean, he's got Orno trying to deny. So should be a fun first series.
Can't wait to get into it, and you were mentioning there some of the individual players. One that I noticed as we were going through our lineups and everything, Paprika, right? Paprika, and if I remember correctly, Paprika we have seen play some Overwatch as well here at MNVL. So again, another player very skilled when it comes to the FPS games, and going to be one player for sure to watch over there at STA as we go through this bracket and as we go through this tournament. Are these finals today?
Yeah. Now, I'll tell you who's got to be excited about that Inver Grove news, though. It's St. Thomas Academy.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That was looking like their toughest team to play against leading through this bracket. Now not having to play against them in the semifinals. I mean, St. Thomas Academy got to be licking their chops and getting excited for the road ahead, right?
Oh,
I
of
mean,
course.
The gates are open, and now you're looking for the gold.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, if I'm going to make an analogy, I mean, it's Gryffindor and Slytherin didn't show up. You know what I mean? So they are ready to go. They are ready. And again, one of their biggest obstacles is not here today. So for STA and for any of these other teams, any of these other squads, they will definitely have a lot of opportunity today. And again, a very skilled team out of the way. So
Yeah. I mean, when you're thinking of your top 2, top 3, I mean, IG was in the mix. So now it's like, who is stepping up to take that spot? The big day is all about opportunities, right?
Yeah.
That's what we talk about. And if that is not a golden opportunity, I don't know what is, Thunder.
Exactly. Well, and you have, okay, so IG was supposed to play Blaine, who's sitting at 5-3 on the season, right? Blaine, a school that has a very, very solid esports program, and when they're, above 500 like that, as we have said before, anything can happen in this tournament, and anything can happen with these teams. So I think that's another one to look out for. Blaine, right? STA obviously up there at the top. They are undefeated, if I remember correctly, on the season.
I believe
so been playing lights out. But anything can happen. You and I, in our first season casting together, we watched Farmington in Rocket League. They were a losing record on the season, and they come and they go get third in the state finals. So anything can happen, and this is our first time on LAN. So how is that? You're someone who's played on LAN before. Okay? When you go from the online and all of a sudden you're in front of the crowd and you're playing with the players across the table from you, how does that adjust your mindset, and how how nervous do you get in that circumstance?
Nerves are guaranteed going to be a factor. I mean, there's no two ways about it. You know, my first couple tournaments, I felt nerves. You know, it doesn't get to that point until you've gotten through the reps. You've gone through a couple tournaments where you really start feeling confident showing up on the day of. I'm sure the excitement is through the roof. I'm sure the hands are going to be a little shaky when the players are getting ready to get into the matches. But, I mean, overall, you know, as long as these kids are having fun, coming out, playing with their team, and enjoying the day, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. And our title sponsor for Halo is Torrent. We cannot thank Torrent enough for their continued support of us here at MNVL and of all of our players. In fact, every single player that is playing in Halo tonight is able to play for free because of our sponsorship from Torrent. Thank you to my man, Mr. Skeptor, for that beautiful prop. It is Torrent, our title sponsor, and we thank them so much. And in fact, we have a little video from them right now. Amazing stuff. Now, that merch and that stuff that you were checking out in that little snippet from Torrent, available downstairs. And if you're downstairs, it's available on the level that you're on. Okay?
There you go.
So check out the merch, check out the store out front, a lot of amazing stuff, and including there's MNVL gear out there as well, my man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, some new stuff, too. I mean, so go check it out. I mean, stuff that Thunder and I didn't even know was out yet. So thanks, Jake, for that one. But we'll talk about that after the show.
You love it, and you love to see it. Cannot wait to get into it, everyone. Hey, I don't know if the players are quite ready yet, but I wonder if the fans are ready. Can we get some noise going on in here? Can I hear everybody? A little bit of yelling, a little bit of ruckus. Anybody? Yeah, that's it. All right, now I know we got people in here to watch some esports. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go indeed.
Love to see it. Absolutely. Cannot wait to get on the maps here. Again, SLP taking on Orno. Ooh, looks like we are missing a player. Okay, so we will be getting in as soon as players are getting ready. Excited for the day, and so excited again to be sponsored by Torrent today.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you know, if you've seen what Torrent's been doing with their Rocket League team, they've been taking out some high-tier caliber teams, you know, so for real, Torrent's been on the come-up. They've made some roster moves, and now, I mean, really starting to mix it up and looking like a dangerous Rocket League team. And expanding into Halo, too.
Exactly, yes, and that's the point I was about to make. You know, piggybacking off of that, they have played great in Rocket League, now in Halo, their team succeeding, and it's an organization, a team that's growing, right? What is the next team we're going to see out of Torrent? I can't wait to see. Is it them coming out with a Valor team? A Call of Duty? Something like, I mean, Call of Duty, maybe not. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, we really could be looking forward to something special out of Torrent.
For sure. Yep. Always, I mean, never let them know your next move, right? That's what they say nowadays, and Torrent's been doing a great job of that. So props to them. The rebrand's looking great. Merch downstairs even better, so make sure you get your hands on it. I mean, I know Thunder and I have been eyeing it up, so we were sizing it up too yesterday.
We were
checking a couple things out in the mirror, making sure you were looking good. So
trying on jackets, making sure that everything fits proper. You don't want it too big or too small, and they've got a lot of options down there, so that's why we recommend that you head on down and check out all that merch. Everyone, we are waiting on one player to join us, so I think we will go to a brief break, and when we come back, we will be getting into gameplay. We will be back right after this.
So sorry, I had to.
Drop me! Knocked one! Flash! Killed another! One! Killed them all dead!
Back up. Flash on you,
Is this thing called jazz?
hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Minnesota Varsity League State Finals. We are here, we are live, we are making it happen, and we are finally gotten through our technical issues. As I said, my name's Thunder McFadden, and I'm joined by my partner in crime, Mr. Skeptor. Skep, we're back at long last, and we're ready for some Halo.
Absolutely ready for some Halo. I think the people are ready for some Halo, and I think the players are ready for some Halo. You know, everybody, your little pre-jitter, whatever you got to work out at the start of the LAN day, that's normal. Happens about every single tournament I've been to, so no surprise there. I mean, there's just nothing you can do about it. Something's going to go wrong, and then that's why we got the professionals here to fix it.
Truly indeed. And listen, this isn't the first time. We've had this happen on our regular streams before, right? If it's not a player DC, then maybe it's a Wi-Fi issue, or maybe, who knows, I've DC'd 3 times before, probably, right? My internet just gave out. So it happens.
We've had a few DCs.
Yep, indeed, it happens. But we are back, we are live, we've got everything rolling, and the game is going to be Oddball. The map is going to be Live Fire. If you do not play Halo, this is a very interesting map and map mode combination. The reason being, you have to grab the oddball, which is a skull, and one player on your team has to control it, okay? And in a 4v4, that kind of takes you down to a 3v3 because you got one guy that's moving around pretty slow and has to control this thing around the map, right? Live Fire is a very open map, so you only have so many places you can hide. As we get into it, folks, let's make some noise for the Minnesota Varsity League State Finals. It's SLP taking on Orno right now, and the BRs are snapping already.
Yeah, getting into it. See, SLP on blue, Orno in red.
Love to see it as we watch. It is Jack Attack with the oddball, but goes down. Orno with an early lead, but SLP gonna pick up that oddball and start ticking away.
A good start of possession there coming out from Orno, but SLP gathering now, and they got themselves supported really nicely up top here in Gandalf's Tower, as you like to call it, Thunder.
I do. I love to call it that. Gandalf the White right after Gandalf the Grey. What? That was a no-scope across the map. Absolutely nasty. Going down both of those players now as we follow along with
TF2 Spy has that oddball there. SLP, I mean, ever since they claimed that oddball, Thunder, they've been well in control now. They've almost doubled Orno's tally and doing some work on the kills now as well. Ohio gonna lay the melee down on Ultra.
Wacky Ohio not only snapping away with the BR, but throwing an elbow there. A good one. As the time continues to tick for St. Louis Park, 46 seconds they have got, now 47 here on the oddball.
Yeah, man, they are putting in work right now. Finally gonna lose it. Orno gonna regain possession for half a second, but insta taken away.
No way! Abe grabbed it before they threw it off the map. He goes in as he died right there. He tried to throw it into the canals, no dice, and Abe with a huge pickup to keep things rolling for this St. Louis Park squad.
Yeah, man, St. Louis Park has gotten into a rhythm so far, Thunder, and they have not let go, man. This is looking very scary for this Orno side.
Sure is, as we follow along with Jack Attack, it looks like. Has a Needler on the backside. And somebody's got to pick up that oddball, but the thing about oddball, Skeptor, is you have to have support. You don't just go grabbing that thing with nobody there.
Absolutely not. Then you're left defenseless, right? You have no rifle in your hands. You're not going to be able to fire at the enemies that are coming after you. SLP trying to get up on the Orno defenses here. Ohio going to lean into it with a melee.
And it's a big one. Yeah, like you said, you don't want to go picking up that oddball if you're by yourself. It hurts to get hit with it, but you got to get close on the front side. Now, controlling the oddball, it is going to be Abe, who goes down, passes it over to Spy.
SLP, man, just rolling 85 and counting, Thunder. They are approaching this 100-point mark, and I mean, almost round one.
You know, it was slow going. And a nasty elbow to the back of the dome. Another one out of Wacky Ohio, playing great. Listen, it was slow going, getting the stream going, and now this game number 1 has gone by super fast. A big SLP. All right.
Something.
Rock and rolling. There we go.
Right back into it.
Love it. And we have... Is this game number 2?
No, it's round 2. It's 2 rounds.
Oh, yeah.
They SLP up 1-0.
That's right. Now, Oddball has 2 rounds to it. There you go. Love to see it. And here we have, again, St. Louis Park with control And they're running up in the garage here, man. This is a perfect spot.
Good turnaround from Orno, though, going to regain possession. And, you know, that's something they were struggling with that first round, Thunder. They had a hard time breaking those SLP defenses. They do it nicely there. They take them out one at a time. Now they slide in. They got that oddball locked down.
Yeah, they really did. A perfect way to put it there, Skeptor. And then, not only that, but they do find themselves in this garage and loading dock area, right over here on the scoreboard side. There's a lot of angles that you can hold if you have the oddball. So good stuff so far out of Orno. They're going to drop that oddball, though, and get back to some gunfight.
Oh, nice attempt there for Maniac, looking for a two-piece, but it's still Orno walking out with control on this oddball, and they've regained the lead now, Thunder.
They sure have a similar kind of trajectory that we saw in round number 1 of this oddball. Ooh. Gonna drop that thing, does not get the needler out fast enough, and will go down.
Yeah, Orno defending nicely, still not allowing SLP any time, but this might be it. Finally getting pushed out, they work together, and SLP gonna regain the oddball.
That is huge. Huge for this squad. Hiding in the corner here, it's good stuff for SLP, but Orno showing up a whole lot more than they did in round number 1 there, Skeptor.
Yeah, definitely finding that more success there in that back hall area. I mean, you said it, that break coming out was huge from Orno. Now it's on SLP. Can they defend? They just regained that lead again, so we're going back and forth right now with lead swaps. Definitely a closer round 2.
Jack attack with a sick elbow right there, and the action ensues here. 40 to 40, it's even up here, and nobody with the oddball. A beautiful headshot from Maniac. Nasty stuff.
Yeah, Maniac finding a clutch frag right there to drop the oddball, and now gaining possession again is SLP, and they've regained that lead.
They sure have. They have got to hold off these Orno players, and they do. Ooh, wow. That is Abe going down to a nade, though. Not fun.
This is a nice nade from Jack Attack. SLP breaching that halfway point now. But oddball is on the ground. Nobody has it right now. SLP finally going to grab it again. But that score lead now getting increasingly bigger. We're up to 20 points. Orno has to figure something out quick here, Thunder, before they run out of time.
And that would be the start of it. Red
Maniac!
Mermaid, a beautiful flank, gets in and takes down Maniac, but that will not quite be enough.
Man, oh man, I mean, it feels like this whole round 2, Thunder, has been just stuck in that little garage area. Everybody is fighting for this lockdown area. I mean, it's such a good space to hold up in.
Exactly. Well, and we talked about it even pre-game. Live fire like this, there's almost no place to hide, and hiding underneath in the mid makes absolutely no sense. We see the oddball going over the side. It does not, it does fall off the map, and will get reset in the mid.
There you go. Now both teams scrambling back to the middle of the map, and it's Orno that gets there first. Nice melee coming out, and Orno in possession.
Wow. Quickly they were, and the melee is extra nasty when you have the oddball in hand. So, there you have it. Maniac grabbing that thing for St. Louis Park and moving on with it. This is an interesting play. Gonna huck it down there into the field. Good stuff out of Maniac.
Now Maniac now trying to get that oddball back over towards his team's position, but now Orno moving in, trying to regain possession. Nice melee's up close. Not going to take him out, though. Spy stays alive.
Spy stays alive, has that
gets
overshield.
two.
Even the Mangler is not enough to get through that overshield right away. SLP going to pick up the oddball. It's 76 to 52.
Man, and you know, scoreline is 100 points. Orno, your seconds are dwindling away, 15 and counting. They have to figure out something fast. Maniac down, so they have a man advantage. They're making the push right now.
They certainly are, as we follow along with. That is Spy that goes down to Ultraviolet. Oh, we have a whole lot of Orno players here. Scoped in with that BR is Maniac, does not get the kill, and Orno remain in possession for now.
That was well played by Orno. They knew they were running out of time. They had to find success on that push, and they do. So now it's about hanging on to that oddball and not losing control, but they lose it just like that. And SLP walk out with the oddball.
Yeah, Spy runs in with a nasty elbow, gonna get over and get to safety, and it looks as though this round and this map is going to go the way of St. Louis Park.
Very true. I mean, a bounce back round indeed coming out from Orno. A much tougher fought round. There was good looks from both teams, but in the end, SLP just coming out a little bit stronger in the oddball.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. It is map number 1 going the way of St. Louis Park in this best of 3. But I will tell you this, Skeptor. Orno showed up and showed out in that round number 2, and they looked like an a way more dangerous team
Yeah.
than they did at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I mean, game one was super one-sided in the favor of SLP, right? I think in total, maybe 20 points over to that Orno side, but game two, completely different story. They got rolling a little bit better at the start, more competitive. I mean, how many lead switches did we have when we were sub 50 points for either team, right? So much more competitive, a good look for Orno, and we'll have to figure out what game mode we're getting into for our second match, but SLP right now with a 1-0 lead in this best of three to start out the day.
Yeah, and it's a good one, too. Like we said, map number 1 goes the way of St. Louis Park. That map mode on that map, it's weird.
Yeah.
Man, there is no other way to put it. It is a weird combo because you have to play such tight angles, and there really aren't that many on live fire. So, as we move into map number 2, I think it's going to be very interesting, both map and map mode. What game are we going to be playing between these two teams? Because Orno looks like they are really firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, I mean, Orno had some good moments, but in time simultaneously, and I mean, got the job done, right? It was just too much. They overwhelmed the Orno forces.
Yep. That's a good way to put it. Really overwhelmed them. They did, and there was a lot of very tight play out of all the players from St. Louis Park, particularly Maniac. As we said, there were a couple of times I saw him just hole up in a corner. The perfect moment, drops the out to do some damage before going down.
Yeah.
Right? It's the perfect play in that moment because if you're one on two, one, that sort of thing, and you have the oddball yourself, it makes it difficult to put anything together or do any sort of damage, right?
Yeah.
So smart plays out of Maniac. Welcome back, everybody, to the Minnesota Varsity League State Finals. We are moving into map number 2 here between St. Louis Park and Orono. My name is Thunder McFadden, joined as well by Skeptor, as always. And we are going into Skeptor. It's going to be Slayer on Recharge.
Yes, sir.
Slayer on Recharge. Now, I mentioned that second round of map number 1, Orono, turn it up and turn it on, right? Now we're moving into a much more even and reasonable map mode and game mode combination.
Yeah.
Slayer. Dude, it's Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who don't know in the audience, Slayer's basically team deathmatch. So first to about 100 kills wins.
Yep.
Simple.
Yep.
No other objective. Don't have to hold on to any weird glowing skull. Nothing
No,
like
yeah.
that. You don't have to capture any flags.
As fun as that is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just blasting away. So as long as you can shoot straight,
Yep.
should be pretty good in Slayer.
That's right. Yes, indeed. The keyword slay in Slayer. And whoever does it better, does it better. Let's get into the game here. SLP Orono, map number 2. Let's ride.
Getting it underway. And yeah, I mean, Slayer's interesting, right? Because it's still, there is strategy, right? I mean, as at the end of the day, it's a team deathmatch. So some people can say, oh, you're just holding W key. You're holding right stick or left stick forward. But you still need to take smart engagements.
Yep.
I mean, if you're not peeking with your teammates or team shotting, because Halo, I mean, the HP bars are a little bit fatter, a little bit thicker, right, Thunder?
Yeah, right. Yeah, the TTK, or time to kill, if you are not super well versed in video games, that is a key factor. In Halo, it takes a long time. You got to spend some time working on your opponent before they go down. So, as you said, Skeptor, you have to be very strategic in your attack, where your nades and where your shots are going. As we follow along with Abe, looking for a kill, gets an assist. Maniac gonna take that one. Oof.
Yeah.
5-1.
Yeah, SLP getting back off to those hot starts that we saw in, I mean, the oddball, right? 6-2 advantage right now, pushing for 7. And I think it's the team engagements. I mean, we keep seeing team shots, right? 2 SLP players shooting at 1 Orono player. Very easier than, you know, taking your duels 1 by 1.
Exactly. Oh, and we've got Energy Sword. I'm going to lose my mind. Maniac got the butter knife out and about to do some work. If he doesn't take
nades.
14 nades to the face.
Man, they were not playing around with that. They
Woo!
said, no, sir, you will not pass go and not collect 200. Maniac going back to the respawns.
Yeah, call it a day there. 10-4, now 11-4, 12-4. As this St. Louis Park squad keeps just ripping away across this map. A very, very good map. As I said, for this type of game mode, it's so evenly matched, Skeptor.
Yeah, I mean, and look at this. They're up triple the kills right now, right, Thunder? This is a great start. Orono, nice, stealing away the energy sword as well. Now Happy Seal going to try to get some damage done. I mean, Orono needs to find a way to kind of close this gap, right? You can't let this get too out of hand.
Man, I will tell you, there is nothing like landing that headshot when somebody is flying at you with an energy sword.
I know.
There's nothing more satisfying
yeah.
than that. Oh boy, gotta be. But we still have a massive lead here for this St. Louis Park squad. Everyone on the team participating. Maniac up there on top. 6-0-1. He's died 1 time.
Yeah, leading by example. Maniac has done a great job over in Halo. The energy sword comes out for Happy Seal. Nice 2-piece there. I mean, they're edging the gap, right? That's all they need to do. Get a couple kills at a time, 2 for 1. You're taking even trades. And Orono finding some success here now.
Exactly.
Only down 6.
You know, and I'll tell you something, when you're playing Slayer, playing together as a squad has its pros and its cons, right? Because you are out there together, you're figuring things out as a squad, but in a game like Slayer, if you are playing against a team that is very, very good with their nades, your whole squad's going to take a bunch of damage, man.
Yeah, true. I mean, positioning is a big thing at the end of the day. You know, you got to be able to have cover, find cover when needed. Moving up, supporting your teammates one at a time, and now, ooh, getting up close, but Wacky Ohio not going to have any of that. Energy Sword running very low on power, though. You can see blinking red. Doesn't have much left in her.
Yeah, you may as well drop that thing at this point. Just use your elbows if you're really getting into it, but that's neither here nor there. 11-20, as Orono has closed in at least a little bit, but still down by 10. The St. Louis Park players are making this extremely difficult, Scott.
Yeah. No, I mean, the St. Louis Park team's definitely a competitor here. You know, they're coming into this thinking that they're trying to come out with this Halo final, right?
Yep.
I mean, this is a competitive team. They have improved much over their season. 6-2 record through the regular season. That's pretty solid. I mean, definitely upper echelon competition here. Coming out from St. Louis Park.
Wacky Ohio with a nice heady there, and Jason, another one. Beautiful stuff out of our player with the green BR.
Yeah. I mean, that is a gnarly skin, though.
Yeah, it is.
A little candy apple green
I
almost.
like it. And you know how I get about in-game skins, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait. Beautiful
Nice
headshot
shot.
from the Happy Seal.
Little jump in action.
And
Nothing
going
wrong
out
with
for
that.
the sword.
Happy Seal had some success with the energy sword earlier. Up close, utilities
Oh!
out, and he gets sent back into the pool, buddy.
Gets booped by Maniac. Sayonara, take a swim. I'll take that energy sword off your hands. Beautiful stuff out of Maniac.
Yeah, man, SLP is rolling now, Thunder. Up double the frags almost again, pushing to 30. I mean, right now, this is SLP's game to lose. I mean, finding
OBS not cooperating, but everyone else is. We're back to it.
Man, SLP approaching dangerously close to that 50 elimination mark, Thunder. And, you know, we're playing BO3, so if Orno can't get the ship straight and right now, Ultraviolet doing what they can. But, I mean, right now, SLP 15 elims away from pushing and punching their ticket to the semifinals.
Yep. And they're doing it on the backs of Maniac and Wacky Ohio, each of them with a dozen kills. Just on this map alone, getting out there and making those BRs work. It is an absolute just battle here. Over on this side, who comes out on top? 39-20 is the scoreline. Man, it got nasty in there.
Man, SLP only 11 out now. Orno trying desperately, frantically, I mean, you know, grasping at the seams here to hold on in this one. But it's SLP coming out net positive in these trades, Thunder, and that's been the big difference here.
It really has been. Duking it out, but still up by 20. Up by 19 is St. Louis Park, and they are playing amazing. Oof, goes down. Maniac with a nice kill, but then traded out.
Nice turnaround attempt there. Now 9 away. Orno doing a decent job for themselves. Closing the gap a little bit, finding a nice little streak here up to 25, but I mean still so far away from tying things up. And you gotta remember, you only have 9 lives at this point, so you gotta take smart engagements.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a perfect point, Skeptor. You know, at this point, smart engagement, yes, but you also gotta pick up some offensive, you know, momentum, some steam here, right? So there's a lot to do for Orno, and only 7 eliminations left to get for St. Louis Park. They have really controlled this matchup from the get-go. Played lights out on the oddball, and now this Slayer, they're 5 away.
Yeah, man, you said it. 5 away. Maniac on top. Top frag of the server. 16 to his name. 6 assists, followed up by Wacky Ohio at 15 and 7. So, I mean, if those two aren't a part of the elims, then you're looking at Spy. I mean, big kill participation across the board from these guys. And, I mean, that's what it's going to separate the men from the boys, right? You're looking to come out with the finals, the trophy. You have to have full participation from everyone on the roster. And that's what SLP's doing. They are 2 elims, make it 1 elim away from making it to the semifinals.
And that nade's going to be a good one up top side. Call it a day. It is SLP, a 2-0 on Orno, a clean win for St. Louis Park. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And man, Skeptor, they just ran away with that.
Yeah, I mean, that Slayer from start to finish was SLP's game to lose. They got out to an early lead. They controlled parts of the map well, and they just took it to the Orno boys. I mean, there's no other way of putting it.
Yep. There is not. And one point that I will make, Skeptor, you look at that final score and you look at how the team performed. St. Louis Park, 3 players, 3 of them, in the double digits. And the 4th one, Abe, he didn't get double-digit kills because the rest of the team didn't leave him enough.
Right.
That's the only reason, right? When you've got a squad of 4 players that are playing together in that way, they're dangerous, and they will continue to be.
Yeah, I mean, the assists, right? You can look to assists. Something we talked about was the team shotting. It is such a big part of Slayer because of those overshields, those tanky HP bars. SLP took care of the team shotting, they took care of the positioning, and they walk away with a clean 2-0 and punch their ticket to the semifinals.
Massive stuff for St. Louis Park. They're going to call it the first dub of this MNVL State Finals, everyone. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, I do believe we are going to be seeing Rogers and Roseville here still in round number 1 of our Halo Finals. We'll be back momentarily. everyone, and welcome back to the Minnesota Varsity League. My name is Thunder McFadden, joined as well Mr. Skeptor. Skep, we're heading into game number 2 here on the day. Still here in round of our Halo Finals.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of our first series, but we're getting back into it. Two pretty well even teams here. We got a 6-2 record for 5-3 for Roseville. So not bad records for teams here in our second game.
Not at all. And when you're considering a league undefeated team, the rest of these teams are really vying. They deserve to be in that championship game against our undefeated STA team, right?
Yeah.
So
for sure.
Going to make things very, and as you mentioned, records 2 to 3 losses on the season. It means more, right? Sometimes if you have those couple of losses, it actually strengthens you and your team as you are making a move forward in your.
We've seen how the toughest loss come to one of our teams here at MNVL, and then we see the best of that squad the very next time they. Something about these tough losses sets these teams right. It gets them to look at their mistakes, fix what are, and then come back strong for the next game.
Yeah. Well, it matters what game, right? If you come out of a win successful, you've done something right, and certainly you have, right? But usually you are not taking all that extra time over your mistakes, the things that you did maybe do wrong or could improve. So to your point right there, maybe taking a loss on the season and moving it into the rest of your season and do very serious, deep options here, and then move forward as a team. For a lot of the teams that we're going to see today. So Rogers and Roseville, as you said, 5-3, 2, solid records on the season, and both of them trying to make a run here today.
We'll have to see what we have codes and maps, but I'm sure we'll be receiving information very shortly. But, a big thing to talk about is getting off to a good start. We saw our series of the day. St. Louis Park got off to and guess what? They held it the entire series length. So, something about that. If things don't get rolling, you got, all right, guys, how do it's going our way, right? What are we doing wrong? You're not talking about doing to get the win, fix mistakes.
Yep.
So coming out, starting hot, and playing with your team, right? That's what, and looking for success.
Exactly, Skeptor. And we saw it there in one, right? Orno just able to get out to a hefty lead, not able to get out to the start that they wanted. Whereas SLP, they were doing it from the get-go, right? So to your point right there, a hot start, especially in Halo, because of the way the game is played. Because of the way all of these map and map modes kind of flow together, right? Yeah. That's what it's going to take today. So getting into it here shortly as we are waiting on players and waiting on our OBS to fully cooperate. Rogers and Roseville will be the game. Very exciting still here in round number 1. While we're waiting, we can go to the bracket and we can show you our progress on the day so far. We'd be happy to do that as we have it updated. St. Thomas Academy, they won their game, as well as Blaine, going to take that win off the forfeit from IG. And then we also have St. Louis Park moving on, just finding out now in this next game who St. Louis Park is going to play in the semifinals, my dude.
Yeah. For SLP, talk about a straight shot, right? Being able to avoid teams of the caliber like STA, like IG, both those teams being on the upper side of the bracket makes a really realistic road for this SLP team. If they can maintain that play that we saw at the start of the day, it was solid performance from multiple members on the team. And Thunder, this is something that you and I talk about a lot, right? You need depth. If you do not have every member of your team pulling their weight, you just the MNVL competition level is too high.
Yep.
You just aren't going to be good enough to claim that finals, that title. So, we're looking for team play and everybody to pull their weight. Rowing is one. That's the way you got to look at it.
It's so true. It's so true. And you know what? To that point, Skeptor, we here at MNVL, we have seen so many teams over the past 2 years, so many different teams that have one standout player.
Yeah.
And they just can't quite make it that final step. It always tends to be the teams. You think about Rogers Rocket League, right?
Yeah.
That's a team that is full of players who can all participate and make things happen. Okay? STA Halo, or SJP Halo, rather, right? And probably STA as well. Again, teams that are showing that they all participate and are all on the level. It makes things so much more dangerous all the way across the map.
Yeah. No, I'd have to agree. You know, if you're dealing with threats from every side, how do you react? How do you, approach the situation? I mean, it makes the entire game very much more difficult, folks. We are and underway. Roseville and Rogers trying to close out round number 1 of our Halo tournament. I mean, it's been a good start. Been through one series, Yep.
A
little bit of a slower roll, but hey, man, these lands, they're like an avalanche, right? Once that snowball picks up enough, it's going to go and it won't stop. No more OBS crashes.
Yep.
We're thinking about, whoever we need to talk to or pray to get the OBS working straight.
Precisely.
That's the goal right now.
Yes. All the gods of tech, please cooperate with us now so that OBS and our internet will just continue to deliver you the finest in esports. That's all we're asking. And that's all we're trying to do. So we'll get to it here shortly. As we said, Rogers and Roseville duking it out. The final game in round number 1 of this Halo Finals. If we can go to the bracket, we will. But again, the first semifinal matchup is going to feature STA and Blaine.
Yeah.
Okay? Blaine, a big hill to climb and all to do going up against that undefeated STA team.
And, I mean, I'm not trying to rain on Blaine's parade, but to add more trouble to their current issue, they didn't get a chance to play a game in round 1, right? Their counterpart not here to play. So you're going into semifinals of a LAN final, and you're going to have to play against the best team in the Halo League. I mean, St. Thomas Academy, folks, 7-0 on the regular season, no losses. I mean, this team has been different from the start. We talk about highlight players. We talk about Paprika. I mean, filthy aim.
Ooh.
Absolutely filthy. I mean, one of the best sharpshooters in the Halo division, without a doubt.
Paprika's a freak in all the best ways when it comes to playing Halo. We have seen it time and time again. So as you said there, right? This Blaine squad has a lot to do up against STA. STA has played lights out. They've been fantastic. I think, honestly, any team is going to struggle against STA right now.
Yeah.
Okay? They have found a way to push as a unit. They have found a way to lean on some of their stars and some of their higher performing players, but there again to the point we made a few moments ago. This St. Thomas Academy squad, everybody can participate from anywhere on the map. So, again, the most formidable opponent, I think I can say personally, in this tournament. Yes, absolutely. Getting players organized, and we will be on the maps shortly. Everyone waiting to find out exactly which map and which mode we are going to have. But I can tell you one thing. I've got that sweet Halo music in my ear right now.
Oh, the Halo music's always a good thing. You know another good thing? Torrent.
Yes!
Right, Torrent. I mean, let's talk
Absolutely.
about it. Torrent, main sponsor of MNVL. We're flashing the water bottle because I bought it today, all right? I'm not going to lie to you guys. I picked up this nice fresh water bottle. You won't see me drink it right now. We'll save that for off stream.
Sure.
But props to Torrent. I mean, they've been with MNVL since day 1. This has been our go-to, our main, if you will.
Yep.
I mean, legit. Couldn't do it without them.
Truly.
Nothing but thanks to Torrent. All of our players in our league get to play for free thanks to what Torrent provides for MNVL. I mean, we would not be here literally without them. So.
Nope. Yep. Bow down to Torrent. We love you so much. And again, the artists formerly known as Alpine, we say it, right? They have
Alpine
been supporting
jersey right
it.
there.
Oh, man, there it is. The old school. We love to see it. Alpine jersey in the crowd. Hey, love it, everyone, as we are loading into game now. It is map number 1 between Rogers and Roseville. Which one of these teams is going to punch their ticket to the semifinals? Let's see.
Let's see, indeed.
Can't wait.
Capture the flag. We got CTF coming up, so we haven't seen Capture the Flag yet, folks.
awesome.
I mean, that's a schoolyard classic.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have to explain to anybody the rules of Capture the Flag. We all know you come home with that enemy flag, you got yourself a point on the scoreboard.
Yep.
So here we have it. I mean, both these teams going to have to bust out the cobwebs on the legs early.
Right, yes, exactly. Brush off that rust a little bit. It's Rogers, Roseville, and we're on Aquarius. This is a great map, an amazing map for Capture the Flag. Let's get into it, folks. Rogers versus Roseville.
Yeah, man, both these teams getting their steps on this map. A very open map. You got active camo coming out early, potentially. I mean, the power-ups are here, and it's going to get very interesting.
Yeah, actually missed that overshield on the way by, or that camo, but then ends up getting it. It's Egg LS mid. I'm just going to say Egg, I think. Going in invisible, but getting taken out there. Nice shooting.
Yeah, Rogers in the blue, Roseville in the red. Both of these teams trying to find some early success. So, and an interesting thing to look at in CTF is how defensive do you play, right? Normally teams opt for that 2-2 method, send 2 attackers, 2 defenders.
Yep.
But I mean, you never know. You could see that 3-man attack rush and really catch the defenders by surprise.
Yes, certainly, and I think, you know, as you move through the game, it really does depend on how you are playing as a unit. If you come off of 2 or 3 kills, why not run in and grab that flag and see what your team can do? As we see Eggs up top side, guarding that blue flag and seeing if any of our Roseville players are on the way. Looks like no for now. Ooh, big
Nice
shoot out of Sloan.
Double kill there, picked up. Trying to find anything else. Egg gonna add on top of it. So Rogers finding a couple elims here, but these defenders still holding down the red flag, but Sloan making a break for it. Don't think he's gonna get his hands on it quite yet. But blue team approaching quite close to that red flag there, Thunder.
Yeah, they are. Got very close there. But as you mentioned, it really, it comes down to what type of attack are you going to run, right? Are you going to send 2? Are you going to send 3? How are you going to build your defense? And you have to figure it out as you're playing. You can't really go in with too much of a strategy because it's all going to depend on how much the opposing team is doing. The red flag now out of spawn, picked up by Eggs, is getting peppered over here by Dorf.
Now that flag is on the move. They're trying to grab and throw. It's the fastest way to move this flag across the map. And right now, Rogers making some good way, and it seems as though the first point of the game going over to Rogers.
Sliding into home is Eggs, and that will be point number 1. Going the way of Rogers. Beautiful get. And now we have up top, it's Firegrave going to pick up, or at least try to pick up, that active camo.
Good work coming out of the Rogers team. I mean, they attacked at the right time, they moved up together, and they slowly eliminated the defenders. I mean, that's exactly how you want your attack to look. That was picture perfect coming out from Rogers.
Krilp coming down with a nasty elbow, not able to get, whoever he took out was not able to get that commando rolling too well. Swedish word up here on the top side as we shudder in just a little bit. Oh, and now we're back, Firegrave with that camo.
Yeah, you know, and I want to see a little bit more offensive looks coming out of this Roseville team. We haven't seen really any aggressive pushes towards this blue flag yet, so if Roseville wants to kind of find a way to get back into this, they got to start looking more aggressively here, Thunder.
Yeah, I think they really do, and there you saw one of our Roseville players retreating and getting taken out on the way. Ooh, that is big stuff.
I think it's Rogers again.
Yep, sure is. Throwing it like you should. For those of you who don't play Halo, you can run with that flag, or you can chuck it as you run it, and that'll get you to the base just a wee bit faster.
Ooh. Flag trying to be returned, but it's still on its way over to this Rogers base. The escort is coming down, and it seems as though a 2-0 lead has been eclipsed by this Rogers team.
Boom. Wow. A nice capture there, and Rogers are looking to just continue this offensive run. As you mentioned before, Skeptor, I know you made a comment about it moments ago, not much in the way of offensive pressure from Roseville.
Yep.
What do they need to do to turn it around?
You know, you got to look for a flank. You got to look for a way to shake up these defenders on the Rogers side. They haven't been pressured too much yet. You haven't really given them anything to worry about. So you gotta, I mean, if nobody's home, right? Nobody's coming for our flag. What are we gonna do? We're gonna come for yours. So, you know, you gotta fight fire with fire. That's the way it is, especially in CTF. Flag taken again now.
Yep, there you
Finally
go.
on the run, but it's Rogers again.
You know, I think it really is a combination of Rogers flexing and Roseville giving Rogers too much space, giving them too much respect. 3-zip now is the scoreline as Rogers look to steamroll here on map number 1.
Yeah, man, and this 3-0 capture lead now really has me worried for the side of Roseville. Finally going to get their hands on that flag, but guess what? It is going right back to where it belongs, the Rogers base. A nice try there, right? You know, finally going for a look, but you're down 3 now, and you only got it about an inch off the platform. So really, I mean, we got to see this offense start to pick up here for Roseville. Otherwise, it seems like Rogers has the recipe for success.
Yep. Yeah, it's looking a little tough right now for Roseville, but you mentioned it, right? They pushed as a team, they got a little bit of space, they got a little bit of momentum. I think you stick with that if you are this Roseville school. Oh my gosh, that nade.
Nice little nade there. Good placement. And a little bit of a lull in the action here. But, I mean, I'm still thinking, like, for Roseville, right? We were playing BO3, right? So maybe it's just a little bit of a slower start getting into it. It is their first series of the day. But, I mean, time clock, we have 6:20. You're down 3 caps. I mean, 3 caps is not easy, right? Any kind of cap is worth giving an applause for because it is tough work getting that flag all the way across the map. You're a little slower when you move it, too. So,
Yep.
I mean, you know, here we go. Another aggressive look coming out from Rogers.
Looks good, but there you have Firegrave with a big elbow. Oh, almost gets that flag, but no, taken down.
Yeah, and it's like that last little look from Roseville was the only of going for that Rogers flag. So when
Well,
does the failsafe get hit?
Exactly, and you know, piggybacking off of what you said earlier, Skep, right? This Rogers team, they have built that 3-point lead, which is very, very difficult to overcome, but let's factor in as well. The biggest enemy is going to become the clock for this Roseville team. 5.5 minutes left.
Yeah.
They have to put together something miraculous in the next 5.
Yeah, I mean, and their flag right now is not in their base, and it is being brought back to this Rogers. I mean, it's looking like a 4-0 lead right now.
Eggs with a beautiful heat wave to BR combo, getting the kill that he needed, and boom, it is 4-zip the way of Rogers. Wow, they're playing lights out.
Yeah. I mean, I believe they're 1 cap away from taking the cake now. You know, 5-0 scrubs, if you will. So Rogers 1 capture away from closing out their first map of round 1.
They sure are, and they have played beautifully. They have played seamless. They have
missing.
given up next to nothing, but we have a DC.
Yeah, a little bit of a DC, so we got to check that out. But right now, I mean, Rogers, if you want to take the kill count into feed, man, it is looking slim to none, you know, on the side of our boys over at Roseville. So got to find a way to find some success here. I mean, down a man, though, that's definitely going to hurt your chances.
Yeah, absolutely, and one of their top fraggers and top players is the one who has DC'd for whatever reason. There you have it, though. Not that it maybe would have made too much of a difference. 5-zip, and Rogers was absolutely running the show the whole time, Skep.
Oh, yeah. Now, from start to finish, I mean, we just saw clean capture the flag play come out of Rogers, always supporting their carrier, always supporting their teammates, and I mean, you have a clean 5-0 for a reason.
Yep. Yeah, and that is a big, big map number 1 for Rogers, not only taking the dub, of course, but building that momentum, right? We always talk about building the momentum in this game, and right now Rogers has it. They just do. They looked great playing capture the flag, and now as we move into map number 2, I really think that this Rogers team can handle whatever's thrown at them.
For real. I mean, especially after you start Roseville in game 1, right? No points going over. That's a tough blow to take. Especially, you know, you're trying to look for positives. You're trying to look for somewhere to, all right, how do we build off that? How do we improve from that? But, I mean, when you really didn't get the ball rolling from the get-go, what's your game plan? It's got to be reset, wipe the memory, and go for game 2.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. So, as we get into map number 2, as we patiently await what map number 2 is going to be and what mode we're going to play, right? I think if we see something along the lines of, you know, I think if we see oddball, it really, really, really is Rogers' game to lose. Like, I mean, if it's oddball, this team, Rogers, they play together so well, and I just think in a mode like that, it's all over, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if you're Roseville, you're hoping for strongholds or Slayer, right? You're hoping for easy capture, domination style, 3 flags, you know, control them at all times. 2 flags to 1, you're winning the game.
Yep.
That's what you're looking at. And Slayer, we've seen it, folks, the classic team deathmatch. Remaking the lobby as we get things sorted, but game 2 info will be received it very shortly from us. So
exactly. You know, and as you were saying there, Skeptor, right? Something like oddball or even strongholds for Slayer or strongholds for Roseville is going to be better than oddball for sure. It gives them much more of a chance to open up the map, right? Because when you're talking strongholds or you're talking Slayer, you really can, instead of working as this sort of amoeba, right? as a team, you can really spread out across at least one side of the map.
Yeah.
In those game modes. So I do think that that's going to bode well for Roseville if that's what we see on map number 2. But again, it is Rogers right now. It is all Rogers. A clean 5-0 in Capture the Flag. And now moving into this map, I mean, I don't expect any less success.
Yeah, I mean, an absolute dominant showing for Rogers to kick off their tourney today. A wicked first map. I mean, everybody double positive. Everybody double-digit elims, I mean, what else is there to be said about the team? You can't compliment them enough. Rogers showing up and looking quite dangerous on the server today.
Yep, they certainly are. So as this lobby is being remade, we want to once again thank our title sponsor for Halo. That is Torrent. Thank you to them for their continued support of MNVL, of us here at MNVL. Our players, every single Halo player that's here today, is able to play for free. Every single player in the league was able to play for free because of the support that we received from Torrent. So we thank them very much. And Skeptor, I know we mentioned it multiple times, that beautiful water bottle you got. And a number of other things are available downstairs in the merch store. You want to get an MNVL State 2022 t-shirt? It's available. You want to get the matching water bottle to my man, Mr. Skeptor, right here? It's available. They got sick jackets. They got everything you need down there. Okay, so check out the merch or check it out online if you are joining us on that beautiful purple Twitch. Right?
Oh yeah, yes indeed. I mean, we're live on quite a few things today. It's a pretty big day for MNVL, I'd say, and the entire crew here. So quite a special event we got going on. We are going to be live all flippin' day, folks. That is right.
Yep. And that is true of today and also tomorrow, Mr. Skeptor, because we have a multitude of tournaments going on this weekend. Today, Halo, Chess, and Valorant. Tomorrow, Minecraft, Super Smash, and then Rocket League.
Oh, yeah.
The weekend is lit here in Minneapolis at MOA, I'll tell you that.
Quite indeed. Slayer on Recharge.
Let's get it. We love Slayer Recharge, and we were just able to see Slayer on Recharge between our first two teams. That would have been SLP and Orno, and it was a banger. Yeah. Man, that map is awesome. The mode, simple. Eliminate the other team. That's it, and do it any way you can. I love what we are going to see. I can't wait to see who grabs that energy sword first.
Dude, yeah. Woo. I mean, my hat's going to be off to whoever goes for that up-close personal melee. You love to see it in Halo. I mean, we saw some good work coming out of it, too, in that first Slayer. So definitely it can be a menace up at that close range with the energy sword.
Yep. Yeah, and, I mean, it does have its faults as well. I mean, I can tell you in my personal experience, and probably for a lot of people, if I get an energy sword in my hand, I have more confidence than I should. So then I'm getting myself into situations where I'm chasing somebody down, and they're clear across the map firing at me with a BR. Who's going to win that? Not me, right? Yeah. So we will see as we are getting into game right now. I hear that sweet load-in music from Halo, everyone, and we will be on Recharge right now. Let's get after it.
You've never heard the saying, don't bring an energy sword to a gunfight, Thunder?
Not until now. Not until now, no. Because I usually am the one that's taking it there and then just, taking my chances.
So a little bit of a quick malfunction there, getting the game restarted, and we'll be right back. No worries there. But, yeah, I mean, the energy sword definitely gets the shenanigans going in the Slayer modes, for sure.
It does. It does, because if you are playing against a squad that's playing together, right, and you can find a nice little corner to hide in, you're going to say sayonara to at least one, if not a few, of your opponents.
Oh, yeah. An unlucky traveler comes wandering into your corridor, and you're just sitting there crouched up crab walk mode with the energy sword, and we all know how that story ends.
Yep.
Not pretty for the unfortunate wanderer.
No, siree. You better have your own energy sword if you're coming into that sort of situation. Yeah. But even still, I cannot wait to see. There are so many awesome angles, and there are so many awesome ways to hold on this map, whether you're talking the high side over by the batteries, you're talking over in by the whirlpool, any of these areas of the map can be held and held firm by a very skilled team.
Yep.
So, how do these teams take advantage of that today, and how do they use that, and then use their own skills to come out victorious? Rogers, they're up by one. It's all on Roseville to answer.
No, I mean, for Roseville, you know, I really wanted to see them utilize their first couple lives intelligently. I don't want them running into combat, guns blazing, we're going in, charge, you know. I want them to take tactical gunfights to start out. They need to find a way to start out positive, right? If they don't get going early, Thunder, I'm quite scared for how this Slayer could turn out for them.
Yep, I'm with you 100%. I really think that at this point, it is all about Roseville, their attack, and how they put it together on this map at the very beginning. It's got to start at the very beginning. Somebody has got to go out and either get working with their BR or go out and find your favorite weapon right away.
Yeah.
Go get that Mangler. Go get that Commando. Whatever you need to get yourself successful on the map, that has got to be the mentality for Roseville right now.
Yeah, and I mean, you're approaching, right? You're down 0-1 in the series. We're doing single elimination throughout all of our games. So if you drop this next map, it's quite a short day for you. You know, no team wants to come here and get dropped out in the first round. That's just the unfortunate way that things go, you know, especially here for MNVL Finals. We've seen quite talented teams drop early on in the past. So hopefully this Roseville squad is trying to put together the works to push for a Game 3 in this series. But so far, I mean, Rogers have looked quite stout.
Yep. Yeah, Rogers looking really amazing in that capture the flag. And so will they continue that dominance into the Slayer? Maybe. Maybe not, but I am. If I was a betting man in this circumstance, I think I'm putting my money on Rogers here.
That's not a bad take. We saw a clean 5-0 on the CTF. I mean, quite a different mode here coming into Slayer, but everybody knows what the job is. We hear the announcer say it. I believe we will be on recharge within the next 10 seconds, folks. So
love to hear it.
Get ready. We are closing out our first round of the Halo portion and going to be moving on very soon. So looking forward to it.
First round of Halo, first round of the weekend. Thank you all for being here and for joining us as we go into map number 2 between Rogers and Roseville. Let's get into the action here, everyone.
Here we go. Nice opening here to get it going. Rogers going up 1-0, finding some success off rip, make it 2. And I mean, this is the little nitty bitty. It just starts with 2 and that seed can grow, right, Thunder?
Exactly, yeah. That is the type of start you want. Just that little bit of something to get your team going, to get the mentals going, really, right, at the end of the day?
Yeah, but I mean, 5-0 already for this Rogers team. Roseville trying to get onto the board, and it still hasn't happened yet, Thunder. This is the opposite of what we needed. This is the ice cold.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. And now 6-0. Roseville not having a kill to their name yet. They have got to get out. And I think it's a matter of getting into the mix, but also having some patience at least. They got to have some faith in their crosshair placement.
Yeah, you know, look at this is what I'm seeing. All right, I see 4 different red names spread out entirely across the map. There was no group up of the team at all. They're getting picked apart one at a time, and that's the reason we're looking at a 9-1 scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, 9-1, and it just does not seem to stop for this Rogers squad, right? And this is the moment. Back to game.
Alrighty. 10-3 still, I mean, gathering a couple more elims on the Roseville side. Still need a little bit more to close this gap, right? 7 is still a dangerous lead. 8, 9, I mean, and now Rogers is just piling it on. 3 in a row, man.
They just do not stop, brother. They do not stop. They didn't in the first map. They have not this map. They are putting on the pressure, and they're doing it in a very, very, very effective way anywhere on the map. That is the key thing I'm finding here. It doesn't matter if it's close range or long range. They're able to connect when they need to. Good nade right there on the top side. Oh, that could be nasty.
Man. I was just about to give credit to Roseville. They were grouped up. They were playing nicely, but then that need comes out in those tight corridors, and that is the opposite of where you want to be, you know? So they're trying to figure it out, but Rogers is adapting so well to what Roseville is throwing at him right now. And, I mean, again with the DC on the Roseville side, so not sure what we're dealing with, but definitely not helping them out in any way, shape, or form right now.
Yeah,
Thunder.
certainly not. Who do we have here? Sloan coming up there with the grappling hook, trying to make something happen. Yeah, Roseville looking worse for wear. Another technical issue. It just does not seem to be their day on the maps, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, 20 and counting. This Rogers team has looked quite unstoppable since the CTF, and they've went back right to where they left off in map number 1.
Yep. 22-6 is the score line. We have Eggs gonna pick up that plasma pistol, try to make something work. That's not a weapon I'm very good with, is a plasma pistol. I always just pass right by that thing.
Well, I think it belongs on the ground. It's one of those guns you're not actually supposed to use, but, you know, Rogers is finding a way to, you know, make use of essentially nothing with that plasma pistol. I mean, unless you charge it all the way up, I think the gun's basically useless.
I mean, it certainly is in my hands. I don't know about anybody else. I don't want to speak for anybody else, but certainly a difficult one to use. As we follow along, now we're with Blue Speeder. Dorf is back in the mix. We'd love to see that.
There we go.
Hey, and we got Sloan in the camo.
Yeah, the active camo, definitely tricky. It's set up a nice amount of flanks for this Rogers team in the past here with this active camo. Jumping down atop the Roseville players, team shotting away, and Rogers extending this lead to almost 30, and they do.
Wow. Yep. 30-9 is the score line. Oh boy. Oh, Eggs almost goes down to an elbow. That would be really, really unfortunate when you got a sword in hand.
No, yeah, he wasn't going to let that happen. I mean, elbow v sword, you tell me who wins. I don't fancy the elbow's chances, though, Thunder.
You better be sneaking up behind him if you're going to throw a melee on that one.
For real.
Certainly. Eggs working away through this middle section. Sword coming out for a brief moment. The score line 35-9, and our Rogers team is looking like they are wanting to make a run today, Skep. They have played fantastic.
Yeah, man, for real. I mean, nothing but praise over on this Rogers team. The most amount of deaths a single player has is 3. So, I mean, pretty smooth sailing right now for this Rogers team, playing as a team, and that's what we've been talking about all day long. Halo, it matters if you play as a team. The team shots continue to ring out, and that's the reason these Roseville bodies are dropping.
It is, man. I mean, Eggs and the rest of this team, they are just playing lights out right now. Crosshair placement is totally on. And you look along the line. We talked about this before the game. Every single player participating, you've got everybody at double digits or dang close for that Rogers team.
I mean, look at the assists too, right? The assists, if you're not taking those into account, they're pushing everybody above double digits. So, great look for this Rogers Halo team. And I'm going to tell you, this is a team that's, you know, next in line for SLP, so we have quite a matchup between those two squads coming up.
Oh, that's going to be fun to watch. Cannot wait for that as we have off the winner grabbing that Needler. Oh, going to get one, but get traded out by Sloan.
3 elims away from closing out with a clean 2-0. Rogers trying to punch their ticket to the semis, and they are looking, I mean, to do so without even breaking a sweat here, Thunder.
Yep. Yeah, it really, I mean, it has seemed like child's play. It seemed like just another day in the office for Rogers, and there you have it. Every single player, double-digit eliminations. They take a clean 2-0 against Roseville, and they've punched their ticket to the semifinals.
Yeah, and they know their opponent, right? I mean, both those teams have shown up and shown out on stream. We saw SLP in Game 1 take a clean 2-0. We just saw Rogers take a clean 2-0. I mean, if that doesn't set up for a nice BO3, I don't know what is.
I tell you, and I think, too, as you look at Rogers going up against St. John's Prep, right? Or St. Louis Park, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
These two teams, they are very evenly matched in a number of ways. Whether you are talking about that individual skill as far as the long range, so the shooting across the map, crosshair placement or that, but also being smart enough to know when the power items are spawning, to know when they should be in the right place at the right time to grab that active camo, over shield, or a sword, right? I think it could go either way, and it's going to prove to be an amazing semifinals.
Yeah, truly. I mean, we saw 2 dominant showings in our first 2 games of Halo to start it out, 2 2-0s. We'll see if the rest of the day in this tournament spices up with maybe a little bit of Game 3 action. Who knows? I think it's inevitable, though.
I do think so. I think we will see a Game 3 in at least one of these semifinals. Let's run it down for you. Semifinals are coming up here in Minnesota Varsity League Halo. It is going to be first up, St. Thomas Academy taking on Blaine. And second, we'll see Rogers taking on SLP. Look at that bracket right there. Going to be updated momentarily as we just got out of the Rogers game. But there you have it, our semifinals. STA and Blaine, SLP v. Rogers coming up. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for your patience as we work through some technical issues even still. But, hey, we hope the rest of the stream is extremely smooth. We're going to go to a break, everyone, and when we come back, we're going to kick off our semifinals. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Minnesota Varsity League State Finals. My name is Thunder McFadden, and I am joined by my main man, Mr. Skeptor. Skep, it's the semifinals, and we're in it.
It sure is, man. Semifinal time. We got St. Louis Park taking on Rogers, and I mean, we've seen both these teams compete and play today. So I mean, both of them are going to be bringing some A-list competition to this match.
Most certainly. Most certainly. You know, we talked about it before the break. We talked about it while the teams were playing. These are two teams, St. Louis Park and Rogers. They have a serious chance to win it all. They do. It's not based off of the regular season record. It's based off of how they have improved through the season. Right? Both of these teams have made serious effort to improve not only their individual skill, but also how they attack the maps as a team, and we've seen it in the first two games.
I believe both these teams have 2 losses on their regular season, and both coming from the same 2 teams, Inver Grove and St. Thomas Academy.
Yeah.
So, you know, other than that, nobody else was able to really best these guys. So this is a really even matchup that we have here in our semifinals. So, I mean, it really could go either way. I'm feeling a 3-game series, though. I mean, you know, how can you not see a 3-game coming from this? We'll have to see. But both these teams ready to go as we get things going with Strongholds.
Strongholds on streets. Oh, and I love it, Skep. I love this map and combo. Definitely going to prove to be a test of which team can rotate and play together as a squad, right? At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. It's not necessarily about how much you are out there really slaying and getting kills.
Right. No, for sure. I mean, getting out after it right away. And early control coming out for Rogers. 2 flags to 1 right now, so they're the ones getting points.
Yeah, certainly. You know, and in the game of Halo, when you are playing Strongholds, you got a couple options. You can either fortify and hold 2 points, or you can rotate and just continue to sort of steamroll. You get 1 point, you get the second one, you get the third one. While that other opposing team is taking the first one off you, you're getting the third one, and you're continuing to just move. Now, St. Louis Park, as we see, holding off here or getting held off by this Rogers squad.
Yeah, I mean, Rogers out to a flawless beginning to this one. You know, no points given over, no secondary capture coming out for SLP, so they're still sitting at that donut marker while Rogers is running up the tally.
Indeed. Out with the Bulldog. It's a nasty shotgun. And what is Maniac going to do with it? Trying to get onto this C point. Through the shield he goes. Blast that thing away. Now, capping C is Maniac for this SLP squad.
Yeah, trying to get SLP on the board. Stronghold going to be captured, but it's like you said, the rotations have come out, and just like that, Rogers took over A.
Yep.
SLP trying to grab it back here, though. Finally, an opportunity, maybe getting on the board, but it seems like they got stopped.
It does seem like they got stopped, and you know what I'm thinking, Skeptor, is they're sending one person to the point, or they might not have a choice but to have one person at the point, but they really don't seem to have much in the way of protection for whoever's trying to cap.
Yeah. You know, it really feels like that. 1 point on the board for half a second there, but right after that, you know, Rogers right back to 2-point control, and now up 70 points. I mean, this is a very strong start here for Rogers.
It's
SLP, though.
Yeah. SLP out there capping, but I worry a little bit about SLP in this circumstance because you've got Eggs on the other team with a spanker right now. Anybody who gets onto any point is at risk of that grenade launcher. Could be nasty.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a one-shot donezo for sure. So anywhere around you, that AoE effect's going to take over, and it's going to put you in the dirt. So got to avoid that spanker at all costs.
Sure
That's the
enough.
big launcher.
Yep.
For everybody who doesn't know. The big missile.
The big rocket launcher. Call it the spanker for a reason. It does slap. Sloan now on the way over to this B site, hanging out in the bar area. A and B controlled by Rogers. They are really taking it to SLP at this point.
Yeah, I mean, for SLP, you know, it's just been a constant getting shot on the rotations. I mean, whatever it is, Rogers are just playing a faster-paced game right now.
And their crosshairs are on. You saw Sloan right there with that Bulldog, a nasty 2-piece for the side of Rogers. And again, everybody participating, everybody getting into it as a squad and making sure that SLP can't form any sort of offensive attack.
Yeah, man. And for SLP, you know, you try so many rotations as you might, maybe going to get their hands on 2 points. The call is made. They go for A and B, but not able to fully close out on Bravo. And it seems as though Rogers still well in control here in strongholds.
Yeah, they are up 140 to 5. Man, great stuff so far out of Rogers, and St. Louis Park really struggling to find any sort of momentum. It seems like by the time they get to a point they want to cap, which they just cap B, great, amazing, but can they hold it?
Yeah, that's the real question, right? Can they hold it? They're on it right now, but it just seems as though the rotates out of Rogers have been a little bit cleaner, right? They're quicker on the trades, they're quicker on the team shooting, and there it is, clearing out that B site, trying to open it up right now.
Sure enough, a good run here so far for St. Louis Park as they desperately try to get themselves back into it, but Rogers is on A, and they are on A heavy.
SLP clears him off, though. Spy with a nice nade. Trying to scrap their way back into this. I mean, the scoreboard right now isn't so pretty. They're down 100, but just under now.
Yeah, well, and they're playing great. I'm wondering what it is about this slow start. That's a huge heady for Wacky, who gets traded out. But what is it about this slow start? I mean, really, SLP was looking great for that last couple of minutes.
Yeah, we haven't seen him on a Strongholds yet. You know, maybe Strongholds is just one of those game modes that's a little bit weaker for this SLP team. But so far, I mean, Rogers' rotations have looked just like they were in CTF, right? I mean, perfect team play, perfect rotations. And the team's been, I mean, the scoreboard shows.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, certainly does. And with Firegrave and Eggs both sitting up at that 13, 14 kills, I think right now you're looking at as that is kind of being the difference, right? Each team is getting to the point when they should. They're capping when they should. It's just that Rogers is a step ahead in getting eliminations on this SLP squad.
Yeah, nice pickup from Spy. But, I mean, yeah, like you said, a step ahead. SLP back on to 2 points, so that kill tally scoreboard going to start going back into their favor. Spy behind, tries to get the melee. He does so. And SLP, I mean, finally starting to find some success, to be quite honest.
Yeah, Spy had a freaky headshot clear across the map right there. That was impressive. And now you've got Sloan looking for some on the mid. Cannot get Spy. Does throw an elbow to Sloan, though. That's a big one. And Rogers capping B right now.
Yeah, Sloan has been on a heater all day long, still putting in work now. And Rogers, I mean, we're at a stalemate right now. That flag is halfway captured, going to go back over to the side of Rogers, but SLP rotating nicely.
This is that rotation I talked about at the beginning of the game. If you and your squad can get 2 points and then start running together, get the next one, get the next one, get the next one, it is going to set your opponent behind for sure. So, can SLP mount a run right here? They have half the points that Rogers do. So, it's going to mean something serious out of these players from SLP.
Yeah, but just like that, Rogers flips the script again, and now all 3 points. And that is trouble.
Yep. Yeah, because now you're on your heels. Now you're trying to chase just to get yourself back into this thing, like at all, right? You're fighting for that last and final point, and will get it. Nice work. Oof.
Finally, but for a little bit, when you're getting 3 capped, it jumps by 2s for a little bit there too. So, I mean, that lead just continues to grow, 200 plus now, and Rogers looking well on their way to taking game 1 of the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, it does look relatively even when you look across the scoreboard for both teams, but Rogers with a slight edge when you're looking at those KADs, right? Everybody participating and making things happen just slightly better than what we see out of SLP here. So, it is now Rogers' map to lose as they are only 36 points away from calling it map number 1.
Yeah, SLP fighting tooth and nail, trying to claw their way back into it, but it's another cap going over the way of Rogers. And now another 3 cap. I mean, C sliding over maybe, but man, this is tough work cut out for SLP.
It is. I mean, you know, you get C here in this circumstance, which is great. Maniac with a nice long headshot right there. But then again, there are so many bodies playing for Rogers right now, and they're playing extremely well. This is a good get, but there again, the trade, it's been traded. It's gone the way of Rogers now. They are the ones that are running this rotation on SLP.
Yep. No, I see it, Thunder. SLP, they just show up a little bit late to the flag, and by the time they're getting there, you know, Rogers on the opposite side of the map taking the other flag. So it's a give and take game here, but it seems like Rogers are taking a little bit more.
Yep. Yeah, taking this thing away from SLP and doing it convincingly, my man. Rogers looks absolutely fantastic out there, and this is, I mean, this is a pretty standard and a pretty well, like, evenly matched game mode on this map.
Yep.
So I'm worried about SLP moving forward. I am. I think Rogers is looking absolutely stout.
I mean, yeah, you know, they're approaching that 250 mark. I'd say it's earned and it's about secured at this point. Rogers going to wipe out SLP in game number 1 of Strongholds and look to close out in 2, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it before this game. We distinctly thought that this would be a game that would go to 3, right? It would go the distance. It would be super competitive. Now, I'm not saying it's not, but what I am saying is Rogers is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, Rogers has been red hot since the get-go. The 5-0 in CTF, I mean, a 50-11, I think, in Slayer, and now that performance on Strongholds. I mean, we're seeing it right before our eyes. This Rogers team has showed up to play, and they are looking to punch their ticket to the grand finals.
Yep. You know, and the key for me right now, when I'm looking at Rogers and what they're doing, the key is their standard gameplay. What do I mean by standard gameplay? Well, how are they making their rotations happen? How are they playing in proximity to one another? And how are they playing with the BR? It's what they give you right away. It's what you start with. How are they playing with the BR? Well, they're playing awesome. I mean, it's headshots all day for this Rogers squad. They don't need to go picking up your spankers, your manglers, your commandos, any of that type of thing. You know, if they get something else in their hands, it's like, okay, great, bonus icing on the cake, but they don't need it. And they're proving that they don't need anything but that BR.
Yeah, man. I mean, the BR play has been exceptional. You talked about crosshair placement. That's something that this Rogers team excels in, right? You can't really catch them off their game, really. I mean, SLP have been at the brood end of it here on Strongholds. We'll get our second game mode figured out here shortly. But if we're going in rotation, I mean, it feels like we're going back to Oddball at this point. Oddball, or we're looking at
Oddball, Slayer,
CTF.
Capture the Flag, maybe.
Not another Stronghold, though.
Yeah, it won't be that. I'll be interested. It is Oddball on Recharge. I like that. I think Recharge is an amazing map for Oddball. And this right here, this gives SLP their best chance to get back into the game, I think.
Yeah.
Right? A slow, strategic game mode where your comms have to be clean and perfect. That's where SLP is going to shine right here, if they're going to shine anywhere, because guess what? That first map, Rogers put down a really, really, really solid performance, and I don't see them letting up at all.
Yeah. I mean, we saw SLP shine in that first Oddball on live fire to kick off the day, so we'll see if they can recreate and have some more success here on the Oddball mode. But heading over to Recharge, so a little bit of a shift from the Slayers that we've seen on it so far, but hey, I mean, just defending that skull at the end of the day, so we'll see how it goes for both these squads.
We shall see. You know, the thing I like about this game mode and map combination is that when you're talking about Oddball, right? Moving around the edge of the map, it's something you can't do on live fire. It's something you have a hard time doing on streets. But this map, there are so many good angles and avenues all the way around it that you can find opportunities to hide, sneak, or if you need to, get out of dodge with that Oddball.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. You know, plenty of nooks and crannies to take refuge in, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's all good. Perfect. Rogers up by 1 in the series, and we patiently wait to get on to Recharge. I'm very excited. I think that right now, Rogers, they've got a good shot. SLP has really, really got to turn up the heat. They've got to turn up the heat. They've got to turn up the speed, too. I'm thinking if they can get Rogers to feel at least a little uncomfortable, they've got their best shot. But other than that, man, I love what I'm seeing out of Rogers so far.
Yeah, man. I mean, nobody's been able to hang with him, if you want to be quite honest. So we'll see. Unless that gets answered, we're looking at this Rogers team that's trying to push through to these finals.
Yep. Getting the game restarted now and getting these players in. As we said, Oddball on Recharge. And I think one of the distinct things about this game mode, Skeptor, is choosing in the moment who's responsible for the oddball.
Yeah.
Right? Which one of your players is going to have the wherewithal in whatever corner of the map you're in? Which player is going to have the wherewithal to hold until he can't anymore, and then drop, and then try to take a trade when you have the players just ambushing you here? Into the game we go. SLP Rogers, map number 2.
And Energy Sword picked up right away. It's Egg going for that. And I mean, we've seen that Energy Sword do some work here in Oddball as well. So, especially on recharge.
Yeah, certainly. Ooh, and here you have it. We're following along with Sloan, who not only has the oddball hucking it along here, but also is going to have that invisibility, right?
Active camo,
is
oh yeah.
So massive, that active camo out there.
Yeah, and I mean, right away, look at Rogers grabbing the oddball, moving it over together in a pack of 2, and already SLP taking individual approaches to this oddball. If you're not going in there group Thunder, it's not going to end well for you. I hate to break that to you now. This is something that you should have known coming into today, right? You got to move as a team, as a unit, especially against these elite level teams like Rogers.
Yep. Exactly. And I think the thing to remember is that these players have got, to your point, they've got to stop feeding.
Wacky Ohio.
There you go.
That energy sword.
Two-piece on that sword is massive for Mr. Ohio. Oh, and another, but that's eggs.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes to show that energy sword is not to be trifled with on recharge.
Yep, and if you do trifle with it, you're going to go down because there's enough space for somebody to be firing at you while you're trying to run them down with the sword. It is Abe with the oddball, gaining some points here for the St. Louis Park squad, trying to get themselves back into this thing.
Man, and SLP need as much time as possible here, but as we say it, oddball going to get taken out, and just for a second, Rogers gaining it, but it seems as though back in possession here of SLP, doing wonders for him right now.
Yeah, SLP looking great. Maniac has been kind of the responsible party here when it has come to the oddball. He drops it there, goes down to the Rogers squad, and they have now picked it up. But this is Eggs picking up that active camo. So crucial. A couple of elbows go straight to the face. Fire Grave and Wacky Ohio taking each other out.
Nice ball pickup here. Rogers, I mean, finding some success here, Thunder. Pushing this 50-point mark. They're halfway here in round number 1 of oddball. That skull flaming away. Pushing to 60 now. And, I mean, SLP, if they don't get their act together and move up as a team, they are running out of time here in this first round of game 2.
Yeah, you are not lying. Down now by 40 points. Nobody with the oddball, just trying to figure out positioning here as we follow along with Wacky Ohio. Doesn't want to pick that thing up too quickly without reinforcements. Boom. There you have it. Now, gaining some points here for our players from SLP.
Nicely done from Abe. SLP trying to get themselves back into this. They're down about 21 points now. But every little second they have that oddball, Thunder, they will add and add and add. And just like that, they're only down 11 now. So SLP really closing the gap here and definitely look a lot better on oddball.
Yep, 100%. And we talked about it. We said, right, this was going to be the best chance for SLP to take this to a game 3, and that's what we have, right? Controlling the oddball, doing it strategically, and making things happen together as a team. This potentially will get them to game number 3. A big headshot from Maniac there.
Yeah, and SLP, crucial that they come out of there with the oddball. They drop it down low and back into control as Spy's going to pick that one up now.
Yeah.
And try to get to some safety here, but no ground is safe right now.
Not at all, and that's tough for both Spy and for Maniac. They each tried to run at it, but when you're getting fired on, you really have to be strategic about whether or not you're actually going to grab that oddball, right?
Yeah, for real. Wacky Ohio doing his best there, going for a nade melee combination, not able to find it. Oddball maybe goes down here. Nice pickup for Spy. Now he's going to try to get out, drops down to his teammate. I mean, SLP are fighting to get back into it, but Rogers is only 10 points away from closing out round 1, so they can't really afford to lose possession of the oddball again here, Thunder.
Nope, not a lot of room for error if you are the side of SLP here. However, they do nice work, as you mentioned, hucking that oddball off the top from the A site and down in towards the whirlpool so that they can take it over to this side by the orange pipes. I mean, just a solid play out of SLP, and
back and forth with the ball, but it's Rogers that come out on top. Abe's out in no man's land, and it's going to cost SLP. If you're in control, man, you got to be grouped. You're already down one man. Why do we have another guy across the map? You know, that's one that's going to cost them. It's going to haunt you, right? You got to look back at that, and those are mistakes that a team like Rogers will 100% punish you for.
Exactly, they will. Exactly, they will. You know, and the thing about it is, as we are back into the game here, it is round number 2, getting into it quick. At the end of the day, it's looking at St. Louis Park, right, and looking at their performance in that first map. I'm sure they're kind of kicking themselves for their performance at the end, but if you really look at it, it's like any game. They could have won it in the early game. Had they been a little more strategic and a little better put together, didn't quite make it happen. So now, round number 2, they got to come out firing.
It's off to another hot start for Rogers, though. They have not come out of the gates cold once today here, Thunder. This team has been making money moves from start to where we're at now. I'm not going to say finish because we're a little far from done, but man, oh man, this Rogers team is looking quite dangerous. 30-1 right now.
Yeah. Yeah, they're playing fantastic. They have on every map and every map mode, every game mode that we have, right? They've played lights out and they have figured out ways to continue to rack up the points. I think that this team going into the finals is super, super dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, right now, this is a team that's looking like, you know, taking on the winner of Blaine and STA. STA, undefeated record on the season, looking to close out and make it a perfect season 4 here at MNVL for Halo and come away the first Halo champions.
Yeah, and that's an exciting thing too about the day. I kind of, forgotten that in the, the throes of everything that we've been doing. This is the first ever Halo champion that we're going to crown today.
Yeah, very true.
Amazing.
Making history all over the board. First LAN, first Halo tournament that we put on here at MNVL. These teams duking it out. A top 4 finish guaranteed at this point for both these squads, but at the end of the day, everybody's here fighting for the gold. So third place match, well, it may be fun. It's definitely not the end result that these squads came out here and put into work during the regular season for.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. These players, these teams, all they want is that championship. All they want is that #1 spot. After all the hard work they've put in this season, the amount of time they have put into the game, right? This is when it all matters. And Rogers showing why. Oh, look at that boot. Sending them.
And I was just about to say, I mean, SLP down a man right now. We see that, but
Oof.
Other than that, I mean, it was getting slim to none. I think it was 71-1. Like, this was a much-needed swapping of possession and getting some time on the oddball. So we'll see how long SLP can maintain. But as long as they're down a man, I mean, I don't fancy their chances at drawing this one back.
Obviously, I don't either, right? A DC is a very unfortunate thing, but, in this circumstance, they have already gotten to a point where Rogers is showing control.
Yeah.
They're showing absolute just prowess everywhere on the map. And it's not stopping. It doesn't matter how many players you got out there.
They're going to have to figure out a way to crack into this right now, Thunder. Otherwise, it is shut out, lights out. Rogers punching their ticket to the very first ever MNVL Halo Finals.
That's right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Call it a dub and call it a day. It is Rogers with a clean 2-0 over St. Louis Park, and they will be going to the Minnesota Varsity League State Finals in Halo.
Man, I mean, that was just pure domination. Everything we've seen out of this Rogers team is building that storyline. There's a reality. There's a chance that STA doesn't walk out of here with that trophy. I mean, Rogers have looked very dangerous today, but man, they have their tallest task ahead of them in St. Thomas Academy or Blaine.
Yep. Yeah, I don't often like to make sports analogies, but I've been watching a lot of the NHL playoffs lately, and I know you play hockey.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you right now, Rogers is coming in full speed and cross-checking every team that they come across.
That's exactly what it seems like.
And that team is hitting the ice nasty. Wow, unbelievable. Rogers, GG's to both of these teams and everyone who has played today, but Rogers, lights out, and they will move on to your state finals. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We're going to go to a brief break, and when we come back, we'll be getting into those finals.
Hopefully.
If not, we can shout out Torrent for sure, because they're our title sponsor, and they've been sponsoring us and just sporting us so long. We love them. Awesome. Thank you, Torrent, and we'll be going to... Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Minnesota Varsity League Halo State Finals here at the Wisdom Studios at Mall of America. My name is Thunder McFadden. I am joined by the best partner in the business, and his name is Skeptor. Skep, we are into now our consolation matchup. It is going to be two teams playing for third place.
Yep. St. Louis Park and Blaine will be duking it out for a medal, but only one of them will be the recipient of said medal. So, a lot on the line here. Nothing wrong with a third place finish, right? I mean, coming into it, a lot of solid teams in this Halo bracket, but we're down to the Final Four. Blaine, St. Louis Park.
Yep.
Who is coming out with the bronze?
We shall see. You know, it's going to be interesting, and something I like about, especially about having a third place matchup on the stream, right? The stakes are not as high as the championship match. We know that. However, in the championship match, everybody's going home with some sort of medal. In the third place match, you are playing for that last piece of hardware, right? Everybody else goes home empty-handed. So this is going to be a banger of a matchup. I know it says game 1 out of 3. This is actually a best of 5 because we have moved in to these finals. So third place matchup, this is game 1 out of 5 between SLP and Blaine, and it's going to be Slayer on Streets. What better way could you start off a championship round matchup here, or a third place round matchup? What better way to start off, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Slayer's really even game mode, right? Both teams know straightforward, right? If we eliminate you more than you eliminate us, we get the dub round 1. So you start it out, you don't make objective play that too, increasingly like you had to worry about it. Start out nice little eliminations, make sure you get the team flow going. Comms are good, and you go from there, right? It's a building piece, especially best of 5. It changes up the series and the way the games go entirely. You're going to get guaranteed 3-game options. You're guaranteed at least 3 games. Better than 2, better than 1 loss, and you're already facing your match point, your last life, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you make great points there. And to look at this game, right, this third place matchup, a perfect way to start off. You just throw everybody at one another, right? And it's a matter of who has the skill, who can slay, who can get it going fast enough to make it happen. Let's get into it right now. We are onto the maps here in this third place matchup between SLP and Blaine. Who gets to 50 first?
We shall see on Streets. Or no, Aquarius, right? This is Streets.
Yes, sir. Oh, looks like we have some sort of DC or some sort of technical issue. So we will hang tight, and then after a few moments, we will get into it. Yes, so on Streets right now, Aquarius is the one that has the plants on the one side.
I saw the plants, so that's just what I was thinking.
And that's the one we were playing Capture the Flag on earlier.
Yeah, the big opening. No, I remember first. We didn't get the actual street view.
Right.
So when you're tucked in the back, you see all the shrubbery and stuff. You're thinking maybe could be an Aquarius.
And honestly speaking, those two maps are pretty similar at the end of the day. They do have 2 distinct lanes. They do have a distinct big opening in the middle of the map. So, I mean, they are very similar in the way that they're composed and in the way that they're played, to be completely honest.
Yeah. Mid-control wins games, and I mean, on both those maps, you can see countless examples of that happening throughout the MNVL season. So a lot of mid-control, a lot of long-range gunfights, and whoever's shooting straight, man, gonna have a better day on Slayer.
Exactly. Yep. It all comes down to this. Our third place matchup starting shortly as we get the map mode, and I hear the music right now. That means Halo is starting, my friends. All of the action brought to you by Torrent. Torrent, our title sponsor for Halo. Every single player in our Halo League got to play for free this year because of Torrent.
Obviously, man. Torrent's providing countless time and time again for us at MNVL. Cannot appreciate them enough. And we're back into the Slayer on Streets, folks. Here's that street view we were looking for. I mean, come on. Now we know exactly where we're at. We got the cafeteria over there. We got all kinds of goodies.
Yep. You head up towards Neon, towards Bar, whatever you want to do. Really huge headshot for B. That's nasty. And I think that Spanker is still hanging out in the mid.
Man, SLP, a little bit of trading going on. No, it's not too bad, right? 5-3. I mean, I'd say for a Slayer start goes, this has got to be one of the more even ones we've had off rip. I mean, a lot of big early leads have happened here on Slayer. The Spanker is firing away.
Oof, but a miss out of the Spanker. Maybe just a shot too quick here. 3-6. the score line as we continue to move through streets here. A nasty elbow out of Fear itself, who's going to chase down another one. Another melee. Huge for the side of Blaine.
The double dose of that right elbow doesn't feel good for anybody, and they are, I mean, dreading that over on that opposite side. A little bit of a kill lead going on so far, but SLP trying to even it back up, only down 2 right now. 8-6, 8-7 now.
Yeah, it's super even, and we knew that this was going to be a very close matchup, but both of these teams are proving why. Oh man, who is that Maniac out there with the commando? That is a very dangerous weapon in the right hands.
Fear itself, lasering him from up top, and that is crosshair placement. I mean, we talk about the TTK not being too long, but right there, I mean, Fear itself just kind of said the opposite.
Well, there's something you do where you just pull down slightly, and you let that 3 burst hit every single one of them on the head, lights out. So, doing it very well there was Fear itself, absolutely blasting away with that BR.
Is that a little gold camo we got going on there?
Yeah,
or what do we got here?
Sick, man.
Nice little piece from B2899.
Love it and love to see it. 15-10 now, pulling out to a bit of a lead here is this Blaine squad, my man.
Yeah, I mean, SLP trying to hang with them, but it seems like 2 kills are going over for 1. You know, Blaine's just getting the better of them on these trades. Maniac fighting fiercely. He's up at 7 elims.
He sure is.
Over double what his teammates got right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and you look at Fear itself over on the other side, 2 standout players for their team. It really, at the end of the day, when you've got one distinct person who's slain a little harder than everybody else, you kind of want to lean into it, right? You want to do as much as you can to help that player, and guess what? If you are in the zone to help them out, then that's going to give you the opportunities for not only assists, but also eliminations as well.
DJ Jurassic coming out with a huge 2-piece right there, follows it up with a melee, triple kill coming out. I mean, big play for that player on Blaine.
Love it and love to see it. Now following Maniac here, trying for something from that high ground. Nice shot on DJ Jurassic.
Yeah, nice look so far. Fear itself picks another one up. It seems as though SLP getting shut out a tiny bit, but as I say that, picking a few up here. So now, lead only by 3 for Blaine.
Yeah, it is only 3, but they do find a way to maintain that slight lead so far throughout this map. Approaching the halfway point, both of these teams, 20-23 still, and playing very strategic, long game here.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Slayer goes, you know.
Exactly, there's so many times in Slayer where you will see teams just go all-out aggressive. Sometimes it works, but right here, I think with all of this on the line and the way these two teams have been playing throughout the day, they're getting a little bit more strategic and they're playing a little slower even maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit slower, you know. I mean, they're trying to get that feeling out process through. They're trying to see what kind of rotations the opposing team is giving them. But right now, it seems as though Blaine's just leading the charge a little bit. But SLP now getting closer and closer. The longer this game's been going, the more they've started to get a read on the situation. Only down 2 now.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got, I mean, you have your top fraggers for both teams, and then you have about equal participation out of the rest of the squad on both sides. So, 28-27 now, unbelievable. This is getting so tight. It is still anybody's map.
Wow, big frags there picked up by the Blaine squad. I think a 3 or 4 stretch out, only 1 picked up by SLP. So those are the kind of moments that have happened quite a few times, Thunder, where Blaine has gotten about 2 or 3 and SLP's coming out with 1. So the trades have definitely been net positive over on that red side.
Yeah, and in the game mode of Slayer, that is really the recipe that you need. Taking 2 to 3 eliminations and only giving up 1.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Doing it very effectively is this Blaine squad. 34-28 now the score line. We follow along with Wacky Ohio. Can Wacky and the rest of this St. Louis Park team mount the type of comeback they need to take map number 1?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out. You know, down 5, I mean, it's back and forth. They have moments like this where they're showing some brilliance. They're moving together as a squad, and they are eliminating target after target. SLP needs a whole lot more of that if they want to draw this game 1 back.
Most certainly. 32-35 now, getting themselves back into this thing. Wacky Ohio, what does Wacky have with that green BR? Ooh, now, the whole team over here. Oh, nasty nade, taking out Abe.
Yeah, now going aggressive on the side of Blaine, getting punished a little bit. SLP down about 4 elims total, and it's been Blaine steady in the lead from start to finish here. You know, that's a good thing to see. They have not given it over once. SLP
Maniac.
gets close, but it's not enough, right?
Exactly. Yeah, Maniac with a nice two-piece there. He gets the Bulldog out and blasting away for that second kill. Here comes the Spanker. Who's going to pick that thing up? It is the side of Blaine.
That's trouble, but an immediate elimination will definitely bode well, right? Getting that Spanker right off the map, removing it from play, and now a 3 elim, making a 4 elim lead here.
Yeah, you know,
Blaine doing the right moves.
Exactly. Exactly. And I'll tell you something. Playing against someone with a Spanker is almost as dangerous as playing against someone for the Spanker, especially on a map like this. You're throwing bodies on the mid, and it's a firing range, man.
Oh, yeah.
For real.
There's no safety. It's called Streets for a reason. A lot of open angles, a lot of open windows. Here we go, up close and personal, and we're at 43-43. SLP has found a way to tie it up, but Blaine, if we're going Duke blow for blow, 6 elims. Who's going to come out on top? Could go either way.
Pay attention, everyone. This is coming down to the wire. 45-44 now. A slight lead.
The
for
first
the players
lead.
from St. Louis Park. First time in this game, absolutely. How do they finish this thing? Following along with Spy. What does Spy have and the rest of this St. Louis Park team?
Ooh, and they
Another
get it
one.
at 2. Only 4 left. SLP, I mean, if they manage to pull it back from the brink, I don't know what I'm going to say, Thunder.
I'm telling you, Skeppy, they've been down by 3 kills the whole game. And now, moments left. 46-44 is the scoreline.
Ooh, going over aggressive, though. Trade one back. We're netted up, and it's Blaine with 48 now.
Wow. Absolutely blasting through the entire SLP team, and now Blaine back with that lead that they have had this entire time. Make those BRs sing, boys. Who is going to come out with this win?
Man, SLP desperately needed the next 2 elims if they want to stay in it. If Blaine just trade like they have been, tied up again, 47 apiece, folks. 3 elims is going to take it. Map number 1 could go either way.
Unbelievable.
49
to 48. Who has it? Who has it? Can SLP get one more? They've been down the whole map. 1 kill is all it takes. Who will get it?
And it's Spy. It's
Spy
SLP.
with one. Boom,
How
that
have
is
they
it.
done it? How have they
Wow.
done it? I mean, down. What was the most they were down at one point? 5, 7? I mean, my goodness. The fact that SLP pulls together at the end, they stay grouped up, right? They didn't give over any unnecessary picks. They pull it back, and they get the job done. What a turnaround win for SLP in that first map.
I mean, amazing, amazing turnaround win, as you said. And I can confidently say that is one of the most well-deserved wins I have ever cast at MNVL. What a job SLP did. Behind the entire time, never letting up, never backing down, never saying die, and they go out and they win it. Map number 1, that's a huge one for SLP.
I know. I mean, especially, you know, you get to the 3rd place match, you get to, you know, all right, guys, do we still have it in us? Do we still have that drive to come back and get the job done? And if that doesn't show it to you, I don't know what will. I mean, hanging in there, never out of it, but down for the entirety of that match. They finally even up the scoreboards at what, 42 apiece, and they get the lead at like 44-43. So, I mean, absolutely as hard fought of a slayer as you can ask for from both squads.
Yep. I mean, incredible stuff. And as you said, right, these teams, they're fighting for 3rd. Each of these teams has just taken a loss in the semifinals. So where are the mentals at? Where is their energy at? It's been a long day.
Yeah.
We've all been here for a few hours. So these players, that type of fight, to have it left in them, I mean, it speaks volumes about where these players are at and their mental fortitude coming into this 3rd place matchup.
For sure. You know, both these teams have pretty solid records on the season. 5-3 with Blaine, and SLP with that 6-2. So, you know, we knew that these squads were going to bring it coming into this 3rd place matchup, and so far it's delivered. That's exactly what we were going to be asking for, and our production team is just that good. They got it like that. We're going to CTF, folks, our 2nd capture the flag mode. And we got to say, that first cast for the flag didn't deliver in terms of how back and forth a CTF game can really go. So should be much more interesting now here in the third place matchup.
I don't doubt it at all, Skeptor. I think you put it perfectly, and I think you've got an amazing point. Because we're also going to Bazaar, a map we have not seen yet. It's a very big map. It's a very open map in the middle. So it's not so much about getting that push all the way through the middle. It's about how do you get your team past that opening set of doors on your side.
Yeah.
How do you get through one of those upper bar areas, or how do you get around the edge? Maybe go through the sewers on that right-hand side if you're coming from the one end that I'm talking about. Right-hand side can come from either way. But, there is that sewer side that you can go through, and you really have to be careful on this map because there's somebody watching you from every angle.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is the little rooftop map, so if you don't know, you're going to figure out pretty quick. People like to hang out on the rooftops. They like to get that little high ground advantage and, take you out when you're not ready for it. So definitely got to keep your head on a swivel and clear up those vertical angles on this map.
Excited to see it and excited to get into it as we are on to map number 2 here in this third place matchup between St. Louis Park and Blaine. Let's get after it. We already see players on the move. It is Fear itself and the rest of the team heading up through the cafe, wanting to get some high ground on the mid.
When Maniac going to pick up that first blood of the game. Excellent shooting coming out of the man. And, I mean, this is interesting. Such a tough, like you said, I mean, you can see it. Both teams on their own respective rooftops. A little bit of a flank going on, though, early from Maniac. Not going to be able to get behind the enemy lines quite how he liked. But escort that flag already. SLP are making some moves.
They sure are. Spy gets out there and gets it moving at least somewhat, but goes down. Elbows are traded between Wacky Ohio and Fear itself. Where does the flag sit? Do they have the chance to return it? No, they grab it. Maniac has got this thing and is looking for the first point of the map.
Oh, he's got it.
Absolutely insane stuff. He's got the right angle. He's moving and he's got protection. Call it a point for SLP.
Dude, did he grappling hook that flag over to him? Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did then.
If you throw it and somebody grappling hooks it perfectly, that'll take it.
It was a little bit in front of them. They were about to get up to it and return the flag, but Maniac says absolutely not. Yoinks that thing on back, and just like that, SLP with a 1-point lead to kick off game number 2.
Truly, throwing down some pro moves here as we see Abe picking up a commando. Abe and Maniac have been big on that commando throughout this game. Awesome stuff. As they now, look at this, Blaine trying to get in and grab that blue flag.
Abe says,
none of it.
No. I mean, a little elbow, a little bit of commando sprinkle on for good measure, taking care of business. SLP looking sharp right now on CTF Bazaar.
Dang, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Sharp as a chef's knife. That's how they look. Beautiful stuff so far. St. Louis Park. And who is this? Spy with a beautiful grappling hook. Get me up there, guys.
Here he goes. I mean, just trucking down the middle of the map. A couple nades gonna
to the face.
Man, that's gotta hurt. Yeah, he wasn't around for too much longer after that nade, so we'll call it there. So far, though, I mean, Blaine, besides that one little brief moment of holding on to that flag, haven't had much of an offensive look yet. So, I'd like to see him go a little more aggressive earlier than later.
Yeah, certainly, but they got somebody with an overshield. That elbow isn't going to do much when you got that.
Wacky Ohio. Laying down the juice. The Needler's out as well.
Man,
haven't seen that too much today.
No, we've only seen it a little bit. I can say the Needler isn't quite as OP as it was back in the day, but if you got the right trigger finger on you, you can make some things happen with that Needler. So exciting to see it out there.
Yeah, not my Needler is what we say about that. Yeah, bring back the old school.
Yeah,
make it OP again,
please. It's all good though. We're having a good time. Maniac here got a Bulldog. That is a fun one, definitely in this game of Halo Infinite. Who is this? Abe. Great long shots out of Abe, and Wacky Ohio has been fantastic across the map as well.
Yeah, I mean, some excellent sharpshooting coming out from this SLP squad right now, doing what they can. Blaine still no further looks for that flag, so they got to start to pick up an offensive mindset for themselves. 8:30 to play on the time, so time not an issue yet, but I mean, how long can you go in a game of capture the flag without really touching the flag and feel like confident that you're going to come out on top?
Exactly. So then it does become that. It's not just a matter of how many points you do or don't have. It's about that mentality of can we even get points?
Yeah.
If we don't have anything left, if we don't have anything on the board, how are we going to get it there, right? So as that clock, you mentioned it, as that clock ticks down, those are the things that creep up into the back of your head,
Oh, yeah.
especially if you are Blaine right now. A 1-point lead is almost nothing. But on Bazaar, it's huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough map to get that flag all the way across. I mean, the open areas where anybody, any attacker could be waiting at all times. It's just too much to carry and to worry about. Both flags being taken right now at the same time, so this is where things get interesting. We didn't see much of this. You got to kill the opposing team's flag carrier, return your flag before you can make a successful capture.
Most certainly, but they're on to do it right here. Oh my! Wacky Ohio goes down. That is so brutal. Wacky throwing himself underneath into that sewer section, had the overshield, but gets took. And that is that. Will they get their first point?
Trying to return that flag, trying to intercept here, running up the middle of the map, but Abe's going to get taken out.
Yeah, hard decision you got to make there. Do you turn around on somebody who's firing at you, peppering you, or do you just keep going? Goes down there. Tough luck for Abe. And now, this flag, both flags out at opponent's bases. Wacky Ohio.
Yeah. Yeah, this is as interesting as it gets, right? I mean, neither team able to score right now because both teams have possession of each other's flag. So it's like that gentleman agreement, all right? You know what? You're going to take our flag? We're going to take your flag while you're not home. How about that?
Truly.
Then nobody gets to score.
Yeah, nobody's having fun. Except
finally.
Now, there you go. A beautiful return from Maniac, who goes deep into enemy territory, gets that flag home, and it's 2-zip.
And now this is where you start to hit that panic button. I mean, that was your best offensive look yet for the side of Blaine, but you didn't have that cross-map pressure. You didn't have anybody putting it on them, and SLP walk away with their second cap of the game, moving it up to 2-0 now.
Huge for St. Louis Park as they look to take themselves home the third place medals here in the MNVL Halo State Finals.
Yeah, man, what a start, though. In this VO5, nice pickup there. Maniac putting in some work right now, up to double digits on the elims, but it's Fear itself leading the pack at 16, putting in work.
Yeah, playing like an absolute freak out there. Good stuff. But it is not enough to carry the flag, right? He may be carrying the team as far as eliminations, but it's not enough to get that flag home right now. 2-zip still the score line as we are under 6 minutes left to play.
Yeah. And here we go. Flag taken again, and it's SLP making that run. Maniac leading the charge, and SLP just brutalizing the competition on their way back with that flag. I mean, nothing looks good about that if you're the Blaine team. Players getting punched, elbowed, and beaten into submission.
Just getting slapped around here by this St. Louis Park team. They have found a way. Boom. Call it 3-zip. After an incredibly close Slayer is capture the flag. It's not close right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few key moments where this game could have been completely different. 6 shooting coming out of Fear itself. I mean, an absolute laser on that crosshair.
Yeah. I mean, this player, Fear itself, has been going absolutely crazy. B, now finding some extra participation as well, but they have got to do it as a team. Got to do it as a squad and go get that blue flag.
Yeah.
Everybody's down except Nyack.
Yeah, I mean, how many group pushes have we seen from Blaine for the opposing team's flag this game? Not nearly enough, Thunder.
No, certainly not, and they have the skill to do it. That's the tough thing. Wacky Ohio with a nasty melee on the way to the flag.
And now Ohio creeping into these backlines. I mean, how is it so open, right? Like, the defense hasn't been there. It's starting to get a little bit looser and looser as this game has progressed. So SLP, I mean, they're sitting easy and breezy. It's on Blaine right now to turn this one around.
No.
Maniac.
What a headshot from Maniac. It's the nastiness, absolute brutality. And he plays on the keys and mouse.
I know, man.
Wild stuff.
Great
out
minds.
of MNVL's own. Hitting that W key and clickety, clickety, clackety. Good stuff, Maniac.
Here we go now. I mean, with time hitting this 350 mark, this is where it is full on. If we are not sending 3 attackers for this flag, we are not coming back into this game.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter if they get their hands on your flag, because your goal right now is to be eliminating as much in quickly as possible and putting points on the board. Otherwise, SLP advanced to a 2-0 match point in this third place series.
Truly. Yeah, if you're the side of Blaine right now, you got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to just really haul. You got to go full YOLO out there if you think you are going to take this map. A beautiful shot from Drew Ryan.
Yeah, and another flag taken, and it's SLP again. I mean, the floodgates have opened.
Yep.
We see it. SLP making these runs through the middle of the map like nobody's business. It's Blaine trying to get back. A nice shot for DJ Jurassic now trying to return this flag.
I am not going to lie. TF2 Spy has been on the lower end of just the sheer number of kills for this SLP squad, but there is nobody on that team that can carry a flag like Spy. Look at him hucking that thing across the map. It's beautiful.
Yeah, now he's trying to hunt down the opposing team flag carrier, and he does!
Blasted.
I mean, Spy, that's a huge pickup, and that almost puts the nail in the coffin, right? That was a point, perhaps, if they get past this last little extent and get back into their territory. It doesn't happen. TF2 Spy puts an end to it, and now that Spanker is back out for Maniac.
Yep, it sure is, and he gets
There it
one
is.
with it. He knew they were coming. Gonna try to get another blast over here.
And he did.
Yeah, sure does.
Up
That's
to 20.
Spanker. Woo, nasty, nasty piece of machinery right there. And here you go again. Spy just throwing that flag down the mid. 3-zip with 2 minutes left to go, folks.
And a few defenders home here at the middle map part, so should be quite difficult to get it through this middle portion. Shots ringing out from both sides, though. And it seems as though SLP making their way for the big pearly gates.
Sure
And
enough.
on their way to a 4-0 lead. Flag will drop at the spawn. Trying to finish the
that's it.
job.
Wacky Ohio at Ohio. Ohio on
Ohio.
the capture.
Yeah, with 1:30 on the clock, this one is quite done here. It's going to be recalibrate and reapproach when you get into whatever is next for these teams. I mean, we might be looking at strongholds again, though. You know?
We could be. Yeah, we certainly could be strong. I mean, whatever map mode we go to, whatever map we are on, I am just at a point where I have so much faith in this SLP team, right? They come off a really, really hard loss in the semifinals, and they come out and perform this well.
Yeah.
They got good heads on their shoulders for this game right here in Blaine. They are going to need some sort of, as you said, mental reset after map number 2.
Yeah. You know, you're going down, you're going to be facing off against match point. Third place is on the line. It's either do or die. There's no more time to get things right. There's no more time to figure out what's wrong. It's perform or go home.
Yep. Yep, you got two options here at this juncture. Maniac now, the flag carrier, going to cruise up this left-hand side on the way back. Now, both flags are out. Teams playing it off, and boom! Oh, Maniac will get taken down with that assault rifle, actually, as opposed to the BR. The AR is a beautiful gun in this game.
Going to be able to return that flag finally, and trying to make this run here. Fear itself again, trying to get across, tossing the flag forward, but gets picked off at that same spot as he did last time. Maniac taking him out this time as 10 seconds hit the marker, and it's going to be an SLP flawless victory in game 2. 4-0.
Wow.
I mean, that's clean, Thunder.
Yeah, extremely clean. Mr. Clean, clean. Bounty clean. Hand sanitizer clean. So clean out of St. Louis Park, and now here we are at 2-zip on this series. In this best of 5, I really think SLP, they have taken control, and I don't think they want to give it back, Skeptor.
Absolutely not. I mean, who would, right? You know, they experienced a starching from that Rogers team. They definitely got the better of them, and they're like, all right, guys, let's get back to playing the Halo we play, and just like that, I mean, they're showing what we saw at the start of the day. This SLP team is a dangerous team for any team on the server, and that's why they're up 2-0. Match point on the cards, so we'll see if they can close out. But on the side of Blaine, at this point, coaches are saying, boys, have fun. Season's coming to an end, right? One way or another. We either make that reverse sweep right now, we come home with hardware, or we just lost to the better team on the day.
Yep. Exactly, and I think that point that you make right there, Skeptor, is so perfect. If I'm one of those coaches, I'm with you on that. Look at the players and say, hey, you're down. Backs are against the wall. Go out there and have a good time. Get on the map and play your Halo, play your game, and enjoy it. right? That's the only way that Blaine's going to get back into this thing is if they start really performing, they start smiling. When you get into playing Halo and that BR starts really, really, really making damage on the maps, how excited do you get, Skeptor?
Dude, come on now. Any kind of crispy headshot's going to get a team going, right? So, Fear itself was putting up numbers. I mean,
Sick numbers.
top fragger of the entire server. So if one more player on this Blaine team could get activated, we could get pushed into 4, maybe 5 games, right? There's that possibility still. It is not over, right? Just because you're down 2-0, that means you have 3 excuses to bring it back.
Yep.
Next 3 maps, baby.
Exactly. 3 opportunities. That's the way you've got to look at it. 3 opportunities to take this thing back and take home those bronze medals. SLP up 2-0 on Blaine, and it is now match point. We want to once again thank Torrent for their continued sponsorship and their support of us here at MNVL. Every single Halo player gets to play for free because of these folks right here. We thank them for their continued support of us here at Minnesota Varsity League. What a day it's been so far, and we're not even halfway done, Skeptor.
Not even halfway done. That is right. We got to finish out this 3rd place series, and then after that, we will come to an end with our Halo tournament. We got the grand finals that we will be showing live on stream. That will be a best of 5 as well. And then after that, got a few surprises coming. Little trophy ceremony, little Q&A stuff with none other than the legend, the GOAT, Doa. And if you don't know him, you better look him up, right?
Yeah, exactly. One of the best casters on the planet. Probably the guy who taught me more than anyone else in this industry, certainly. He will be doing a Q&A. That's going to be awesome. And then after that, Skep, you and I get to cast our favorite game.
It's Valorant time.
It's our
It
favorite
is Valorant
game.
time, baby.
Yep.
Let's just talk about it since we're here on the subject.
Sure.
I'm not even the one that realized this. I'm apparently dressed up like my man Chamber today.
You are.
The Frenchman.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
and
pretty
we
cute.
talked about it. You're ready to TP out of here just like
I'm
like
a Chamber main too, though, so
Yep.
it makes sense,
I'd love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, I couldn't dress like my main, Sky or Neon. Kind of hard to do that.
I think some
for,
extensions could have done you.
I know, right?
Could have done you right.
A little hard to make that cosplay happen for this particular.
We got
finals.
Jet here too.
We do downstairs. That Jet is looking awesome downstairs. If you didn't see her on the way in, a really, really awesome Jet rendition. So love to see it.
Oh yeah.
Love to see it. As we approach map number 3 here between St. Louis Park and Blaine. St. Louis Park, a beautiful and amazing comeback win on map number 1.
Yeah, man.
An absolute stomping on map number 2, and now we're headed to map number 3. I mean, that truck is moving.
Yeah.
St. Louis Park is an 18-wheeler stocked up, and it's flying 90 miles an hour down the highway right now, man.
Dude,
Don't stop that thing.
I'll tell you, Thunder, we talked about that first win for a second there. Wins like that change a series. They change a series, right? Like, say Blaine could come out and win a close game in this next series, or this next game that we're going to, game 3. It is a completely different series. It completely can just erode at the mental and break a team in half.
Yeah.
They had so many opportunities to close out in that first Slayer. It doesn't happen, and now they're facing down match point. You can't make it up. They were 1 to 2 elims away. And it's a different story.
Yep.
That's the joy about this, right?
Exactly. And on the other side of the matchup, how invincible do you think St. Louis Park
SLP.
feels
Oh, yeah.
right now? Right?
Oh, yeah.
How invincible, how absolutely on it do you think that they feel after Capture the Flag, which is arguably the hardest game mode, maybe aside from Oddball, in Halo?
Yeah, man. I mean, just over the moon. We're heading to Strongholds on Streets up next, folks.
Yes.
Strongholds has been, SLP didn't have the best Stronghold, right? They got worked by Rogers. There's no two ways about it. Rogers was on it with the rotations. They were on it with the eliminations. And overall, we're the better Stronghold team. So let's see how Blaine can kind of enter that mix, right? What kind of level of play are they bringing to Strongholds? Are they familiar? Is it one of their better game modes? Because if I had to pick a weak link for SLP, it'd have to be just the Strongholds because it's the least we've seen of them.
Yep, I completely agree. I think that this is the time for Blaine to really take it to St. Louis Park and prove that they can go home with the hardware that's available in this game, right? I do think that Blaine has got to come out and really control everything on this map, and they need to do it well. Let's go. Live fire. Ooh, gonna not pick up that Mangler. Says I don't want it. Maniac got the sniper, though, going for a no-scope. Not quite.
Yeah, love to see that sniper out. That's the only thing we haven't gotten enough of today from Halo would be the sniper portion,
Yep.
but we are going to see plenty of that in the next game. So
Yes,
I
we
won't
are.
complain too much right now.
Certainly. And it's interesting as we compare this game to older Halo games. That sniper rifle is an interesting one because it's a little harder to work with than it was in the old games. So interesting pickup for these squads. Who do we have here? Over on the green building.
A little bit of Steam profile going on here. Nothing to see. Nothing to see.
We got a bit of a crash happen. So, as with some of the other technical difficulties we've had through the day, you know what we do? We just breathe and relax and smile through it because guess what? We're here for esports. We're here to have a good time. And as soon as we get back to the maps, that's where we're going to be.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Quite indeed. Yeah, no, I mean, I'll tell you guys for a second. We got some downtime. I once went to a tournament, didn't play a game for 7 hours because of technical difficulties. So whatever we've experienced today, minute. It's pennies to the dollar.
Nothing.
I mean, like imagine going to a tournament, you sit there 7 hours.
And just wait.
Nothing.
And just wait. And
Nothing.
just wait. Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. We are still, I mean, even with the minor issues we've had today and a couple of the little delays in that, we are still feeling very, very, very fortunate not only just to be here, but to also have the esports action that we have had today. It's been very exciting and very fun.
For sure. No, it's been a blast of a day so far, and we're not even into the grand finals yet,
I
right?
know.
Like, we haven't even witnessed St. Thomas Academy play a game today, which is just nuts, right? Normally we have a little bit more mixing around in the bracket. Couldn't get it done today, but, we're going to see I mean, this is the team that's supposed to come out with the dub at this point, right? If you're picking a favorite, it's got to be STA. 7-0, perfect record coming into this. Some of their biggest competition, IG, not here. So it's like, they kind of left the door open.
Yeah,
and
right.
STA is looking to take that title.
Certainly. Yeah, and I think they are poised to do it, but we'll see. The finals are the finals, and anything can happen. We are trying our best to get back into game, and when we have that opportunity, that's where we're going to go to. Everyone, thank you again for your patience and for sticking with us here on State Finals Weekend. Today, Halo, Chess, Valorant. Tomorrow, Minecraft, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Rocket League. What? We got it all. We got anything you want. So come on down. Make sure you're checking us out on Twitch. If you don't already follow us on all social media, look up MNVL, okay?
Yeah, check out MNVL if you're here. I mean, the merchandise downstairs, the side store, I mean, all kinds of it. You name it. Torrent, Wisdom, MNVL. It's a triple threat, and all three are bangers, folks. So
absolutely,
get down there and check it out. Hey, me and Thunder got some pretty baller Sharpies on us too. So if you want some MNVL merch with the John Hancock on it, we got you.
We
got you.
Yeah, we'll sign it for you, no problem. No issue with that. 53-35 right now, and there's 3 minutes left in this map number 3. So the game, we are having trouble getting it back on stream, but it is still going on. So we will be giving you the play-by-play as we get it in our ears from our beautiful production staff who do such an amazing job.
If we were like hearing game audio, we would hear, SOP or Cobra team has captured flight. We're not getting the game audio right now. So unfortunately, we can't kind of make up the play-by-play.
It's true.
We can just sit here, look
We'll
good.
wait. Yep.
Do our thing.
Indeed. That bow tie just snaps on you there, Skeptor.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Gotta say.
Couldn't have done it without you, literally. So.
Well, that's true, but I had to figure it out myself. So watching YouTube and figuring out how to tie it together was a good adventure for us, certainly.
That little flap just won't stay hidden, that little guy.
It's all
But
good.
No, it still looks pretty. We're looking great up here, man.
Looking fantastic, yes.
It's been a fun day.
Yeah, it's been amazing.
So happy and thankful for everybody for coming out, and this is only the beginning. This is our first tournament of the day. Chess is still working through it, working through the rounds, trying to get up into those quarterfinal/semis.
Yep.
And then we're over here, concluding and running down our Halo stream. So.
Yeah, certainly. And I don't want to jinx us or anything, but of all the games that we have featured this weekend, Halo is probably the one that's least agreeable with OBS.
Yeah.
Right? So hopefully the technical things kind of smooth out as we move through the night and then into tomorrow. For the rest of the action, we thank everyone again for being here, no matter how you are watching, whether you are here in person or you are watching online. We want to thank you for being here. We thank you for your support. And we cannot wait to bring you as much esports action as possible for the rest of this weekend.
Oh,
Gonna
yeah.
be great.
Oh, yeah. long day and night ahead of us going into tonight and tomorrow. You know, we're kicking off main broadcast with Minecraft. That will be Aries, one of our interns, getting onto the mainstream, so that will be cool with my main man Thunder running that one.
Very excited.
I won't show my face till about midway through the day tomorrow. I mean, I'll be here. I just won't be on the camera.
Sure.
So I'll be making the rounds, talking to the people, doing my thing. So that'll be a good time to talk to some people. If you want to talk to me, I'll be around tomorrow. So
absolutely,
hit me up then, folks.
Yeah, Skep and I are both super approachable people. So if you're here, drop on by, say hello whenever. Maybe not while we're live, probably.
Yeah, please not while we're
but,
live.
You know, some other time, of course. I love it. We're having a great time here, everyone. Waiting to see exactly what is going down with our third place matchup. And we will have that news for you shortly. After that, it's the finals. It's the finals, and St. Thomas Academy, they're not looking for their first loss of the season.
Absolutely not.
No. But I'll tell you another team out there. They're called Rogers, and they are looking to lay down that first loss for STA as we get into the finals. So we'll see how that works out for both teams.
Yeah, man, both those teams have looked really solid on the day. I know we haven't seen STA, but we saw them through the regular season. We know who Paprika is. We know what those players bring. Every time they step on the server, STA has always been a competitive school, competitive team. So we know they're bringing that championship level gameplay. They went 7-0 for a reason. So, from what we've seen from Rogers, I'm expecting it to be a great grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see it. We are just waiting on some news about St. Louis Park versus Blaine. So when we know, we will let you know, and we will get moving from there. Once again, we want to thank Torrent, obviously, for their sponsorship and for their support of us here at MNVL. We couldn't do it without you. So thank you to Torrent and the rest of the Wisdom crew and gang. They love us, and we love them. So awesome to be here. I'm super excited. It was a smooth flight to get in here, and now that I'm here with you, man, it's we talked about it earlier. 2 years we've been doing this together almost.
Yeah.
And now finally to be in person together means a lot. It's super special, and to be able to do this with the players, I mean, come on.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't get better than
Dream come true, right? I mean, this was
100%.
the whole goal. This was the main plan at the start of MNVL, right? Come through. State finals would be in person. All the teams would show up, show out, bring their best. And that's what we're looking for today. And so far, it's delivered.
Right.
We've had some nail-biter games. We've had some blowouts, but that's just the way it goes at the end of the day, right? It's about showing up on the day. It's about who is bringing that A game start to finish and no burnout, right? Burnout's a troublesome, right, at LAN. I mean, it happens.
It's real. It's very real because, again, you are live. You are here in person. You don't just have your bed right behind you. You don't just have your snacks in the kitchen, right? This is a completely different mindset that you have to have coming into the competition. So where does the fatigue factor in, right?
Yeah.
And we have an update here. There it is. SLP wins 3-0, and they are your third-place winners here at MNVL State. Congratulations and GG's.
That big win, you know, I was going to say we're talking about being here, right, versus being at home. I mean, your mom's not making you a grilled cheese for a snack. You're going to have to be a big boy. You're going to have to go figure out what you're doing after the match. So, but, I mean, good on SLP. Good on SLP. We saw him get the first 2 wins. We didn't get a chance to finish out the strongholds. But based on the play and what we've seen throughout the day, no surprise that SLP cleans Blaine up in 3. You know, that game 1 was the story of this series. That game 1 goes a different way. It could have been a Blaine 3-0. I mean, that's how different 1 to 2 elims can be in a series play out like this, and we saw it play out, and it's, you know, that's one that we talk about. We say it on the broadcast all the time. A 3-0 that doesn't tell the full story, and this is just one of them, folks.
Oh, couldn't have said it better myself. Absolutely amazing stuff. GG's and congratulations to both of these teams. But it is St. Louis Park. It is our SLP coming out with that third-place win here in Halo. We will be back after this brief break getting into our finals between Rogers and St. Thomas Academy. We'll see you soon, folks.
so sorry. I had to.
Drop me. Knocked one. Flash. Killed another. One. Killed them all. All dead.
Track up. Flash on you.
Is this thing called jazz?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It is the moment all of our Halo fans have been waiting for. It is the grand finals here at Minnesota Varsity League Halo State Finals. Can't wait to get into it. My name, as always, hasn't changed. It's Thunder McFadden, and I am joined by the best in the biz. His name is Skeptor. Skep, how excited are you for STA v Rogers right now?
Dude, this is going to be an absolutely banger of a match. The fact that we haven't seen St. Thomas Academy leaves that silent, unknown effect to it. I mean, it's going to be a hell of a match.
It is. And indeed, we are going to Slayer on Streets to start this off. We mentioned it in the third place matchup. Slayer on Streets. A perfect way to get out and see which one of these teams is ready to duke it out harder than the other one, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a boots-on-ground map. Nothing too vertical, nothing too challenging in terms of map play. It's a raw team deathmatch, start to finish. Who's got the better trigger?
Yep.
Right?
Yep, that's it. At the end of the day, it's about organization, but it is about that crosshair placement and making sure that you are firing as perfectly as you can. What better way to start off these grand finals? St. Thomas Academy taking on Rogers for all the marbles, for the top piece of hardware. That is gold medals and a giant trophy for your school. Which one of these teams will take home the first ever state championship in Halo here at MNVL?
Dude,
I can't wait.
We are getting ready to find out. I mean, these trophies are monstrous too. Like, let's be honest, it's like about this tall. Like
they're for
big
real.
suckers. These guys are going to be hoisting them up. Team, we got a little trophy ceremony planned as well, so be able to show it off.
Yeah.
We're hearing word that we're going live to gameplay. Grand final time in just 20 seconds, so get the hype going. Get it going now. We got Slayer. We just heard it. The little announcer just told us in our ear. So
let's go. Let's
it's
go, everybody.
game
Let's
time.
make some noise for grand finals. Can I hear you, everybody in the Wisdom Studios? Give it up right now. Let's go. Grand finals, baby. St. Thomas Academy and Rogers. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it indeed. And STA has been the team that everybody's been chasing this entire Halo season. Undefeated record coming into this grand finals. Let's see if they can hold up to it, Thunder.
That's it. Getting after it now. Sirius over here on this bar side. Looking for frags. No kills yet on the board in this Slayer. Who's coming out with that first blood?
We got Rogers in the red and STA in their natural blue. So, look at that. It's Rogers finding the first elim of this one.
Sure is. B-Fit's going to answer 1-1, but you said it. It is Eggs with a nasty headshot to take that first elimination. Barney, by the way, going to go ahead and take a heady there as well.
Nice little melee coming out from Krilp, too, up close. We'll take cover, let that charge, let that shield reset. Nothing wrong with that. Nice frags coming out from this STA squad, and those BRs are just singing.
Yeah, and your point right there, Skeptor, the mark of a good Halo player, not just your crosshair placement, not just where you're hucking your nades, but how you take care of your shields, just like you said, right? Just wait in the corner for a sec. Let that thing recharge before you get nasty.
Oh, yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Pretty tight scoreline so far. It's STA a little bit behind, just one now. 4-5 so far, and a little bit of a slower paced intro. But, we've seen that time and time again in Slayer. It's a little bit of feeling out, a little bit of seeing where these rotations are, seeing where they like to peek from, and then as soon as you have that read, teams start to jump on it.
Exactly, and you'll see, too, that the better teams out there, they're not just running into it forehead first, you know what I mean? They're taking their time to figure out exactly where
Paprika!
Ow! Love to see it. Paprika, an absolute freaka, as they say on the maps. I'm telling you, we have seen a lot of impressive stuff out of Paprika.
Yeah, I mean, Paprika for sure as a standout player to be watching on the STA side. We've said it all day long, but a player that I'm looking at right now is Sloan. This has been a player leading the charge for Rogers so far at that donut march. So how long does it take Sloan to get going in this grand final? That could be a detriment to this Rogers squad.
Most certainly, yeah. If you get Sloan going on this map, it could be lights out. It could absolutely turn the tables on this thing. Now, a 5-frag lead for this STA squad, undefeated on the season. B-Fits gonna get taken out, but not before taking one.
There you go, Sloan on the board. That's what Rogers needed. Now everybody getting a little bit of a feel for it, starting to get into these grand finals. They know they're against the top dogs. STA has been waiting for this moment all season long. Can Rogers rise to the occasion and match them?
Yep. Yep, that is what it's all about right here. Krilp getting himself a commando on the backside, wanting a little more range and a little more firepower. But it's an unruly weapon. Can he make something happen with it? Falling around with Sirius right now. Cruising back through Old Town, nothing doing. 13-9 right now.
Yeah. And I mean, as far as Slayer pacing goes, this has got to be one of the slower starts to a Slayer we've seen throughout the day. Both teams really not wanting to give down that stranglehold of a lead that, STA has gathered so far. I mean, it is smart engagements, and they are picking when to fight.
Totally. Smart engagements is the name of the game right now, and it's a perfect point that you make, because that is the reason that this game is going slower than we would expect, right? 14-11, 8.5 minutes left. A lot of the other games, when you get to that 5-6 minute mark, you're really looking at like 30 kills on one side of the board.
Yeah.
These two teams slowly figuring each other out. They don't want to give too much in an effort to take too much, right?
Right. As you can see, I mean, that lead slowly fading away. Only down 3 now is this Rogers squad, and a DC coming out.
Yes.
That is just not what you want, man.
No, they're going to try to get that player back in as quickly as they possibly can. 16-12, it's still a very tight scoreline as Barney BT Dubs gonna go in and grab that spanker and will blast and get blasted in the self-same corner.
Yeah, man, takes himself out. Along with that, another one picked up by Paprika now. A little 4 elim lead, still waiting on the 4th man to get back in it from Rogers. If it was a different game mode, I would think that the DC's, more impactful with the objectives. But if it is Slayer, at the end of the day, it's not the worst if you're missing a player. There's just one less guy to shoot at for the other team.
Exactly. It's one less opportunity for your opponent to get a kill on the board, certainly. So,
for sure.
14-19 now as we await that player for Rogers trying to get back in.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful stuff so far, though, from STA.
We are getting them back momentarily, folks. Just dealing with those pesky little internet issues, whatever it may be. We're getting it figured out, though.
Yep.
Player will be back momentarily. Rogers down a few more elims now, though.
Yeah,
8 now.
Absolutely. 8, the deficit that you see for Rogers. Player getting back in, it looks like soon, hopefully. That Cloud9 BR, I got one of those at home.
That's pretty.
Yeah, sure is.
Love me some C9.
Why not?
Nothing wrong with that.
There we go. We're back to full strength on the side of Rogers. Krilp back in the mix. Finally. Now, Krilp and the rest of this squad, they have got to start really, really cracking away at STA.
Yeah, agreed. They have to get activated and get going right now. They are down a few too many elims to be feeling okay and comfortable where they're at, especially against a team like STA. So getting that ball rolling, picking up a few more elims here, and trying to cut that lead down to half, right? It's at 8. Let's try to get it around 4. It makes it a much more winnable game.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're the side of STA, you have got to keep the offense rolling. You got to keep the kills coming in.
Yeah.
Right? So at this juncture, we're looking at 18-26, right? If we see Rogers rack up probably 4 more kills, all of a sudden this is a different game.
Right. No, truly. That's why you got to keep the pressure on if you're St. Thomas Academy. You can't give them time to reset, and you can't let them get comfortable. You got to keep the pressure on, make sure they're rotating and not playing the game they want to play.
Certainly. As we follow along with Eggs, now over to Sirius, who's got a Bulldog up on the high side here in the subway.
And now only down 9, so the lead's still kind of been around that same mark all game here, Thunder. They got to find a way to switch it up and break through. Rogers needs a couple big plays right now.
Yep, they really do.
There's a couple.
Uh-huh.
There's a couple. Add to it. Only down 6 now, right? It's moments like that. It's winning something, falling back, regathering before you overexert yourself.
Precisely, and the point you make right there, it reminds me of the way they were playing at the beginning of the game, right? And if we see Rogers right now kind of just take a little bit of a breath and go back to that initial success they had on the map, I guarantee they'll tie this thing. But they have to calm themselves and steel themselves right now.
Yeah, man. I also want to see Rogers staying grouped. You know, a lot of these STA standouts are marksmen, right? They're good with the rifles. They're good in their one-on-one duels. Rogers is having the advantages when they're playing grouped.
Yep.
So they got to continue to play grouped. They got to continue to work as a team if they want to get back. Only down 5 now. So they continue to edge closer and closer here, and they're making it a game.
Yep, and now you see that scoreline go up to 31-32, but that's the first 2 kills that STA has had in a matter of probably 60 to 90 seconds. That's an eternity in a game of Halo.
Yeah, finding some success now, switching over to the shotties up close. I mean, given different looks, nothing wrong. But now STA kind of getting a little bit of read on the gameplay, right? You can only switch up the tempo for so long. You got to hit them with some heat, too. You can't go all slow because they got time to set up plays like that, and that is not something that Rogers can afford to have happen. STA approaching the 40 elim mark.
Yes, they are 40. It will be shortly. 27 eliminations for Rogers. They did have that unfortunate DC, but still, at the end of the day, this has just been a tough map for them.
B-Fitz has that spanker out, and that's going to do a number on this Rogers team, 42-30. It is St. Thomas Academy pursuing map number 1 in this grand final.
Cirrus with a nasty headshot there as well, doing beautiful work. It really seems like STA is out to take it right now. 43-30 is the score line, and STA has been, look at the feed up there.
Yeah.
Look at their stats. B-Fit's about to hit 10, and then every single player in double digits. There's only 50 eliminations to be had in this game.
I know, and they're running out of lives here. Thunder 3 elims away from taking map number 1 of this grand final. STA are making a statement here to start out these grand finals.
Yes, they certainly are. 48 now to 31. It would take a miracle for Rogers to mount this comeback. 49, call it. And who gets that final kill?
Paprika.
Boom.
Who else?
Who else? Paprika the Freaka, as I like to call him. And you see that B-Fit's almost touching that double digits, but Paprika didn't save him that final kill. So,
no, sir.
But there is that point again. Everybody on the team participating. Everybody on the team making things happen on any corner of the map, right?
Yep. Yeah, threats everywhere you were looking from that side of Rogers, not really getting chances to breathe. They found a little bit of success in the mid-game when they slowed things down, but overall, it was STA in all map number 1.
Yep, yeah, it was really all them all day. And as we have said before, as we will continue to say, Slayer, the ultimate equalizer when it comes to Halo, right? Who has the trigger, who has the crosshair, and who has the wherewithal to get more kills than the other team.
Yeah.
Right? Now is where more of the strategy comes in, okay? You've got STA up by 1. Rogers taking a loss, but it wasn't the toughest loss they could have taken in the world, right? So they have got to not reset, but really, really get the mentals going so that they can go into map number 2 and feel confident, or at least feel ready as a squad.
Yeah, for sure. You said it. Map number 1, Slayer. We talk about what is required to be a dominant team in Slayer, and that is like a definition of what STA offers. Precise marksmanship, good straight shooting. You look at Paprika, you look at some of the names over there, B-Fitz, nothing but aimers. So, STA bound to shine in map number 1. They do so, they claim it. Now they're up 1-0, moving into whatever is up next.
Exactly. Yep, and we will find out shortly what map mode and what map we will be seeing. But it has been, throughout the day, it has been incredibly interesting, but also incredibly challenging Halo that we have seen across the board. Interesting capture the flags, oddball games that have gone just kind of back and forth, right? So in these grand finals, I'm not counting Rogers out, even though STA, very stout, very ready to go, a strong, strong team. I'm not counting Rogers out because I think one of these game modes is really going to play to their favor.
Yeah. No, I agree, Thunder. The team game modes is where Rogers shined earlier. I'm expecting big things if we can get onto a potential oddball, right? I think an oddball could suit him well here.
Yep.
So we'll have to see momentarily when we figure out what mode is up next. But right now, this series isn't quite out of reach just yet.
No.
1-0 leads nothing, especially BO5, right? Definitely some opportunities for Rogers to bounce back and take one on the board.
Yep. Exactly. We shall see which of these teams has what it takes on map number 2. We talked about it there. I think if I'm Rogers, I'm probably hoping for either oddball or maybe a capture the flag. I don't, after a really tough Slayer like that, I don't know that they want to be going to, looking to hold points.
No.
Right? I mean, it just seems like STA is moving faster than them right now.
Yeah, STA is definitely a team that's a momentum-based team, right? They get the ball rolling, they never drop it, they hold on to leads. I mean, they're a closing team. They're 7-0 for a reason.
Yeah.
We've seen it time and time again throughout MNVL. These teams that get those winning mentalities, those winning cultures running, I mean, all they know is winning, right? We've seen it time and time again throughout many different esports.
Yep.
It gets to a point where it's just a rhythm. It's just repetition. It's just showing up to the office and getting it done.
Yep, exactly. And they have been doing it, and I imagine they will continue to do exactly that. So we shall see shortly where these players are headed. But, man, if I'm St. Thomas Academy right now, I would just be hoping for one of those strongholds, right?
Yeah.
Why not find a way to just run around the map and just be shooting?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that is a way to do it and take themselves up 2-zip. But again, with St. Thomas and the way they have been playing throughout the season, the way they've been playing throughout the day, I think they've got a lot of opportunity here no matter where they end up heading.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, we're just going to have to see once we find out from production what mode we will be playing, what map we will be playing, but big implications going into game 2, right? You're looking at
Sounds good. Looks like we are having a bit of a technical issue with one of our computers. We are going to go to a brief break, and when we come back, we'll have map number 2 of these grand finals. See you shortly.
I'm so sorry. I had to.
Drop me! Knocked one! Flash! Killed another! One! Killed them all dead!
Back up. Flash on you, flash on you.
Is this thing called jazz?
god. Oh my god,
I'm
you're
so
gone.
sorry. I had to.
Drop me. Knocked one. Flash. Killed another. One. Killed them all dead.
Back up. Flash on you.
Is this thing called jazz?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for sticking with us as we continue these grand finals here at MNVL. My name is Thunder McFadden, joined as always by my main man, Mr. Skeptor, and we're getting into it. It's map number 2 between St. Thomas Academy and Rogers, and we just found out capture the flag on Aquarius. That's
Yes,
where we're
indeed.
headed, my friend.
That is exactly where we're going. An interesting game mode, right? We were talking about what could be the next game mode. We were talking about a little bit of oddball, talking about a little bit of strongholds, and it ends up being capture the flag. So catching us both by surprise, and this is going to be an interesting one for sure.
It is, and on a map like Aquarius, you have to find the right angle and the right path to not only your opponent's flag, but also back home.
Oh, yeah.
It's not as easy as we saw on Bazaar to just head down the middle lane and just huck that flag repeatedly. It doesn't work that way on Aquarius. So these teams are going to have to get creative. They're going to have to be very focused on when their power items are spawning and just be strategic about what weapons they're choosing and how they're using them. You know what I mean?
For sure. I mean, we saw CTF on Aquarius earlier. I think the first capture the flag we saw on the day, and I believe that was Rogers Roseville. And we saw Rogers go to absolute town on that map. So we
5-0.
We can happen. We know once things get going, they tend not to stop, right? That's kind of how capture the flag has been throughout the day. So we will see if the grand finals have the same kind of result that we've had through the regular play.
Love to see it. Here we go. Let's get into it. Map number 2. Everybody wiggle your fingers in the air to make sure we don't have any more technical issues. Let's do that. Let's all do it as a group.
Let's
do it.
We'll make sure we're safe.
We have no more technical issues here, at least for Halo.
There you go.
Love to see it. Thank you, everyone, for your
What about
participation.
this skin? What about this skin right here? Have we
That
seen
thing is
it?
sick.
That thing is wild.
I love
mean,
it.
quite the different color
Well, the white
schemes.
scope on it is cool. It's a nice little fresh accent. I find it nice. That's a Sentinels BR, isn't it?
Yikes, we're not Sentinels fans over here. I'm pretty sure we're Torrent Halo.
Yes, exactly. Torrent for sure. Yes.
Exclusive.
Yes. Hopefully someday you can get those Torrent weapons in Halo, but we'll work on that
down
the line.
Yep.
Getting into this capture the flag, everyone. 11 minutes left. We are just starting off here. And nobody's seeming to really have a promising lane on their opponent's flag.
No, nothing too crazy off the start. I mean, we talk about it time and time again. It's normally a feeling out process when we get into these games, right? You can see here in the players sliding up top, a nice sneak up, a Paprika gets turned on.
Woo!
How often does that happen?
Not very often at all. Paprika getting snuck up on there and goes down. Still 0-0 is the scoreline. We have the kill feed just lighting up here, but nothing happening as far as progress across the map.
Yeah, lots of back and forth, lots of trying to fight for ground, right? Trying to fight for map control. That's kind of how it is. You get an opportunity, you take out 2 or 3 defenders at the same time, then you see those kind of bursts for the flag. But so far, it's only been one at a time trades, so that really leads you in a stalemate, kind of like we're at right now.
Exactly. You saw Paprika there going ahead, picking up that sidekick. Sidekick actually a lot more powerful than people give it credit for, that little pistol. So trying to make some work happen. And now we follow along with Barney, BT Dubs. By the way, looking to get those power items, not going to happen up on the mid.
Yeah, lots of lockdown, playing for this active camo. I mean, you don't know if it's going to make that big of a difference, and it's going to cost you your life going for it. So we'll see.
Well,
STA in blue, Rogers in red, both teams not really a touch on the enemy flag yet.
Yep. Yeah, really haven't gotten too much done. You saw Cirrus go down there trying to run away with the active camo, and does, right? Gets killed there on the mid, but Cirrus did himself and his team a favor. He went ahead and grabbed that active camo and died with it so that Rogers can't get a hold of it, right?
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, eliminating it from the other team is always a good thing, too, even if it costs your life. So getting that out of the way, no problems there. As you can see, a little bit of a sneak play coming out from Barney, trying to sneak up on these attackers.
Woo!
And they're ready for him. The call-outs are there.
Ouchie. Yeah, he was running into an absolute slaughterhouse. Yowza. And now, still 0-0 as we are passing that 9-minute mark. 8:55 left to go in this map number 2.
I mean, and we could even come down to a one soul capture being the difference maker. Still plenty of game time left, so not going to get too ahead of myself. But, I mean, the fact that we've seen, the closest thing we've seen is something like this. Not even touching the flag is kind of alarming. A nice team push, though, coming out from STA. An opportunity to get their hands on this flag. This is a big frag. Ooh. They traded out. Defended nicely, though.
It was, definitely. Barney and Egg trading out, and now we have Krilp over here. Trying for those long angles and that long protection, but we got somebody on the other side doing the same thing. You know, something you mentioned earlier, Skepta, reminded me. When you see two really skilled teams go toe-to-toe in Capture the Flag in Halo, you're not going to see a lot of 4-5s or 4-3s and things like that. It's going to be a lot of 2-0s, 2-1s, those sort of things, where these teams are really trying and fighting to do what they can to get the flag.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, and that's why we're still at 0-0, right? 7:50 to play. Neither one of these teams finding some success, but finally STA getting their hands on this flag and wasting no time hitting the burners.
Not at all serious with a nasty nade that just trickles off the side of that platform, blasts somebody and they get out and away. But the flag is down now, it seems.
Oh, they're still moving.
Sirius has one flag. Oh boy, can't hang on.
Nice nade, trying to return it. Gonna step in to deny. A nice melee on top of that.
Massive trades happening here. B-Fits now has the flag to run the slide, and boom, one score for St. Thomas Academy. Way to go, Fitzy.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that that one was running into that inevitable score path, right? They tried their best to get the flag returned. It didn't happen. They got denied multiple times, and it's STA coming out with the first point of this second game of our grand finals.
So good. So good. And what a hard-fought flag to capture right there, too, right? It took ages, as you said. Multiple people, multiple trades before they finally get that puppy home and make it happen. I mean, it could be the only score of the game.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, we got through the first half of the game without either one of these teams even successfully touching the opposing team's flag.
Yep.
If that doesn't tell you about good defense, I don't know what will.
Yeah.
Great look, though, coming out of these squads.
For real, though, you said it. The heat wave coming out. Ooh, that's a nasty little number, but not doing enough. Who is this? We're following along with Sloan here. Nice shots, staying alive, but not for too long.
Yeah, Paprika going to take him out, and now back in possession of this Rogers flag, and it's Sirius running it. The left side going to stop for a moment. Thought he heard someone close. Not that close, though.
Oh,
back
no, but
on the
now
move.
has somebody, ooh. Got some serious distance on that flag, though, Skepta. It was insane.
Ooh, nice nade. Good shots coming out. Utilities there as well. This could be trouble.
Barney.
Huge pick up.
Quite. Look at the patience on Barney here.
Rogers is seriously moving this flag. They're making some headway. Trying to get this return in. Does he have time? I think he's got it.
I don't know that anybody's going to run up on him just here. Paprika with a beautiful move returning that flag. Nice defense.
And now, Thunder, we are approaching sub-5-minute territory. It is crunch time here in game number 2. We are coming down to the closing minutes here, and it's still STA with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and this is the point where, you know, I always say it, the clock is picking at you just as much as your opponents, right? Time dwindling away for this Rogers squad to put a point on the board. 1-0 still. A nice elimination there. Man, Paprika playing lights out here. 13 and only 8 deaths.
Yeah, got to lead by example, especially in the grand finals. He's been a player we've highlighted all day long, and it's because of shooting like that. I mean, just foul play coming out of Paprika.
For real, though, and calling it a deuce. It's a double kill, and look at him hawk this flag all the way down the garden side. All those planters that they're growing in there, and he's just throwing that flag down, passes it to a teammate, and now he's just waiting. Oh, beautiful play.
Oh, a last-second flag steal. Rogers trying to pull the heroics, but I think that flag's going right back, and we are looking at our second capture of the game. STA are making it happen.
Look at Paprika and the movement. Jumps out around the planter, back onto the mid.
Ooh.
That is just exceptional game sense out of this young player. Call it 2-0 for St. Thomas Academy.
Man, what a clutch capture for STA to find here when it matters most. Only 3:55 on the clock, folks, and St. Thomas Academy are making the moves to push up to match point.
Yeah, they certainly are. They want to be your first ever champions in Halo here at MNVL. Can they do it? Can they close it out? It's a matter of minutes here, and we will go to a map number 3 in this best of 5. So, right here, this is where STA wants to get the pressure on and make Rogers feel the pain.
Yeah. STA up 2-0 now. 20 to play about. I mean, if you're Rogers, you got to be sending everything in the kitchen sink at this opposing flag. You haven't had any real success moving that thing just yet, so you got to get on the horse now before you run out of time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crunch time, and as I like to say, you got to go full YOLO if you're down by 2 here. You have got to go and just do it up. Send everyone, send them in, and get now.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the more we talk, the more the time just keeps draining like the sand in an hourglass here, Thunder. 250 and counting. I mean, man, you know, I can't even talk. If the momentum and if Rogers doesn't get it going right now, they're just going to run out of time, man. Capture the flag is not a game that I would want the time dwindling on me on. You know, you're like, oh, we got to get all the way across the map. We got to grab the flag. We got to bring it all the way back. And we got to do that twice to even tie. So if they don't get a score in the next 40, I think I'm calling a 2-0 lead for St. Thomas.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly. You said it right there, and I don't disagree with you at all, Senor Skeptor. Here comes a flag. Who's grabbing this bad boy? It is Firegrave on a freakish run.
He's got to bring it home
with this puppy. Look at him go.
Doing his best, slides it over to a teammate, finally going to regain possession. Teammate doesn't cover him up, though, when he drops both players.
But elbows to each other. The flag is being returned. Can a player get on that flag from Rogers? Can they do it?
They got it returned.
They sure did, and now Cirrus out there with the active camo. Oof.
Man, what an attempt for Firegrave. We thought the miracle run was happening. It was looking good, but just not enough coverage from their Rogers teammates. I mean, you're right there. You're right next to him. You got to watch your teammates back. He's taking bullets. He's eating them. And just like that, it's going to cost them. We're looking at sub 130 to play here, Thunder, and it is not looking pretty for this Rogers squad.
Nope, not at all. St. Thomas Academy has made this whole situation extremely difficult for Rogers, and we're seeing it live on stream. They have done everything that they could. They threw players at St. Thomas in different ways even, attacking from different sides and still not able to get the production. It doesn't happen because St. Thomas Academy is there to shut it down.
Yeah, and it's well-played defense coming out of St. Thomas Academy. We are just under a minute of gameplay left, and it seems as though STA have put on the final touches to game number 2 of these grand finals as they look to improve and push it to a match point.
Yeah, they are at...
Paprika's at 27. That's foul play, man. He's almost at 30. We haven't seen 30 today.
No.
We've seen Paprika set, you know, PRs, record elims, 28 and counting. Let's see if he can hit 30.
Yeah, we shall see. I don't doubt it, to
There's
be honest.
29.
Unreal out of Paprika and this St. Thomas Academy squad, making it so hard on Rogers today.
Yeah.
Oof. Gonna just
He's got it.
blast
30.
out of the way and call it a 30 bomb for Paprika the Freaka.
Yeah, 5 seconds and counting, and it's St. Thomas Academy counting up those W's, baby. They are moving on to match point, 1 game away from being crowned our very first Halo champs.
That's right, dubs on dubs as we go to the crowd enjoying this little League of Legends action. And now me and Skeptor. Hey, what's up? Oh man, the camera's just maybe a little confused there, but we're not. We're here, and we are not confused at all about the performance out of St. Thomas Academy.
Man, you know, we've talked about it all season long. We said it from the very first Halo showing ever, back in All-Stars.
Yep.
We saw Paprika come in, absolutely tear apart the competition in that solo FFA, and we knew that day. We asked him, we were like, dude, what kind of teammates, what kind of caliber players do you guys have cooking up at St. Thomas Academy? Because this is a winning recipe, and we are seeing it unfold and deliver right here and now, folks. Thunder and I knew what was coming.
Yep.
We knew it from the very get-go, and right now everybody's getting a chance to witness this St. Thomas Academy run. A flawless season, and they are producing more flawless gameplay here in the grand finals.
Yep, they are. In a word, and Skeptor said it, flawless. That has been the gameplay, the effort, the mindset of this St. Thomas Academy. Not just today, but throughout the entire season.
All season long.
Nobody can step to these players on the Halo maps. Rogers now at elimination point. How do they go ahead onto map number 3, whatever it might be as far as game mode and map? How do they come in and try to get after St. Thomas?
You know, at this point, I think we've talked about, limiting aggression in the past and taking a more, controlled approach. But at this point, all that has to go into the back seat, Thunder. It is kick it into fourth, and you are going directly at your competition. Rogers can waste no more time giving St. Thomas Academy the respect they deserve. You need to come at them. You need to start disrespecting them. You need to start laying down the hammer. You need to get dirty. I need strongholds on streets. That's what we needed. I said we needed to get dirty. You're going to get in the streets. You're going to work those corners. You're going to find some success. This Rogers team has to play together. They need to be watching each other's backs because St. Thomas Academy is doing that. And that was the difference in that second game.
Yes, absolutely. As we get into it now, map number 3 of your grand finals here at Minnesota Varsity League State, baby. Oh, can't wait to get into it. And Skeptor, we said it, streets and strongholds go hand in hand, and if either of these teams, doesn't matter which one, if either of these teams can get a solid hold on 2 points or get that steamroll rotation going, right? If you as a squad can take 2 and then be capping 3 before your opponent gets to one of your other 2,
you run the show.
Run it. So that's what I'm looking to see here on streets as we get into map number 3. It is series point St. Thomas Academy with the chance to claim their state championship in Halo right here.
Man, let me tell you, those players got to be feeling it. The Knucks are going on the sidelines. They're like, all right, everybody, let's get it going. Little fan cam. Never heard anybody. How's it going? Say hi, everybody.
What's happening, guys? Everybody here to watch some esports. We love it. Yes, indeed. Great stuff as we wait for players to get organized and get into the maps. It looks like it's happening literally as I speak. Bam, let's ride.
Here we have it, folks. Potentially the very final match of our Halo season could happen right now. It is all in the hands of this St. Thomas Academy team.
Most certainly is. Let's get after it. It's streets, everybody. Where are the points at? 1 and 2, and it looks like a bit of a freeze. No, we are good. Now we have STA taken B, A and C control each for each team. So now 2 points for STA, and they're counting the ticker.
They are counting indeed, and let's see how long it takes Rogers to respond, right? We saw earlier, right, to give an example, SLP Rogers, SLP didn't get a chance on that stronghold for ages. I think it was 71-1 at one point, and now we're seeing it's not that, not that bad yet, but an early start for this side of St. Thomas Academy, and this is a team that doesn't let up.
No.
Right?
No. No, and that's the issue playing against them, right, is when they put the hammer down, how do you stop them? You just don't. You just can't. It is all to do right now for Rogers as they try to cap B and cannot get it.
Yeah. And that's been STA's gameplay the entire day, is deny. Not letting the other team play the way they want to play. This team has their ducks in a row, and they are looking, primed up and ready to go here, Thunder.
They sure do. They sure do. B and C now owned by STA. They're going to forget about that A site for at least a little bit and just kind of protect here. I like Paprika on this B site, holding down, hanging tight.
Yeah. God, Paprika. We see it time and time again. Nobody is ripping headshots like Paprika here is on Halo.
No, and it's been a season of that, man. It really has been. Paprika just going out there to do damage constantly. Gets taken out by
360 Spanker!
Oh!
No way.
A nasty one, too. Goes down to it, but boy, that was sweet.
Yeah, man. 360 no-scope rocket launcher. What's up? Try that one on for size.
Blasting away. Now, it doesn't take quite the precision of, say, a 360 BR or a 360 sniper rifle, but still impressive nonetheless.
Yeah. And here we have it. Finally, Rogers going to get onto this board, folks. They need to hold on to 2 flags for as long as they can because they give STA any more leeway. And I'm scared that they're going to run away with it, Thunder.
Yep, I do. Yep. I mean, now here you go. Rogers with 2 points and holding okay still, but this St. Thomas squad, they have shown that they can attack from any part of any map. And now there you go. C, taken, turn it back for STA.
Yeah. Well played coming out from the Cadets. They are making it happen here, folks. Pushing for a grand final, and I mean a perfect one at that.
Yeah.
Looking for a 3-0 here tonight. So
they'd love to 3-0 and just call it a day, be the first ever champions in Halo at MNVL. It really would be something. But you know what? It doesn't just come down to today. They have been working for this all season. They've been proving it all season on every single map they've been on. And now out here just whooping again. 80-35 is the scoreline.
yeah. And that scoreboard continues to rack up, approaching that triple-digit range. St. Thomas Academy putting it together. I mean, and we knew they were going to be one of the top dogs.
Yep.
And they are showing it.
Putting it together and putting it together beautifully, Mr. Skeptor. That's what they're doing out here on the maps today. Been doing it all day, and they want that championship. They want the hardware. They want it all, and they will not stop until they get it. $110. That is the number of ticks we have for St. Thomas Academy, and still sitting there at 35. Rogers, really hard to break these points.
A double with the spanker coming out for Paprika, and a third added to it. I mean, St. Thomas Academy is in full swing right now.
Barney jumping off and saying, by the way, I got the spanker too. Taking one, and there's a nasty elbow. Barney for a 2-piece.
Yeah, good work coming out of this squad here. Pushing forward in almost an 100-point lead now, and we're looking at a potential triple cap. C being taken. Rogers cannot afford a trip cap at this rate. It will just be game, set, and match.
Yeah. Even for 5 or 10 seconds on a triple cap, it would be no good for the side of Rogers. I mean, they're already far enough behind that they have got. I mean, their backs are against the wall now. It is do or die, and this is truly it. But on the other side of the board, on the other side of the map, you've got St. Thomas Academy. They're proving why they're here and proving why they want to be champions, why they deserve to be champions.
For sure. I mean, you know, still not giving up is the side of Rogers, but see how quickly these flags just go hand over right back into favor of St. Thomas Academy, man. This team is the quicker rotators. They're quicker on the trades, man. They've just been the deadlier team throughout the day, and they are very rapidly approaching a grand final 3-0, Thunder. Rogers has to get it going right now. Sloan is still on a donut. It's got to be now or it is donezo. Your season is over and you are okay and you're going home with that second place, which is not bad, but it is not what these players are playing for, Thunder.
Of course. You know, they definitely are going to be satisfied. They'll probably be happy, right, if they take home, I mean, any medal. But still, you are playing for that championship right here, right? I mean, at the end of the day, this is all the marbles. And again, you know, I mean, you mentioned Sloan a moment ago. How many of us have been there and been there so often? You're trying desperately. You're on a map mode like this where it's not necessarily as much about kills. It is more so about that control, right? There you have it. Rogers back in control, at least for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to have to start praying to a higher power that they can hold on to at least 2, if not 3, if they really want a chance at ramping and getting back into this. They are sub 100 points right now. And, I mean, a trip cap is almost necessary.
Almost, but at the same time, I don't think if you're Rogers, you want to overextend yourself like that in this circumstance. I don't disagree with you. I just think that in this moment, if you are Rogers, getting 2 points is already so difficult in this moment. Get those, hunker down. 2 people per point, 1 moving back and forth in between, right?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds nice, but the thing is St. Thomas Academy isn't letting them play that game.
Not at all.
They're the quicker rotators like we've talked about all day long. So if this team doesn't get right and start getting hotter on these rotates, it is going to be a dead finish, and STA are walking out with the dub, Thunder. They got to get moving now. They are running out of time. 200-point breached, and now STA, the soon-to-be very first ever MNVL Halo champions.
You know, and we talked about it earlier in the day. So many teams in so many esports, right? It's either a very well-balanced team or it's a team that has one standout, real big-time star. Guess what? STA got both. They have got a standout, absolute stud in Paprika, but everybody else on that board is able, willing to make things happen on the maps, and they are only 38 points away now
And
from a state
they
championship.
Just had 3 flags for a moment. Those numbers might start jumping by 2. They finally get the flag back over on the A site, but it doesn't even matter. St. Thomas Academy are mere seconds away from claiming their first place trophy in MNVL.
Unreal stuff. STA, they have worked so hard for this. Can they hold these last 2? 14, 13 now seconds is all they need in control. Rogers never say die, but we have got a St. Thomas player on A. A lot of action happening here between A and B. That spanker coming out, Paprika, double down.
And that's it, Thunder. You take it away, my man.
It is, everyone. St. Thomas Academy, take it. They are your first ever state champions in Halo and MNVL.
Wow, man. We saw it play out. A remarkable 3-0 showing from St. Thomas Academy in our grand finals. Just perfection on the maps all day long. This team was a cut above the rest, and they just showed it in those finals.
All day long, all month long,
and all season
long,
baby.
All season long, baby. St. Thomas Academy on top yet again. Halo champions here at MNVL Spring 2022. GG's to every team that played and participated today, but it's all STA. They are taking home that top hardware. Skep, you have any final thoughts on that matchup, man?
Dude, that was a sick matchup. We saw a lot of highlights. You know, Rogers never gave up. They tried their best, and they had a great showing on the day, right? Let's not cut them short. They took on the top dogs that MNVL had to offer. Nobody all season long could hang with STA.
Nope.
They went undefeated for good reason. So, yeah, I mean, make sure that you give those STA players a well-deserved GG in the halls.
100%. We have number 1, St. Thomas Academy. Number 2, Rogers. And number 3 is St. Louis Park. Here, that is your final in the Halo finals here at MNVL. It has been an absolute banger. And you know what, Skepper, I'll say this. I think first place went to the right team, second place went to the right team, and third place went to the right team. I think each of those teams earned that position in MNVL this season and did it certainly well. Folks, we want to thank one of our sponsors. That is the Minnesota Twins. We thank them for their support, and if you love the Minnesota Twins, you have an opportunity to get to one of their games for free. Every live stream this season that we have done, we have given away tickets to a future Twins game at Target Field, and you have the opportunity to win some today. All you got to do is type hashtag #GoTwins in the Twitch chat. Hashtag #GoTwins. Doesn't matter what you capitalize. It's not case sensitive. Don't matter. Hashtag #GoTwins. Type it in, and you will be entered in a drawing to win 4 tickets to a select upcoming Twins game. Some restrictions do apply, of course. We thank you all for being here for this portion of the day. Halo is done. STA, your champions. And we will be back with Valorant in a little bit, everyone. Take care, and we will see you soon. Bro. And there you have it, folks, your champions from St. Thomas Academy. Look at that trophy. We talked about it before. That thing's about 2 feet tall.
Oh, yeah.
That is for real, and that is going to mean something in the trophy case at their high school.
Oh, yeah. You can see the gold medals as well. MNVL repping nicely. And there it is, man. That's what it's all about. STA showing up in those banging MNVL jerseys.
Yeah, they look so good with the school colors and everything, too. There you go.
There it
the big
is.
Salute. The champs. There they are. It's the Master Chief salute, and they deserve it, too. Every single one of those players, their coach, they earned it today, and as we said, earned it throughout the season as well, Scott.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, a truly remarkable showing, right? We've seen these undefeated runs go through the regular season, but to carry it through the playoffs, to carry it into MNVL, Land Day, right, at the MOA, these guys, it didn't matter where they were playing, they were always on that receiving end of the W.
Yes, they really were, and you see them back there enjoying that win. Look at the crowd, everybody getting into it. We got Jake, the dad, the most beautiful employee at MNVL on the right-hand side. Wow, what an unbelievable just group of people we got there.
Yeah, man. Team MNVL all the way. That's how it always has been, and that's hopefully how it will continue to be. Our lovely admin, Jason, make sure you pay your respects. He's the real man getting it done.
Yeah.
Organizing these players. And one final hoisting of the Halo Trophy. We can see the STA boys are loving it.
Yep, absolutely love to see it. Champions for the first time in MNVL Halo. It is your St. Thomas Academy, and look at that. Medals, trophies, every bit of hardware they take home, and as I said, they earned it. All skill, all day, my man.
Oh, yeah. Yep, what an awesome showing, though, from both those teams. You can see Rogers boasting the silver medals as well. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, an MNVL trophy at the end of the day, you're still a victor, right?
Yeah, you are absolutely. Great, great victory here. And we see, I think that's a Valorant team, actually. Oh, no. That is
That's Rogers.
Oh, that's Rogers. They had
Yeah,
all
they
the
wore
Hawaiian
the
shirts on
Hawaiian
and stuff.
shirts.
I love that.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize that was that team. And that pineapple bucket is just banging, yo.
Oh, yeah.
Love that little number. Great work to those players from Rogers, fought hard all season. And as I said before, taking home that silver medal and that second place trophy, they deserved it. They really earned it throughout the season and especially in this tournament.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, Rogers showed up on the day today. They had an excellent showing. I think 5-3 record coming into the day. So, you know, a middle pack team, but they rose above. They played great team play on Halo. I mean, there's no other way to put it. They were the better team in their series against SLP.
Yeah.
And that's the main reason that they were able to get the job done here today.
Yep, absolutely. What a day it has been. Skeptor, what a day it has been so far. We got here early, started things off with some awesome Halo, and now we get to take a brief break, get things reset for Valorant tonight, my man. How excited are you?
Dude, I am beyond excited. You already know what's going on. It's the Valorant A team. We got the best of the state here to duke it out today. And, I mean, it is going to be one of, if not the most lit tournament we are hosting this weekend, folks. So
it most certainly is. Yes, indeedy. Thank you all again for being here on this portion of the stream. We want to also thank the Minnesota Twins for their support. We, in addition, thank Torrent for their support. We got the trophy right behind us. Lift that puppy up. You deserved it. Nice work over there at STA. That's what I'm talking about, my nerds. We got a lot of great nerds in here tonight, myself and Skeptor included. Love to see it. We're going to a break, folks, and when we come back, the state finals for Valorant. Can't wait to get into it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Minnesota Varsity League Valorant State Finals. Get everybody out here. Let me hear you. Let me hear you, everybody in the stands right now. We're getting into it. My name is Thunder McFadden, and I am joined by my man. It is Mr. Epiphany. Epiphany, one of our interns this season, has been casting a number of different esports, and now we're getting into some Valorant, my man. How excited are you?
I'm so excited to get into these Valorant matches today. We've got a bunch of great teams fought so hard to get here through divisionals, through qualifiers, and now we are here at the Mall of America. We've got an amazing audience here today. I'm excited to get these matches underway, Thunder.
Dude, I cannot wait. It's so exciting, and I'm so excited to be here with you finally. Absolutely. As we get into it here, folks, it is, as we said, our Valorant State Finals. We're going to kick things off with Worthington taking on Rogers. Now, Piff, this is going to be quite the matchup, even though it is round number one, because these teams have shown some real promise here, especially over the past few weeks of the season.
For sure. I mean, Rogers, right? We've seen them get a really good record going. We've seen them do really well overall in qualifiers, and I think they can definitely get something going. Worthington, on the other hand, too, they fought through divisionals super well. So I'm expecting this to be maybe a close matchup. I think it'll be a great way to kick off this state tournament.
Certainly will be. Certainly will be. And all of this action brought to you by Version 1. Version 1, our title sponsor for Valorant here at MNVL. Every single Valorant player at MNVL gets to play for free because of the support that we get from Version 1. We cannot thank them enough for their continued support of us here at MNVL. Let's do it, folks. Let's go to the bracket and show you exactly what we have in store today for the Valorant Finals. 8 teams made it. Minnetonka and Egan taking each other on the stream right away. We're going to see Rogers and Worthington. Okay? Apple Valley taking on AFSA, sure to be a banger. Apple Valley down not 1, not 2, but 3 of their starters. How will they fare in this state finals? They're looking to repeat it and be champions again. And then finally down there we have Totino Grace taking on St. Louis Park. St. Louis Park, who has been coming on extremely strong in a number of their esports, including Valorant lately. Mr. Piff?
Yeah, I mean, I've got my eyes on a lot of different teams in this bracket right now. Minnetonka, right? Like, we've seen them do super well. I remember I casted them in qualifiers. I saw them beat a team 13-0. It was an insane matchup. I've seen Apple Valley, of course, previous state champions. They're looking to repeat it. They've got substitutes. So that's definitely a storyline to be following here. But I think another thing also to mention is St. Louis Park, as you were saying, doing great. And, yeah, I think it's going to be really important in order to see how St. Louis Park is going to be able to do faring against Totino Grace, faring against Apple Valley eventually later in that bracket if they make it forward.
Yeah. Yeah, and that will be Apple Valley and AFSA, another one there. You mentioned Totino Grace, St. Louis Park being close. I'm willing to bet AFSA and Apple Valley will be a relatively close game as well, right? So, all those TBD on that bracket, really a toss-up if we're being honest. A number of players not here because of graduation. Other teams having to make subs at the last minute, whatever it might be. This state finals is all in the air, and it is all up for grabs right now. Cannot wait to get into it. We are getting Rogers and Worthington players ready to go. Everything today will be best of one except for the finals. So, these teams have one shot, one map, and it is single elimination. Now, Piff, I know you're a big Call of Duty player. You played a little Valorant in your life, that sort of thing. If you're looking at a single elimination game, how does that affect your nerves? How are you going to prepare mentally as opposed to a best of 3 or best of 5?
I mean, yeah, it's just going to really come down to communication, figuring out what you need to do exactly, studying the VOD, studying the footage of the team that you're playing, because in the end, you only have that one shot. You have to come out flawless in the beginning. You have to have a good start with the pistol rounds. That's what's really important. If I'm playing COD, if I'm playing Valorant, whatever it may be, it's going to really come down to how I communicate with my team, what the goals and objectives are, and I need to do it quickly, because you cannot falter. You only have one shot.
Yep. You know, and something you mentioned in there, you put it perfectly, just across the board, but something stuck out to me that you said, and that was about the pistol rounds, right? We all, those of us who play Valorant, we know sometimes the pistol rounds are just a throwaway, right? They're just kind of well, let's get whatever we can until we get some ARs in the hands, right? Indeed. But when you're talking about a single elimination, you're talking about a single game, at least up until the finals, those pistol rounds become that much more important, right?
Yeah.
You're talking between 2 and 4 opportunities to take easy, quick rounds off of your opponents. You don't have to worry about as much ranged play. You're not going to have to worry about as much, people just shooting across the map and that sort of thing. It's a lot of toe-to-toe play on these maps, and I think that's what I like to see.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to sheer skill in those pistol rounds, too. If you can tap, 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 take somebody out just like that without, the use of a fully automatic gun, that's huge early on in the game, because once those variations of guns come out, the strategies, they open up largely, right? So you're going to have it to where you could honestly just have somebody sitting in an Odin in the back of their spawn, pushing forward. You have no idea what's going to happen. Whereas with the pistol rounds, all about the strategy communication, but that's also an opportunity, Thunder, to learn about what the other team does, what their strategies are, so that you can predict what's going to happen going into the bigger rounds.
Yep. I love the way you put that and what you said there, because it reminds all of us that Valorant is a game that ebbs and flows. It always does, unless you see a massive 13-0, just absolute stomping on the maps.
Yeah.
You will see teams figure each other out. You will see teams climb and fall throughout the course of the rounds. And in this meta of Valorant, we know that it is not easy to get your Vandals and your Phantoms. No. You either have to be playing really well, or you got to be very strategic about the money you're spending, because in Valorant right now, they don't make it easy for you to get the big-time weapons every single round.
No, they don't. You have to be very, very strategic in the way that you're spending those credits, because honestly, it can really come down to that in the end. If you have one bad round, you lose your guns, you lose the credits, you're down tremendously, and you have another hill to climb, on top of maybe being down in the scoreline as well. So you have to be very decisive. That's another communication point that teams need to go through.
Yep. Yeah, and communication, there you said it again. Communication so key in the game of Valorant. Beyond the mere just telling people where your opponents are or communicating different points on the map, it's about keeping your communication clean, making sure that you are not getting frustrated, you're not getting angry with your teammates, you're not going over the top in any sort of circumstance, right? You always have to keep those emotions and keep that head on a very even keel. Not the easiest thing to do when we're playing Valorant, folks.
No, and I mean, they're sitting right across from you, right?
Yep.
So it's like you can look them down the eye and you can say, these are the people we're playing.
Yep.
We've got to just be cognizant of the fact that, I mean, anything can go down. You're looking them right in the eye. You have to be very decisive in the way that you play, the composure that you keep. You can't let that get to you, that they're right across from you. You just have to stay composed, stay communicative. Communication, teamwork, it's key.
Exactly. Now, conversely, you kind of want to instill at least a little bit of that in your opponents, don't you? You kind of want to get under their skin at least a little bit. And as you mentioned, you're on LAN, right? You are on angled tables that are right across from one another. So guess what? If I'm in a situation, I'm playing on LAN like that, and all of a sudden I come out victorious in a 1v2, 1v3, I know I'm looking across the table to my opponents. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It is those mind games and getting into it, because we're here. We're live. We're in full HD, my man. I mean, this is no more online play here.
Yeah, HD Thunder and Epiphany right here on the deck of Mall of America at Wisdom Studios here. But just downstairs, you've got all the players just getting ready to go. And they're going to be right across from each other, right? That's a big thing. It's going to be wild.
Yep, indeed. As we look to get into map bans here, we'll actually go ahead and just show you the bracket one more time.
Yeah.
Look at that if we can, absolutely. So this is our story of the day. Put it on paper. Minnetonka versus Egan. Rogers versus Worthington, which we'll be casting here as soon as players are ready. Apple Valley versus Absent, Totino, Grayson, St. Louis Park. I will tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whoever you are, wherever you come from, this is the most evenly matched Valorant tournament that we have ever had at MNVL. There is no distinct leader of the pack. Apple Valley down at least 3 of their starters, right? I wonder how have they been playing and practicing over the course of the last few weeks to a month to prepare themselves for exactly this circumstance?
Yeah, the storylines have to be insane here. I got to say, I had an interview with Eaton FPS before the tournament started, and we'll get into that more later, right?
Sure.
But I think the big thing that I noticed and took away from him is he said we have to stay just consistent on practicing every day in Tell State, because with a new 3, you have to get the chemistry right. You have to figure out who blends well with the team. And from what I've heard, it's going well. So honestly, if the system remains the same, you keep the same system that, that Duck, that all these players had inside of this team, I mean, you can incorporate these new players in and you can make magic happen. But I mean, it's not going to be easy with all these other teams because it is such a competitive tournament, just as you said. And so this could go any way.
Definitely could. Definitely could. We are getting map bans now, and we will be, hopefully, into Agent Select relatively shortly here. We want to thank one more time our sponsor of Valorant. It is Version 1. Your Version 1 right here in Minnesota. They are our sponsor for Valorant, and they are the reason that every single Valorant player gets to play in this league for free. Thank you again to Version 1 for your continued support of us here at MNVL as we quickly approach game number 1 in these state finals. Could not be more excited there, Mr. Piff. And Rogers Worthington, it could go either way. We said it, but it really, really, really could go either way between these two teams.
Yeah, it really could go either way. I mean, honestly, I think the big thing to consider is like single elimination. If either of these teams get out super quickly, it's already devastating to the bracket. I mean, I don't know who I'd be picking to win this one. It is so close, it could really be anybody. I mean, Rogers, they look really good. I might go with them, but I mean, it can go either way, and I'm just curious to see kind of the strategies that they bring out onto the maps. What characters are they going to pick? What are they going to try to do to get Worthington on edge?
Exactly, exactly. And now, at this point in MNVL, and also in Valorant, we are able to see not only Fade, the new agent, but also we are able to see Fracture as a map. So all of these things factoring into the decisions that each team has to make. You don't get a second chance on your composition. You don't get a second chance on your pistol rounds. You don't get a second chance on anything, right, until those finals. So you got to make it the full distance before you can even give up a map or give up a couple rounds comfortably.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about single elimination tournaments is you have to be almost flawless. You literally have to figure out how are we going to get through this thing without losing once, because it's best of 1. I mean, you have to be consistent, and with new maps, new agents in the mix, you don't know what could happen. I want to see that new agent out. I want to see that new map being played. I want to see how these teams are going to use that to their advantage and maybe just throw a little bit of a twist onto the matches here today.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. As our players are going through the map ban, thank you all for your patience throughout the day and for your patience waiting with us now on our two teams. Round number 1 will begin shortly, and we will go throughout this evening to crown our state champion here at MNVL for this spring 2022 season. Can't wait to see who has what it takes to go the distance. And as we're talking about, Piff, we were talking about this best of 1 kind of format and the mentals you have to have, the aggression you have to play with. And then all of a sudden, if you make it to the finals, boom, it switches. And then you got to contend with multiple maps, multiple different factors, and that sort of thing. So how does if I may ask you as a gamer, right, how does your mindset shift if you're going from a bunch of best of 1s into a best of 3? Are you all of a sudden going to feel comfortable, like you've got breathing room, or are you going to feel even more determined to make something happen?
I mean, for me, I think I would have to say that I would need to be looking at the previous matches. Like if I'm playing a team that's, of course, on the upper side of the bracket that I haven't seen yet, I might honestly pull up the MNVL live stream, see what they played, see, where they might have faltered, and see, like, okay, where can we sneak a map pick that might help us out in the end? See what their playstyle is going to be. I think it really comes down to playing the maps that you think you're comfortable with and that maybe they're uncomfortable with the pick and bans. You have to be very careful with the map vetoes. I think that is the most important thing.
And isn't that really the kind of the perfect bullseye that you mentioned right there? Finding the map, or rather the series of maps that you can go ahead and say, I know we're really good on this, and I also know that this other team has struggled on it a bit, right?
Right.
And as you go up the ladder in the level of competition, a level of skill, those maps are harder to find. Because you've got a ton of maps that you're good at, and you're going up against a team like Apple Valley, say, or one of these other teams that is very good on all maps. No matter what, they figure out a composition that works, and they play to their own strengths. So I think that each team, that's going to be a critical point of their gameplay today.
Yeah, I mean, when you have these teams that are also, I mean, you're in the grand finals. Both teams, of course, are very good at a lot of maps. They have a big map pool. That's going to be really important when you think about the grand finals and the way that works. Is it's, of course, in the end, going to just come down to gameplay. Yeah, the vetoes matter a lot. But if you can come out on top strategy-wise and adapt, that's going to be the biggest thing. Because adaptation is the most important thing in a grand finals. Because, I mean, you've seen it in all kinds of esports titles, right, Thunder, where you've got, you know, these tournaments where you'll have a team get knocked out, winners round one. They'll go through the losers bracket. And then suddenly they play the same team again, smoke them.
Yep.
And it's because they adapt. And so that's the important thing.
Yep. Absolutely is the important thing, one of many important things here. You know, and we talk about the maps, the map bans, they're almost done with the map bans here in the game of Valorant. And I can tell you that if you are playing in this type of tournament and you take a map off of your opponent and it's the map they picked, oh, there ain't nothing more satisfying than that, I can tell you. Maybe
Yeah.
a crispy headshot here or there, but that is so satisfying to see, you know what? This is the map they wanted to play, and we bested them, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's not really whole much you can do when that's the case because it's like, it just gets so difficult in that situation, right? But I would like to mention that it's now between Ascent, Fracture, and Bind is what we're hearing from production here, is the maps that could be being played right now. What do you think about that?
I like the selection, or I like all the maps that are still available. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
And now we're down to Ascent or Bind. Ascent, the original map here in Valorant, right? That is the classic, and that is where we're going. It would make sense. Ascent
Yeah.
is kind of the map that we've played a lot throughout the season, and I think that the vast majority of teams leave it to the end of the banning process because everybody is familiar with it. They're comfortable with it, right? So why not just leave it there and ban the other stuff that you really don't want in the mix, like your Fractures and some of the other ones. Icebox, Breeze, apparently they accidentally banned Breeze twice. That's how much the players hate Breeze. So we're going to Ascent. That's where they want to play, and that's where we're going to get down to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess they're not the biggest fans of Breeze, but I've seen Ascent a lot of times here casting Valorant in MNVL, and so I'm curious to see how it's going to go down this time around. That's the map that has been chosen this time around in this first round one matchup between Worthington and Rogers. And so honestly, I think at this point, it's they're probably both good at this map. It's going to come down to the strategy in the end. I'd also like to highlight that kind of mid area of the map. Great for rotations. Curious to see what kind of A-B rotations we'll maybe see if people sneak through.
I'm curious to see as well. You know what I mean? And then there is where the composition is really going to come into play and is really going to factor in, because how many smokes do you have on your team? How many walls do you have that you can put up between Phoenix, Sage, or perhaps your Viper or your Neon if you're playing them that way, right? What are the ways that you can get across the map if you need to, right? Because if you're going up on B and they're stacked there 2, 3, 4 players, and all of a sudden you've got nothing but swarm grenades and things coming your way, Molly's a little brimmy coming at you, you are running into trouble, and you got to get out of dodge. And there's really only two ways. You go straight through the mid or straight through your spawn if you're on a rotation on offense, right? So difficult stuff and difficult choices to make as we get these players into the game.
And utility, of course, is incorporated with what operators people are going to choose, what agents people will decide to bring onto the map. And so I'm really curious to see kind of what they're going to try to do with that. You know, we've seen a current meta. We've got, you know, the Chambers, of course. We don't really see Sage as much, I think, but curious to see kind of what the operator, the agent picks are going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I am too, because, you know, you mentioned it right there, Chamber, okay? Chamber is played so much these days. Played so much, right? And he provides so much across the map, both on offense and on defense. So if you have somebody, and I've seen this, you know, I've seen this kind of across the board, duelists who will switch to the Chamber because they like having the extra weapon utility right there in the kit, $100K. It's cheaper than buying weapons, so you can save up for better guns and that sort of thing. And it allows 2 more spots on your team for actual duelists if you want to have yourself a Reyna and a Jet, an Omen and a Jet, whatever it might be. You know what I mean? So a lot of interesting combinations and compositions here available to the teams. Worthington v. Rogers, and we will be on the map momentarily. Cannot wait to get to this ascent, my man.
Yeah, for sure. I cannot wait to get to this ascent too. And I just want to touch on what you just mentioned. The fact that the agents and the utility kind of go hand in hand, right? Like, what are you going to decide to do with a chamber if, you get those guns that you can use basically for free, right? I mean, that's a big thing, especially when it comes to rounds where you might be down credits. That might be something that they might try to incorporate into their playstyle. We'll have to see. But I think regardless, the combos we might see at this tournament are just going to be beautiful. The teamwork out of all these teams is so good. So when you communicate, all right, I'm going to pop this, you pop this at the same time.
Yep.
Boom, you could just get insane magic to happen on the maps.
Absolutely. And, and again, there it is, depending upon the composition and how your players are playing, and also how prepared are you for the map. Some of the teams that we see today are going to be running full-on plays every single time they're playing offense. Right? They'll be going out there and they'll be heading into the map saying, okay, we're going to the A site. You're hucking a smoke here. You're putting a wall here. We have got this area being slow orbed by the Sage, whatever it might be, to keep your opponents at bay. There are plays to be made out here. And the most practiced squads are the ones that are going to bring those to the maps.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game where it's slow-paced enough to where you can get those strategies down to the very second that you smoke out across, to the very second that you decide to push in from another angle, to the very second that you pop an ult, right? That is the biggest thing to consider in Valorant, is that it comes down to the tiniest little details, and it's not as much about timings. Of course, timings are a big thing, right? But it's slow enough to where you can do that and it can work out. So I think that's the big thing to consider here, is that these teams, if they're well prepared, if they have the strategies laid out for how they want to push a site, they'll be able to do it.
Most certainly. Yep, they will definitely, the more calculated and the more precise you are, the more success that you are going to find. It looks like we are having lobby issues at this point, so, audio issues rather. So we are going to go to just a very brief break and see if we can't get that worked out, and we will be right back to you, everyone. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We have our audio issues figured out, and we are getting on the maps. Let's get down to it. My name is Thunder McFadden, joined by my man Epiphany, and we are about to see Ascent here in the first game of the 2022 Spring Valorant Minnesota Varsity League Finals. Oh, can't wait to see it. And I hear that game noise. That means we're getting into Agent Select. Let's go, my nerds.
Let's go, Thunder. I can't wait. My first cast here at the Mall of America. First Valorant game of the tournament.
Woo!
Hopefully everybody in the venue's getting excited here. We're getting ready to go.
That's right. We are looking at Agent Select right now. Big Man's already locking in that brand new agent of Fade. Let's see how much time Big Man's has put in on that agent, right?
Yeah, we'll have to see. And wow, I just want to give a shout out to production in the bottom right there. We got a view of the players inside of the venue right now. So great stuff there. Love to see that. But yeah, coming out from the side of Worthington, we got that Fade. Curious to see how they incorporate that into the strategy. And Rogers already all locked in.
Yep.
I'm liking what I'm seeing there, Thunder.
Absolutely. We got the Robot. We got the KJ. We got the Omen. That is played by Waffle. I know Dylan Pomeroy loves to play Omen. So we're going to be getting into that here shortly. Great stuff. Darkness down there on the Jet, right? We got the Sova. The Shock Dart's coming out. How is this Rogers team going to fare against Worthington? I wonder if Danny's going to lock in that chamber over there.
Choose your agent.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that might not be an awful pick to lock in here for the Worthington squad. 5 seconds left. They need to kind of make a decision here. Chamber is going to get locked in. Like to see that. And we've got a Reyna. Okay, a little bit of deviation from the meta.
Sure.
Same with the Fade there. I mean, honestly, this is going to be a really interesting roster here from the side of Worthington and Rogers. You know, they've got that kind of just very well-rounded squad right now, and so I'm liking what I'm seeing there.
I do too. You know, I think that Rogers is definitely going to have at least a little bit of an advantage on the defensive side, right? The KJ and the Robot, right? I mean, KO is a major threat, especially when he gets his ultimate, right? So, throwing the opponents offline, big stuff, if you can make it happen. Let's get into it here, folks. Once again, we want to thank Version 1 for their continued support of us here at MNVL. It's game number 1 of Valorant. Let's hear you. Let's hear everybody in here. Let's make some noise for game number 1 of Valorant.
There we go. We like to see it, everybody. Glad to have everybody here on LAN today as we are watching these awesome matches take place. And we've got game 1 of the Valorant State Finals right here. Worthington and Rogers going to be great ones. Curious to see what Darkin's going to be able to do with that Jet. We know how aggressive of an operator that can be, right? So curious to see what they're going to be able to make happen. But Worthington initially going to be here on the defense. So curious to see how they're going to try to set this one up, Thunder.
Let's get into it. We have the attack ensuing from our players in Rogers. KO with the spike. It's a split push. Where do they choose to go? Looking for an opening frag. Someone. No damage yet. Oasis up here with that Space Ghost. That is a sick skin. I love those.
Yeah, I do like these skins. These are super cool. We got all the players kind of pimped out, ready to go for the state finals. I like it, but it seems like early on, we're going to be seeing a push coming in towards the A site here for Rogers. As Worthington seeing the rotation here, they're adapting to it. Shots go down. Not quite going to result in anything yet as Spike does get planted. I'm liking what I'm seeing here from the side of Rogers. They just need to get that setup going. Worthington looking to get that retake in here.
Yes, indeed. They're down a player, Darknins, with a big headshot at the beginning of the round. And now 4v5 ensues. 3 coming from Heaven. Darkins waiting with that Sheriff, but goes down to the Sheriff of the other Jet. It's a nasty one, and now a 4v3. Who's in hell if the Robot gets taken out? Danny gets one, Jinso gets one, and Attackers will take the round.
Rogers doing a really good job of taking that initial one. You can hear the crowd cheering. Great job for Rogers there. As they do a great job of getting that spike planted, they kind of flush out that site, force Worthington to have to do the retake there, and it results in such a difficult take for Worthington because the spike's down, clock is not in your favor, panic ensues, and trades come through, and Rogers able to take that first round.
Yeah, absolutely, and a really nice pistol round. And you saw at least a few Sheriffs out there, so a decent amount of money being spent there in that pistol round. As we head into round number 2, Attackers up 1-0. Rogers v. Worthington, and another bit of a split push here. Smoked off on the middle, so they got easy running. But M1R gonna push. The flex comes out, got a pistol out, looking for a right click. Who's there? It's the Sova waiting and takes out M1R. Beach Bunny with a nice kill.
There we go, Beach Bunny able to take one down, but Oasis not until he's able to answer, able to find the trade and return 4 versus 4 now on the map right now. As you can see, Worthington a little bit spread out on the defense. They're gonna have to find a way to regroup as, oh my, Danny able to take a waffle down. Great stuff out of him. Darkin's able to get one as well as Oasis finds a second in the round. 3 versus 2 right now on the site, as it's gonna be really important here for Rogers to get the kills, and they do just that.
Oh boy, 1v1 now. Pooh Shooter takes out the chamber, and it's 2-zip. Nice work out of the robot. A beautiful shot there with the Spectre, and now 2-zip as we go into round number 3. But here we're going to see some ARs, Piff.
Yeah, those pistol rounds are over. We talked about them and how big they are. So Rogers, they're going to come out on top of those pistol rounds and attack rounds. And you know, you could, in Valorant, you could look at it either way, but you know, some people look at it as a defensive favorability in the game. And so to get those 2 attack rounds and to go up with pistols in those attack rounds is huge. So Rogers looking like they're coming out really good right now. Curious to see what they can do with some bigger guns in their hands.
Dead on, Piff, dead on. Absolutely perfectly put as we get into round number 3. Somebody looking for an ulti orb over there on that A site. But yet again, this split push. Everybody kind of finding out where the defenders are, but that beautiful Omen smoke on the mid is not. Oh, a big shot for No Names.
Yeah, nice pick coming out there from No Names, and you can see right now the map is just being folded by Worthington right now. They're kind of covering all the angles that they can. Rogers being pushed back a little bit here. They might have to rethink about a rotation, or they just are going to gear up for the push as Beach Bunny takes one down. Big Man's going to go down here, but now watching the cut is going to be M1R. He's going to have to back up here. Pressure from Rogers, insurmountable right now.
Yeah, ooh-wee, Jinso call it a 2-piece with the Sheriff. It's beautiful stuff. Jinso planting the spike, and now a 4v2 for your attackers out of Rogers.
Great stuff out of Rogers. Again, they find the picks, they get into the site, and now Spike going to be down. Time going in their favor right now, so excited to see what Worthington can maybe do, but 2 versus 4, not looking to be too in their favor as a Waffle, just to be kind of sitting on the top here, waiting for any kind of push to come through. Smoke going down, knows they're up there, Wallbang's going through. They're isolating these players well, Thunder.
Yeah, they certainly are, and the double, oh no, it's a, okay, an alarm bot and a swarm grenade, all of the KJ utility just getting hucked up into heaven, and this Brimmy is just having a heck of a time trying to get on the site. He says, nah, I'm out of here.
Yeah, he says I'm out of here for sure because he's just gonna go away, play his life, not even gonna give it a try. That's 3-0 up for Rogers. Oh, he's able to find the kill at the end, okay. Able to find one there, but regardless, Rogers gonna be up 3-0 right now, and that's a start if you ever seen one.
Yeah, most certainly was. Now, this Rogers squad up by 3. Their attacking half has been absolutely spectacular, Mr. Piff, and it does not seem to be stopping. Usually, you see things go the way of the defenders, or you get, you know, if you get up 2 rounds and all of a sudden you're facing ARs, then usually your pistol round winners maybe run into a little bit of trouble. But here, Rogers, no trouble for them. It's round number 4, and they're absolutely whooping out here on the maps. Jinso, looking in this garage. Got that tree-flavored Vandal. That thing's pretty sick.
I'm loving the skins coming out here at the state tournament. It's awesome to see. Just taking their opponents down with stylish shots. Going out from No Names. Oh, brings the player low. Reyna gonna have to back up, so No Names. He's just gonna be kind of playing his life right now, waiting for any push to come in through. He sees another one. Shots go down, backing up again. Just gonna kind of run away. They're playing very carefully right now, as you can see. Worthington not trying to let any rounds go right now. As Rogers, they're trying to get the push going. Alt Orb going for Darkins right now. That's definitely something to pay attention to, as that Jet Alt, we know how powerful that can be.
Most certainly. Now 4 players still up for each team. Pooh Shooter out there on the mid, M1R. Hey, I got one of those Sheriffs at home. That's pretty sick. Looking for a headshot, does not get one. Beach Bunny barely gets out of dodge. That Sova has taken a ton of damage here in this round, just from long range from those Sheriffs. Now Oasis got that glitch pop Phantom out and looking for heads. Who comes out on top? They got to plant this thing in the next 25.
Yeah, they got to play in the next 25, and so it's coming down to the wire there, and nice pick from M1R, but in return, Rogers finds 2. Great stuff. Planting the spike now, so Spike gonna go down here. Now Rogers in a 1 versus 2. It's gonna be Darkins trying to find any pick that he can right now. Shots go down as he's pinched, and great stuff out of Oasis. They're able to take the round. Worthington with the first one on the board.
Yeah, there you go. A great defensive round out of Worthington. They do, as you said, get themselves on the board, and it's a beautiful defensive effort, right? They go ahead, they put Oasis on the mid, who takes out the KO, who's got the ultimate, right? So that is a nice get on the mid, allows them time to pick off the rest of the team, and they have a beautiful defensive round. Worthington, a team to watch today because they have put up some serious fights here in the last month.
Yeah, they definitely put up some serious fights for sure, and it seems like they just kind of were getting everything good to go. You can see the players all locked in there still, just trying to make the comeback here a little bit. Not even really a comeback, just down 2 now, so just trying to tie it up, and seems like Worthington might be the ones to try to do that as Rogers gearing up for another A push.
Yes, indeed. Looking for that A site, potentially. Darkness with the ultimate out. Nasty little number coming in from the fade, but doesn't catch anyone. Darkness desperately wants to find ahead with this Blade Storm. Oh! Give me those back, and now Waffle planting this thing. It's a 5v2. Rogers back on top.
Yep, Chamber gonna bring that scope out here. We'll see what he can try to find. Not really gonna matter a whole lot though, as it's a 2 versus 5 right now. Rogers just absolutely winning in the gunfights department and in the score department right now, as they're set up towards the back here. They've also got a player watching the back spot. Not really much Worthington can do to hit a route right now, so it is just set up super well right now for Rogers, as now Presence going to be known because Danny has to shoot that door down, and now M1 are going to pick down towards the top. Spike down, it really just doesn't seem like a doable situation for Danny. He's going to get taken down, and that Thunder is a flawless round.
Beautiful round for Rogers. Magnificent stuff. 4-1 now is the score line. Rogers looking amazing on attack.
Yes.
Now, can they continue this run? Can they, I mean, defense should be something that, yes, takes a little bit of time to figure out, right? Especially on a map like this.
Yeah.
But for a team like Worthington, they are smart and they are calculated, right? They're a team that they can come back from this deficit. That is for sure. It's just going to take the time and the precision that this squad is really capable of.
Yeah, time and precision is the big thing, right? Because again, you also have to be cognizant of the timings on the map, understand where players are, understand how you can catch the timings. Just make sure everything's being watched. And right now, as I talk about timings, like for example, if Rogers were to go around this corner right now, big mans could catch them out. Ability going to go out here. I like the fade pick still. That's great to see here at the state tournament. But it seems like initial picks going down in the favor of Worthington right now, as they're going to find 2 first bloods. Not traded out yet.
Yeah, M1R with a nice ultimate out there. Waffle takes out No Names. That has got to hurt because No Names had just whooped out that ultimate. Now in a 3v4, what looked like it was going to be extremely difficult for this attacking squad. Now a 3v2.
Yeah, 3v2 now, and so Rogers, they just do a great job of this again, where they find the picks that they need to and just go man up. They play very careful around this site, as big man's able to find one. Darkins trades him out. Oasis, another 1 versus 1 now. Spike is going to be down. It comes down to this right now. Oasis, he's looking, trying to find the player. Timing doesn't go in his favor, and a Waffle takes him out. You can hear the crowd going wild. Great job from Waffle.
Huge stuff for Rogers right there. A big get, now 5-1. This thing is starting to get away from Worthington, or rather this half is starting to get away from Worthington at least a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to run away a little bit, and that's just really important when you think about the fact that they're on defense. They need to get some rounds on the board right now. That's just the big thing to consider here, and they need to start adapting to the pushes that Rogers are making, because right now you can see they're all geared up for a B push when everybody from Worthington's over at A. So I think that maybe that communication, that rotation needs to be a bit quicker. They need to adapt to those pushes a bit quicker, and then maybe they can start to catch some of these Rogers players out.
Most certainly. Here we have No Names. Looks like a Guardian on the hands and ready to go. 5-1 still the scoreline. Rogers, there goes No Names taking out that util. The camera going down. And now the push comes towards mid from Rogers. Robot going down to Danny. No Names with 1, and now a 5v3. Big shots. No Names going down to Waffle. And now 3v4 attackers still have a shot at this thing.
Yeah, and they do because they have control of that B site now. It is covered right now on most angles from Rogers, so they have a chance to get that spike down, but Worthington, they have the player advantage. If they set up a pinch here, if they set up a retake, they could get things going, but they got to do it quick because there it is. Spike goes down.
There you go, and Oasis getting, ooh, nice shooting out of Jinso.
Give it a second.
Oh, another headshot, a massive two-piece. It's huge. Rogers looking good right here. Jinso not taking any crap from no one.
Yeah, they're not taking any crap for sure because just like that, Rogers now with the man advantage once again as Jinso finds that amazing two-piece, and so now they're going to have control of that B site, and that's another one for Jinso. Give him another. Let him get the next one. There it is! Jinso, standout right now.
Huge out of Jinso, and Rogers up by 5 full rounds at this juncture. 6-1. On the board, my nerds, and Rogers do not seem to be letting up at all.
No, they're not letting up for sure. And Rogers just keeps winning these attack rounds, and I can only imagine that it's just going to continue on the defensive rounds here. And so you got to think Worthington, too, they have to be down on the credits, right? They're not really getting the guns that they need. They're not getting the abilities that they need. That's also another thing that you have to consider is that Worthington, they are on the struggle bus right now.
Yeah, the struggle bus, it is definitely, because as we mentioned before, this meta in Valorant, it's so hard to get abilities and weapons. A lot of times you got to be picking between the two. Danny trying to make something happen, goes down to a bunch of utility, and players just blasting away. Rogers now up 3 players to 2, calling it 2-2. M1R, a couple of nasty ones, and will Worthington take another round here?
This is what Worthington needs. We'll see if Beach Bunny's able to clutch up here. As Big Mancy's gonna go around the corner. Ability goes out, but it's not gonna matter because he's able to take one down. So great stuff out of Worthington there. Able to stay alive just a bit here, 2-6.
Dude, how did Big Mans get that utility off and get back behind the wall with his life? I thought that was a headshot just waiting to happen, but no dice. And Worthington get their second round. This is huge for them. This is still achievable, attainable, and the comeback is not that crazy of an idea here for this team.
Yeah, I mean, they're staying in the game, right? And that's the important thing is that they are, you know, they might be down 2-6, but it's still doable. It's not like it's up 6-0 right now for Rogers. So that's the important thing to keep in mind is that it's still doable.
Jinso takes a Marshall shot to the shoulder, 49 HP left, but 5 players still standing for Worthington, 4.5 for Rogers. 122 left in the round as Rogers, they would love to take another one off of this defending Worthington squad, but can they do it right here?
I mean, it's going to be difficult, right? For Worthington to try to retake if this A site gets captured here again, because we know that that is a difficult task for them based on the previous rounds here. But I mean, as you can see, Rogers, they just get in again. Darkman's gonna get the spike down. Great stuff out of them. So now Worthington gonna be 2 men down. Danny able to find one in response as Beach Bunny finds another. Now only 2 left up for Worthington.
There you have it. Chamber last man up. It's Danny running into some swarm grenades and just an absolute barrage of bullets. What is he? Ooh, big one. There you go. Taking 1 player out. Now looking for another. Will not
there
get the Sova. It's Beach Bunny on a 4-piece. Beach Bunny's playing like a freak today, man. Great stuff on the maps.
Yeah, I gotta say, Jinso, Beach Bunny, they're both looking so good right now. You can see 14 and 1 KD right now for Jinso Thunder. Like, my goodness, you don't see that every day. He is just winning every one-on-one.
Yep. Yeah, getting into the mix and not showing any fear whatsoever. Beautiful stuff so far out of both of these teams, but Rogers really finding a rhythm here.
Yeah, they're finding the rhythm for sure, and it seems like they're just going to kind of ride the wave. So we'll see what they can do as Oasis able to find one with the sniper initially onto the break. Great stuff there. Able to keep the defense strong and keep Rogers at bay, but it seems like Rogers, they're just going to opt for the rotation right away. Well, let's see if Worthington's going to adapt to that one.
Yeah, you know, a rotation off of a Marshall shot like that is not the most surprising thing in the world.
Yeah.
A dome shot with a Marshall, that's definitely a reason to rotate and get out of dodge, because that's not a fun one to take. So, this Rogers squad, they will rotate. They spike almost over here to a as they push and attempt. Ooh, Pooh Shooter with a nice shot on No Names, and now 4v4. The spike goes down.
Yeah, Spike gonna go down here, and you can see Rogers once again gaining control of the A site right now. M1R, last one was up there. He's gonna have to back up now. Wait for his teammates to try to get the break. So you're just gonna have to see trades and a two-piece here in order to get something going if trades do go in the favor of Rogers. So you're gonna have to see Beach Bunny maybe just shut one of these players down early here. He's gonna do that. Beach Bunny finds one. Two more left up right now. They're over towards that top heaven side of the map. He gets found out by Darkins as well. One player left up for Worthington. This could be it right here.
Boom, what an absolute blast. That crosshair placement on a Beach Bunny, shut up with that. Putting it right in the corner and finding the head. A beautiful one out of the Sova. I mean, playing some serious Val right now.
Playing some serious foul for sure, and you can see all the players just trying their very best right now on the side of Rogers. 14-1, 12-2, 7-2, 6-6, 6-3. Nobody is negative whatsoever. Rogers, every single player finding the kills that they need to. And on the other side, you know, it's a little bit of a struggle right now for Worthington. Some players not finding the frags, some players not finding the openings. So you're looking to see them try to continue to do that, as looks like A's going to be where Rogers opt to push again.
There you go. No Name's going to be found out and suppressed by the robot. Good stuff for if you are on the Rogers team right here as they slowly find their way towards the A site. Beach Bunny.
Right here.
Let's get some intel. That recon bolt's going to find somewhere to stick.
Come on, it's got to get something right. This is huge intel for the side of Beach Bunny, right? Because if they're able to find the information here, they know that that A site is only going to have about 3 players towards it, and so they can just gear up for the push. He's just waiting. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity, and there it goes out. Information might come through here, and here comes the action. It becomes a full push. Let's see what Jinso can do. He might be able to find a player, but it doesn't matter because Trade's going to go down. 4 versus 4 now, as Darkins finds another one, and that's going to be man advantage for Rogers as Spike goes down.
There you have it, 4v3. The ultimate kill, Danny, a crispy shot as soon as the smoke goes down. Nice stuff for the Chamber as he will try to push and get this going on the retake. Euphoria, Oasis Euphoria got to blast through that door eventually, does finally. Another one of those astronaut guns. Pretty sick, dude.
Yeah, pretty sick astronaut guns for sure, and it seems like they are blasting them out of this world right now in this matchup. So curious to see what Rogers is able to do, but it doesn't matter. Just as I say that, Worthington, another round on the board, they stay alive.
You see the Chamber and the Brimmy push through together. They watch each other's backs. They watch each other's off angles, and they get in with success. It's a beautiful play. 3-8 is now the score line. One more round before we flop halves, flop sides, flip-flop, as it were.
There we go, yeah, flip-flop, and so it seems like maybe, you know, Worthington, little moments of life, they might be able to get something going here on over towards the offensive side. Maybe that's their niche. You never know, but you'd like to see them try to get a few more rounds here on the defense before we go to that flip.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. 9-3 or 8-4. We will find out here in a matter of 1 minute and about 30 seconds. If not a little bit more. Let's see when that plant comes in. Rogers on the push, but they're not pushing very quickly.
No, not pushing very quickly indeed. I mean, I think they just want to secure this last round, so they're being very, very careful in the way that they're pushing right now. They're going to pick up, Alt Orb going to get picked up here, as it seems like. They're just going to be spreading the map a little bit, playing the information. They know there's lots of players over towards B, so they're going to be rotating on over to A and gearing up for that. And Worthington there on the response as well.
Well, certainly they are. Oof. There was a shot ringing out from an operator. Not good stuff, but does not connect. Rogers making moves here and now showing at the A site. You have utility coming out, KO on the ultimate. It's an attacker killjoy, all the util, all the ults coming out right now. Look at those swarm grenades, jeez.
Oh yeah, that was a lot of action right there on the site. So great stuff there from Rogers, able to find the first pick of the round and get the bomb down. So they're able to get that spike planted, and now they're going to maybe have the opportunity to steal this last offensive round here. As M1R will see what he can do over towards the top side heaven here. Maybe able to find a pick. Not quite able to get taken down.
Now all up Brimmy. He used his stimmy earlier. Oof. Omen now. That's a scary thing. Yep, done and done. 9-3 is the score line as we go to the switch. Now, Rogers on the attack. Worthington on the attack now. Rogers on the defense. What do you think Worthington is going to have to come at them with to turn this thing around, Piff?
I mean, Worthington's just going to have to come with like the same kind of strategy that Rogers did, honestly. They know when to rotate and they know when to stay on the push towards the site. I noticed that Rogers put in a lot of pressure, lots and lots of pressure on over to the sites that they were deciding to push, and they did it very quickly. They got the information, made it so that their presence wasn't really super known, and then once they snapped their fingers and decided we want to push, they just go, go, go. Abilities, everything, gunfights, winning. So that's the important thing. They need to win their gunfights, and they need to figure out when they need to put the pressure on towards the sites, and then they can take a few rounds here.
Sure enough. Worthington v. Rogers, now Worthington on the attack. Darknan's waiting over here. Sova just sent a shock dart down there, didn't find anybody. It's an extremely slow push out of the Worthington squad. Reyna already down. Oof.
Yeah, Reyna already going to get taken down. That's not good news for Worthington if you're trying to get a push going here. I'm trying to take this first offensive round as Darkins finds another one with the pistol. Great stuff. We'll see if he can be able to find the second here. Maybe. Just going to kind of peek the corner, jiggle peek at the corner, not trying to cost his life.
Oof. Waffle gets one on big mans, and now 2v5. Boy, Worthington trying everything that they can, but Rogers just doing it better right now in these pistols.
Yeah, Rogers really just winning the gunfights again, right? Like, they know how to hit their shots, and just like that, they do it again. Rogers finds another one, but Oasis is able to trade it out here, so maybe Rogers able to get something going just to win this first round right here as Oasis finds another one. Maybe a clutch here.
Oh.
Not gonna happen.
Not quite. Pushuta gonna sneak around the corner with that ghost and end the round. It's 10-3. 3 rounds separate Rogers from moving on. 3 rounds for Worthington on the board currently. Worthington has had some serious comebacks in this league. They have had some serious plays over the course of time. However, this type of deficit is extreme, my man.
Yeah, for sure. This is a very bad deficit to be in, and I'd also like to highlight, you can see in the bottom of your screen there, one of our previous matches has finished up, so we'll hopefully have updates for you on that when we can. But currently, Rogers up 10-3 right now. This is not where you want to be. 3 rounds away as Rogers, as Darkins finds 2 in the beginning. Danny able to trade 1 out, but great stuff out of Rogers to start it off.
It absolutely was the brutality of Beach Bunny. What a perfect shock dart. Doing a crap load of damage. Getting out there and making it happen for this defending squad. Now, 3v4. Worthington, 3 players up, 2.5 technically. The Fade with the spike currently, and where do they want to push? They're just slow playing it here.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, they're just kind of slow playing it, being very careful here as Rogers is just trying to figure out what they can do to adapt to what Worthington is doing. As Worthington just kind of almost stuck in this alleyway right now, as you could see a pinch coming from Rogers on the defense, but Pushuta just gonna kind of lay it low here, not gonna go into a gunfight he doesn't need to, because they're isolating on the map so well right now. You can see them kind of clenched up towards that alleyway right there, and Rogers has all the angles cut off to where they could get out.
Certainly, indeed. Oh, I was so worried about Big Man's there for a second. Does go down to Beach Bunny. Beach Bunny with a freaky
3 for Beach Bunny
to end the round. It's 11-3.
That's unbelievable stuff out of Beach Bunny. Only 2 rounds left here for Rogers to move on the bracket and Worthington to get eliminated from these finals.
Sure enough, Worthington, it would take a miraculous comeback here against Rogers, one of the top teams in the league, certainly. Beach Bunny, Jinso, Waffle, all of these players have shown up and shown out here in MNVL this season. So, 11-3, the scoreline, 1 away from match point. Let's see if they have what it takes.
Yeah, Worthington would have to get something insane going right here. So Rogers, this is almost just the victory lap here. Curious to see what they're going to be able to do here to just, put on a bit of a show. As we mentioned, beautiful gun cameras here. They're definitely putting on a show for sure.
Yep.
As, hey, Worthington able to find the first one here. No Names able to find one onto a Waffle. So maybe push going to go down here through mid as Worthington and Rogers just battling out towards the middle of the map right now, as it seems like Rogers going to be at the man disadvantage. Make it the advantage now, or rather equal. So now
Nope.
it's going to be up to that pick right there from Push.
Indeed, now 2-2. Chamber gonna get one. 1v2 Jinso. What an amazing shot. What an amazing player, but at the distinct disadvantage now. Gonna get out of dodge for a second, reload, regroup, and look for these 2 attacking players.
And we know what Jinso can do. We saw that amazing round from him before. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm curious to see what he's going to be able to do right now, as Spike is going to go down for the side of Worthington. They have the setup here. He just needs to find the opening for the 2-piece, get some good timings, gather the information. One player down towards Heaven, one player going to be in the back. He doesn't know this, though, so he's got to find the information, and he's got to find when to pounce right now, as he's just looking, searching for any player he can. Maybe get a peek top Heaven, or he's going to jump down Heaven, finding one, but it's not going to matter because No Names takes him down, and Worthington stays alive yet again.
In that circumstance, you got to shoot your shot. You got to make your play. And there you saw it. Jinso did not come out on top, but a good, solid, and valiant effort for the KJ player here on this map. So good stuff out of Rogers. Worthington take another round, but still, we got to see a lot of rounds before we start calling this thing a game again.
Yeah, and not many mistakes can be had either because you only have that buffer of one game, one round, right?
Yep.
To get to 12 for Rogers.
Yeah,
It's-
exactly. Well, and on top of that, they don't have the type of money to be playing around at all, right? They just they don't have full pockets. So, hard position to be in if you are the side of Worthington. Can they make it happen here and start that comeback run? Beach Money looking from tree, not going to find anything. No Names with a tree gun, going to move towards A.
Yeah, he's going to move towards A for sure, and it seems like in the end here, it's going to result in an A push here for Worthington. But Rogers, they're gearing up ready. You see number 7, number 6, they're just kind of waiting for the push here from this full Worthington squad right now. But it's probably not going to be enough of a response as M1R finds the first one. Opening towards A now for the side of Worthington.
50 seconds left on the clock. Beach Money hanging out right here. Will not blast through that door right away. The spike goes down for our players from Worthington, and now a 5v3. Mr. Piff looking to go ahead and take another round off of Rogers. Can they do it here?
Yeah, 5v3 right now. Rogers trying to do whatever they can as M1R finds another one. He's doing a great job. Maybe able to find the second. No Names finds another one as well. Flawless right to Worthington. They're turning things around, Thunder, but they gotta keep it going.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. This is not a car they want to get going. This is a train they want to get going, because it's much harder to stop a train than it is an automobile. So this team has got to put everything that they have on the map right now. Everybody utility, every bit of crosshair placement that they have practiced has got to be spot on. You said it. They got to be picture perfect and precise, otherwise they're going down.
They're going down. They're going to be out. So they need to start winning the gunfights. They need to start doing anything that they can. Rogers just looking to close it out. You got to think on their side. They're just looking to find the round, but M1R finds another first blood onto Darkins.
Jet v Jet, man. That type of play has been happening throughout this map. 5-11 is the score line. Jet goes down for Rogers and the attacking squad. Oh, it's Oasis already about to plant.
Oh my goodness. Oh
Taking
my
people out of
goodness.
the way in. It's 4v2.
Oh my goodness, I cannot believe it. That was just a chaotic sight there over towards A. And now Waffle, he finds some too. 2 versus 1 now for the side of Worthington, as it's going to be No Names waiting towards bottom heaven right now, trying to find anything that he can.
Yeah. No Names jumped up there and tried for a cheeky little right click on the classic. I don't know.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just a sneaky little move. Gets him with the Vandal,
There
and
it
that's
is.
it. Another round for the attackers.
Worthington, step by step, round by round, making their way up right now, 6-11. Hey, at least they're not, going to get beat by double.
6-11 now. Worthington mounting the comeback as well as they can. Here, where does the attack come in round number 18? All right, looks like we have a timeout. We are waiting for a player to reconnect here. They have a team timeout. I don't know which team it is exactly, but we will be back into the action momentarily. Thank you for hanging out with us. Hey, if you want to win some tickets to a Twins game, let me tell you what you can do. Go ahead and type into the Twitch chat, #GoTwins. That's all you got to do. It's real simple. #GoTwins. Right? If you do that, you will be entered to win 4 tickets to an upcoming game at Target Field. Some restrictions do apply, of course, but, I mean, what a great opportunity to get out to the ballpark and have a good time, right, Piff?
For sure, a great opportunity to have an awesome time, and we've been doing that this whole season. Super cool we've been able to do that, so go ahead, enter to that. But what are you thinking so far in this matchup with this pause?
You know, I think that right now Worthington is looking really pretty solid. I think that they have put together at least a bit of a run that they can feel confident in, right? Something that they can really build momentum off of. But they are still down by like 5 rounds, my man. So at the end of the day, what is it going to take for them to finish the comeback that they have already started right here?
Well, that's the big thing, right? Is also with a pause, that's a momentum killer a little bit. So curious to see how they're going to kind of do coming back from the pause. That might be an important thing to pay attention to. But Worthington, step by step, they're making their way up, and it seems like we're going to be back into the game here very soon as the pause kind of goes out.
Yeah, can't wait to get back in and see what is going down and how this game will finish out, because it's been a very Rogers-dominated game so far.
Yeah.
But Worthington, again, you can tell the spirit and the determination that they're playing with. Those are the words I'm looking for. Spirit and determination, right? In this game, they're down, but they're not allowing themselves to kind of turtle up or shell up and just kind of go through the motions of it. They are actively getting into the mix and making things happen, and we will be back on the map momentarily. I heard somebody breaking some glass in there over on the A site.
Yeah, me too. Heard some glass being broken here, but we're going to do a bit of a computer switch here, so that's going to take a minute for sure. But hey.
Yep. So why don't we go ahead, we'll take a quick break here while they're switching out that computer, and then we will get back to it here, folks. Rogers up 11-6, and we will be back soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the MNVL State Finals here in Valorant. My name is Thunder McFadden, joined again by Mr. Epiphany. Thank you for joining me again, my man. And we're going to get back into this game, which has been, as we said, controlled by Rogers so far, but Worthington showing at least a little bit of life the last few rounds.
Yeah, Worthington showing life for sure. We'll have to see if they can make the comeback for sure. That's definitely going to be the thing to keep our eyes on right now, as only there's one buffer round for them. They only can make one mistake, otherwise they are done out of the tournament.
Yep.
But yeah, that's the big thing to pay attention to. I'd also like to say, just a little update, Apple Valley has beat AFSA. So AFSA has been eliminated, and Apple Valley will be moving on, but into the current round. What are you seeing, Thunder?
Well, we got the Owl drone, just seeing what we can see, and Beach Bunny actually getting a lot of valuable intel for the squad. Doesn't see anyone from Worthington pushing onto that B site. So, does that open up an opportunity for this now rotating squad? Maybe, maybe not. Rogers waiting it out. M1R out here with that blue branch of a Vandal. Pretty cool stuff.
Pretty cool stuff for sure. Curious to see what other kind of cool stuff they're going to be able to do on the map here. Maybe get something going here towards a site, as Rogers just playing a good defense here. Maybe try to counter a B push here. Maybe they might move on over to that site, or they're going to be moving on over to A right now, but they don't really know that the Worthington push is coming up on over towards to B right now.
Yeah,
so all
right.
players going to be there.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, 36 seconds left now in the round, but everybody from Worthington, they really have a pretty nice push onto the site. They send the Fade ultimate through up into the market, and they smoke off Made. A beautiful push onto the site. It's almost free. Ooh, but they disrupt the plan. Beach Bunny on a nasty ultimate.
That's devastating. Beach Bunny finding all the kills right now. No Names finds one, but Jinso with the other. That mistake has been made, and so now one round away is Rogers from closing it out right here.
I'm going to tell you something right now. All it takes is one really good Sova to ruin your day. Not going to lie.
Yeah.
And when you get a recon Bolton and an ultimate coming down like that, chopping down your team, it's absolutely beautiful stuff out of Beach Bunny, and it's brutal for Worthington.
Definitely brutal for Worthington, because right now they have to go flawless. They have to get 7 in a row here if they want to be able to win this, and I just don't see it happening. I see Rogers moving on in this tournament to face
the winner
of Minnetonka versus Egan, but we'll have to see what happens here.
Indeed, we will have to see. Worthington has done some impressive stuff here in this league, but they will have to pull one of the most impressive comebacks we have ever seen. Down by 6 rounds here. The push ensues, possibly towards A, but again, slow playing it here. Big man's trying to find somebody out.
Yeah, trying to find anything that they can right now, as push just going to keep going here for Worthington on over towards A, as Rogers has adapted to it as well. You can see number 7, number 9 still cutting off the other parts of the map right now, but Rogers doing a great job of just watching this site. They know where the pressure is going to be. As Worthington, they're just going to have to gather the information about where these players might be in the site right now. And here comes the push. Pushing in as M1R right now. We'll see what he can find initially. Off the break, you're able to find one. Jinso finds another one though, as well as Darkin. So now it's going to be a 4 versus 3 right now. Rogers could win it all right in here, as Worthington's getting picked apart, but unless Danny can find one right now. So Jinso finds Danny though, 1 versus 3 now.
That is it. Brimmy, the only one still standing. What can he do? He sends out an ultimate to try to take out any of the Rogers players. Can't do it. They work around it, and now Brimstone is all alone. Oasis gets one through the smoke. It's amazing.
And it's not going to happen.
Through the smoke, and it's Rogers with the dub.
There it is. Rogers able to close it out. They move on in your state finals now. So that's going to be great job out of Rogers to be able to continue on in the tournament. What's up? I like that little spin. That's pretty nice.
I always like that. It's just kind of style points here on the day. Great stuff here at State. A beautiful 13-6 win for Rogers, and they will move on. The score is flip-flopped, which is okay. Rogers with the dub, Worthington with a solid performance. But it is Rogers with that win. Worthington gonna get sent packing, unfortunately. Good game.
Yeah. Worthington, sorry you're going home. Great season, though, out of the Worthington squad. they went positive still in the records, and so they got some wins under their belt. So it's going to be about coming back for next time. But Rogers moving on in the tournament, curious to see what they're going to be able to do. We just saw them in the Halo State Finals, right? So maybe they'll be able to make it in the Valorant one. We'll have to see what they're going to be able to continue here. Great stuff out of Rogers, though. Our next game is going to be Totino Grace versus St. Louis Park.
Yep, can't wait to get into that one. St. Louis Park, a team that really, when they work as a cohesive unit, they are very dangerous and hard to stop. Totino Grace on the other side of that map, a team and a school that has continually built their esports program across multiple esports. They come to fight, they come to play. It's going to be a banger of a matchup. Folks, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Skeptor and Piff taking over. I'm going to be out for a break, and then I will be back in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Hang tight. We will be back for game number 2 of these Valorant State Finals here at MNVL.
Welcome back to the Minnesota Varsity League, ladies and gentlemen. I am Skeptor, and joining me for game number 2 of Valorant is Epiphany. How you doing, Epiph?
I'm doing great, Skeptor. Excited to get this next game underway. That was a wild first game. I just want to say, everybody in here, let's make some noise for game 2 of Valorant.
I'm down for that. A little noise, game 2 coming up. We got St. Louis Park taking on Totino Grace. It should be a very big matchup. You know, a lot of implications going into this. St. Louis Park came out second place in our very first Valorant season, and I know that that team is poised to make another run here today. Totino Grace, though, is tough competition, Epiphany. A 3-0 run in their divisional playoffs. This team's never been looking this good. I mean, this is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams looking good, right? 6-1 record, 5-1 record, both of them looking very, very similar here. And so I think this is going to be a close one. I mean, it could go either way. I'm just looking to see SLP keep that same dominance that they had last season, continue it here, and just continue to just make work happen.
Oh, yeah. Making things happen is always something that SLP is notorious for. I mean, they got some playmakers over there, Epiphany. Let me tell you, you got studs like Crone, Tija, I mean, Odom, plenty of players to watch out for. But on the side of Totino Grace, I mean, this is the hot team coming into this. They seeded up because of how well they performed in divisional playoffs. You know, nobody thought they were going to be a top 3 team coming into this Valorant tournament, and now here they are after a marvelous showing just 2 weeks ago in their divisional playoffs.
Yeah, marvelous showing out of them, and so I'm really curious to see how they're going to be able to continue that going into this matchup. That's a big thing to look at. I'm looking at also key players, just seeing like what can we see on the maps from this SLP squad as far as the players department. Like, what are we looking for with players?
Big entries, you know, there's playmakers on the side of SLP. That's how they get going. They just overwhelm the defenses of the other side. They catch you when you're not ready for it. I mean, the quick pushing ability from this SLP team, they're a well-coordinated machine. We have just received word that we are heading to Icebox. So, brand new map to check out for the viewers here in MNVL. Haven't had a game on Icebox for a little while, it feels like, on MNVL. Some teams just don't like that verticality that it brings.
Yeah, I mean, the verticality of Icebox is definitely really interesting, right? I mean, that's a big thing to take note of, is that it changes things up a bit, whereas with Ascent, for example, it's a more flat map. It's about those rotations a lot, I've noticed, whereas Icebox, it can be really just about some of those ratty angles in the end.
Yeah, man. I mean, you got to know your angles coming into Icebox. This is a sharpshooter's playground, so we're going to have to see which studs rise above here in our game number 2 of round number 1. Valorant tournament, man, this has been going good so far. We are moments away from getting back into it, folks, but, I mean, both these teams poised to make a serious run in today's tournament.
For sure. They could both make a serious run for sure. I mean, when you look at the side of like Minnetonka, I mean, I know we're talking about Icebox, for example. I've seen Minnetonka do super well in Icebox. I just know there are certain teams that when they go on that map, they do really well. And so, you know, let's say St. Louis Park does make that run. They keep going. If they're good at Icebox, they get to Minnetonka, for example, in the end, then, you know, that's an interesting matchup. There's just a lot of things to consider when you look at both of these teams, Totino Grace, St. Louis Park, and how they're going to do based on this map and what they could continue to do.
Agreed. You know, one final touch on the map Icebox. It's a very punishing map. If you are not too familiar with these angles, the players that are ready for you will get the better of you. It's a long-range map, so sniper rifles are going to be a key thing to look out for. All eyes are going to be on the jets in the chambers, folks. I mean, I said it. You know, the sharpshooters are really key to take over a map like Icebox.
Yeah, the sharpshooters for sure. Maybe we'll see some sniper action. I don't know. We saw some of that last game a little bit. I'd like to see a little bit of the sniper action come out. We'll have to see what happens, but I think the biggest thing, right, is to pay attention to those pistol rounds as well on a map like Icebox. It's a little bit harder. Those longer angles can be difficult with pistols. So
yeah, and let me tell you, man, rotations don't come easy on a map like this. You really got to trek it long ways across the map. So big opening duels are going to be something that we have to highlight here, right? Who's coming out with the first bloods? Who's getting advantages early as we get into agent select here, folks? St. Louis Park in red, Totino Grace in the green. And a few different hovers coming out. Crone locking in the Reyna. That's an interesting look there, you know. Chamber being hovered on both sides, not surprising. I will say, if that Yoru gets locked in, I might start pulling my hair out, Epiphany.
Yeah, Yoru would definitely be an interesting pick, right? I mean, in a best of one state finals, that's a riskier pick to have, right? So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I'm liking what I'm seeing out of the side of St. Louis Park right now. They've got a good lineup of characters. Curious to see what Totino Grace is going to do, though.
Yeah, so still hovering an off duelist. So now the Phoenix, I mean, I would be so surprised if they opt for this, running a solo duelist composition. Matter of fact, a no duelist composition.
Yeah.
3 Sentinels locked in for the side of Totino Grace. The Sage Killjoy Chamber. That is quite an interesting composition coming out for these defenders, Epiphany.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting composition for sure. I'm really curious to see how they're going to be able to use that, because you might get worried eventually about some of the offensive ability of this Totino Grace squad in this matchup with that. Because on the side of St. Louis Park, you know, they're set up to be maybe a bit more aggressive, especially with that Chamber and Reyna. So we'll have to see what happens, but I think either way this is going to be a great one. And maybe that kind of setup for Totino Grace is what you need on a map like Icebox.
Yeah. Who knows? We are going to find out. Game 2 starting right now, folks. SLP starting out on the attacking side, boasting 2 duelists. So coming in with an aggressive mentality from the get-go. Meanwhile, Totino Grace going for the opposite, an entire defense commit. 3 Sentinels. If they do not have a lockdown half to start out this game, I fear for their second half in their attacking side, Epiphany. They got to start out well for the side of Totino Grace here.
Yeah, they need to start out well for sure, because we know how big these defensive rounds are too, especially when it comes to a pistol round. It's going to be really important for them to get those opening picks, and right now, initial gunfights going down, it seems like Tija able to find the first one, so first pick going in favor of SLP.
SLP, no problem there. Volo going to add to the tally. 2 Totino Grace members fall. 5v3 here as the rest forced onto a retake. SLP opening up nicely on the pistol.
Yeah, very nice opening up for the pistol round here as SLP finding all the picks that they need to. 3 up for Totino Grace right now as they're going to have to figure out what they can do to maybe make something happen.
Nice shot from Crone. SLP yet to drop a member now. 5-on-2 approaching as they wait on the retake. Pushing through the wall. It's Crone to meet ya.
Wow. And
One
we know how
remaining.
We know how good Crone is, right? Such a
Tija.
standout player. But Tija able to close that one out. But yeah, I just want to say I'm really paying attention to Crone in this matchup. We've seen how good he can be. I've seen him play before in qualifiers within the season. Looking to see him continue that dominance in this matchup, Scap.
For sure. And I mean, to start out a pistol round flawlessly shows the team play, the coordination from this SLP team starting out nicely after the pistol. And look at that, a double rifle buy coming out. Crone and Tija spending the big bucks and pulling out the Vandals.
Yeah, they're going to get that rifle out right away. They're not even going to bother to save. They're just going to get that firepower on the side of their squad right away, so that way they can get these opening kills and start getting the momentum moving forward. And just like that, Crone shots going in and not able to find the pick. But it seems like Totino Grace, they've just got this set up on over towards A, and it seems like SLP as well, opting for a very aggressive A push.
Yeah, they're rushing in now. The defenders are rotating over towards the screen's position, but SLP has the better weaponry. P-Funk finds one with the classic, but Odom sparks up the kill feed for 2. SLP moving towards a round number 2 to the tally, a 3K for Odom as Volo closes out round number 2, 2-0 lead for SLP.
I mean, they are on a mission. Like, they just know what they need to push. They know what they need to hit. They have the angles covered. And we were talking about that before the game started. The angles are so important. You need to know what you're going to have to be looking at when you're pushing into that site. And they just do such a good job of that with that aggression.
Oh, yeah.
It's looking really good.
Yeah, for sure. Big start for SLP, up 2-0. Sounds good. A little bit of a technical issue as we got to take a little bit of a game pause and get that figured out. Make some noise if you're in the fans. That's right, cam's on you. What's up, you good looking crowd?
Here we go, cam's on them. Now it's on us. Hey, what's up? Love the little spin around there.
There we go.
Yeah, so we're going to be on
What's
a quick
up?
break.
Yeah, quick break. You know, talk it out a little bit. I mean, so far, not a bad start, right? 2-0 lead, SLP, finding some success to start out this game, but the big round is underway here, right? Now we're looking at the buyback coming out from Totino Grace. They're going to have the weaponry that they need to strike down this SLP team, but let me tell you, they're not going to go away easy, Epiphany.
Yeah, I mean, the guns on the side of SLP right now are just in their favor. They've got those big guns out, so just looking to see them use that in order to continue the momentum of getting these bigger rounds on the board.
Yeah.
Right now, currently looking at the KDs, you can see just a few 2-0s, 1 2-0 out of the side of Totino Grace, but everybody else is kind of struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
It's just not looking too great.
And SLP reapproaching this A site, wasting no time. They are on the bonus, so weaponry in favor of Totino Grace. The spray gonna go astray, not finding the mark, but Crone gonna ring one out with a headshot from the Sheriff there. Nice opener, and SLP wasting no time to get that spike down.
Yeah, no time wasted at all. SLP with that aggression, once again, that we were talking about. They get that spike down right away, and so now you can see the setup, and now it's Totino Grace up to get the retake going right now, as they're going to be rotating through to the site.
Oh, Crone!
Oh, my.
That is just disgusting shooting coming out of Crone there from the Jenny position, ripping a head off of the retaker. Now a 5-on-3. And Totino Grace, I mean, they had the better weaponry, but they're dropping like flies.
They're dropping like flies indeed, and St. Louis Park still up 4. They find the other pick as well as St. Louis Park finds yet another insanely dominant round, getting another one on the board, going up 3-0 in the match right here.
And I hate to be that guy, but man, oh man, that was a round that Totino Grace had to find. They had the weaponry. SLP bringing one mere rifle into that, and they come out net positive 3+ players, Epiphany. I mean, they are rolling right now.
Yeah, they're on fire, and it seems like their pushes are just better. Like, they know what to get into, and they know how to do it. They communicate the pushes perfectly, and they get into those sites, get those plants down, and it's so well done.
There.
Yep. Yeah, so another technical issue here. We're trying to figure out what's going on one of the PCs for Totino Grace. They keep requesting for a pause. So while we get that sorted out, we'll cut back to us. I mean, big work from SLP, but I gotta be honest, they've just run at the A site 3 times in a row here, Epiphany.
Yeah, I mean, they've just run at it, and they win all the gunfights once they get in there, so it doesn't even matter because you have Totino Grace. They're there for the setup, and they keep going A. It seems like they're just not really adapting to that quite right, and it's costing them.
Yeah, and here we go. Round number 4, and finally a different look. SLP pumping the brakes and approaching this B site.
Yeah, I like the little change in strategy here. You can see one player on over towards the B site, waiting to gather any kind of information.
Caught a glimpse of him.
Yeah.
Bubba Guppy, and now you can
Here's
see
the rotation.
rotations are coming over. Defenders now realizing that the attack is not coming towards A. SLP have pumped the fake and now approaching this B site. Let's see if Kazan can spot anything with the dart. I don't think that's going to land the mark. Big shot
Maybe
for
not,
Rumba.
but I mean, look at that spike going to go down for the side of SLP despite being down a man right now, so they are going to have a little bit of control here, but it's actually a pretty contested bomb site right now, so Totino Grace definitely could make the work to push in here and get around on the board, but they need to do it now.
Weaponry heavy in the favor of SLP though. Odom picks up 2, lighting up that kill feed. SLP
oh
with a 4 for 1
my!
trade. Kazan left in a 1v3, a Sheriff to his name. It's Odom with the 4K.
That is insane stuff out of Odom. I mean, he pushes into the site, finds all the kills instantly, and it seems like just like that, you had Totino Grace within the site doing such a great job of maybe trying to get that retake going, and boom, 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 boom. I mean, he just frags them all.
Man, oh man, SLP is on a tear. This is a big round, though, again, an opportunity for Totino Grace to finally get on the board here. They have rifles. Epiphany, they drop this round. They're back on an eco round. They're back on a reset, and they're not going to be able to have an efficient, effective buy in the next round. Totino Grace has to start finding success now before SLP start to run away with it.
Yeah, they need to, because that's what happened in the last match we casted. It was Worthington. They just weren't able to get anything going, and Totino Grace, they can't fall to the same suit. They have to find something now, and they have to adapt to these aggressive A pushes that come through from SLP as Spaceman finds another first blood.
SLP are kicking the door down. Viper's Pit activated. Crone moving forward aggressively. Spaceman adds another to the tally. 4v3. Now as Spike Plant initiated, what can these defenders do to pull this site back?
I mean, it's going to take maybe a pinch here, something like that, but
P-Funk.
SLP, they're setting up, and P-Funk finds one, so maybe a little bit of an opening here. 3 versus 3 right now.
Killjoy ultimate for the retake popped. Now this is going to get dicey. Crone can find a pick and go into Wraithborn. Let's see if he does it. He finds one, looks for 2, can't find it. Now
2 versus
a
1.
2v1. Viper's Pit's popped. HP chipping away. Spaceman frantically looking for him. Shots going through the smoke as John finds one. Makes it a 1v1, but it's Spaceman with the 4K. SLP will not stop.
They will not let up, and they just keep finding the kills when they need to. They clutch up again, going up 5-0 right now. It is running away from Totino Grace very, very quickly.
Let's look at the money. I mean, they're showing it for us. A Guardian, the best weapon you're bringing in against a squad like SLP with nothing but rifles. The bank accounts are looking proper. This team is looking very, very solid as we approach the mid-game here. For Totino Grace, you got to switch something up. You got to flip the script, man. If you don't get going now, I'm afraid it's going to be too late. Defense was supposed to be your strong side.
Exactly, and I mean, you just can't get blooded. You have to find the first blood in the round. You have to have that man advantage in your favor, but they're just not doing that, and maybe John could.
Got the tour de force out. Now this could get interesting. An early TP out with the rendezvous, but a spike plant going down uncontested. How much space are you going to give this SLP team they continue to punish?
I mean, it's just they're basically giving them coverage of the site. Like, they let SLP plant. Like, here you go. Here's a bomb to plant. I mean, it's just, it's very difficult for anything to happen with a retake when they have the site.
And John adds one to it, but it's a 1v2. The shots are going astray, and it's SLP with a 6-0 lead.
That is unbelievable stuff out of SLP as they just get into the site so quickly, so easily, win the gunfights, set up. Totino Grace just can't retake. I mean, they're just giving them the sites, I feel like.
I know. I think they're being a little bit too passive for my liking. You know, you picked a hardcore defensive setup team. If you're not standing by your utility, playing off of what your utility provides you on the defensive side, you're not going to find success. And that's what we're seeing. SLP is granted free real estate. They're taking what they can get, and they're punishing Totino Grace on top of it. These spike plants are coming 15, 20 seconds into the round. You know, it's just domination coming out from these attackers.
Yeah, that's not something you usually see. Usually you got to work the map a little bit. You got to read what the opponent is doing, but Crone finds another first blood on Rumba.
What more can he find? A second, and Tija teams up with it as well. SLP just dismantling this defense.
Spike gonna go down right now as SLP, again, just as we talked about, get the spike down so instantly in the round right now. Gonna be very difficult for Totino Grace to get any kind of retake going, as they're gonna be stuck outside of this main building trying to get in right now. Orb's gonna get popped, so a little bit of HP here for Bubba Guppy, but not really gonna matter because his teammate taken down. P-Funk is down, and now it's up to Bubba Guppy in the 1 versus 3.
Wow.
It's not gonna work.
Man, these angles that Crone is peak, and Totino Grace isn't ready for it. Live Nux cam, I love it. We didn't get it on the stream, that's unfortunate, but hey, you gotta be looking for that, man. The Nux on land, it's a straight team buff. You just reach over, nice, you know, a big nice, there you go. Good man, Epiphany.
Yeah, we just gave Nux, yeah, I know you guys couldn't see it, but yeah, that's the big buff, the teamwork, you know, after the rounds.
On land, it's mandatory you're giving Nux to your teammates, and SLP going for it right now. Totino Grace, you have to find a round, and at this point, it's cut your losses. It's go for a full-blown stack, right? I mean, you're not finding favorable gunfights. You're on the defensive side. You're on your strong side. You have to switch something up. Nothing is going your way. It's a 7-0 scrub right now.
Yeah, you have to find some kind of rhythm here. You have to figure out something now because it just continues to run away as Crone. He's just running at these players. Does get costed for it a little bit, though, but traded out because his teamwork is there. So 4 versus 4 now on the map.
But it's a full rotate. Look at every defender now rotated over. Chambers trying to cut his losses, trying to sneak back through Kitchen. The attackers are on a beeline straight to the Bravo site. Spike plant almost guaranteed.
Yeah, they're going to be on over to that B site now, and now Spike's going to go down at the hands of Spaceman right now, as Totino Grace now going to have to be the ones to try to retake the site here. We'll have to see what they can do, but
I love that rotate. Now up in CT, not ready for it. Volo gonna send Bubba Guppy to the Shadow Realm. Odom does the same. 4v2 now, SLP, 2-man advantage, and nothing is stopping this attack right now. Man, they are firing.
SLP just keeps running through these players, bottom line. Like, they just will not give up. As now it's a 1 versus 4, and it's not going to matter. John gets taken down, and now it's up 8-0 for SLP. I'm pretty sure this is theirs.
You know, it's not going to matter. I mean, the fact that SLP are up 8-0 at the moment on this attacking side, they are just, it's a breeze, right? Starting out the tournament nicely, round 1. If they end up taking care of Totino Grace here, they get that very coveted rematch against none other than the defending state champs, Apple Valley. So,
Yeah.
Big implications on the line. SLP has been hungry for another crack at the defending champs, I mean, since last season. So I think it's only right if those two teams meet up in the semis. Should be a sick matchup.
Yeah, should be super cool. I would love to see that in the semis because then, you know, that means neither of them can get into the finals, right? So
One team's
that's
gonna
another
be
big
kept.
thing. Yeah, I mean, it's just, we'll have to see if they can bring it to them again because the aggression out of this SLP squad is unbelievable.
Go John alone at the B site. He finds one big pickup there and he gets out safely. So a nice start. How many rounds have we seen Totino Grace pick up a first blood and get out safely? Hasn't happened much. So
Like none.
big play by John there to slow down that attack from SLP.
It's just SLP just keeps finding these first bloods, knows where all the enemies are, goes up with their man advantage, and then pushes into the site, gets that spike down. Spaceman, usually the one to do it, might do it this time now. There we go.
Odom finds one, playing off the Viper's Pit nicely. Oh, Spaceman spots him for a split second. Both players not knowing where each other are. Nice pickups coming out of Totino Grace. A very winnable round now.
Man advantage.
Showstopper pop though. Odom could shake up this round as he's waiting. Time ticking, dwindling on that showstopper. Gonna send it,
The
but it goes
timing.
wide.
Rumba almost
Crone
just
gets
caught Crone towards the top going up.
1v1.
Zip line.
Odom v Rumba, but it's Rumba
There it is.
to come out on top.
They
and
get
it's
their first
Totino
round.
Grace finally getting on the board. A much-needed clutch coming out from Rumba.
Much needed clutch indeed from Rumba as they finally get their first round on the board. But hey, I mean, it's still a mountain to climb, down 8-1 right now. It's going to be very difficult to make your way up to equal this one out. I just don't see it happening. But
I mean, we'll see. You know, that's at least a building block, right? You
Right.
get one on the board. You finally are feeling somewhat. Hey, we're not out of this. We still got a leg to stand on, all right? And that was defended nicely, right? John was alone on the B site. He comes out with an elim and he TP'd out to safety. And I mean, that's the way it needs to be played, right? If you're on the chamber, you have to be looking for these aggressive picks. You have to get an opener for your squad. There we got P-Funk on the player cam. What's up, P-Funk? Crone wasting no time to get his head into it. Kazan gonna take out Tija. And just like that, Totino Grace have found back-to-back first bloods.
yeah, they found back-to-back first bloods, and that's going
In
to
a
be
second.
massive. I mean, they're turning it around. There's another one. Crone able to find one. Such a standout player. We know it. We'll see what he can do, maybe to make something happen.
Climbing up top in the next position. Spray won't land as Rumba takes him out of this round. 2v4. Odom gonna equalize here. Now, down one man. A couple ultimates available for these defenders. Spaceman gonna get picked up on the flank, and John gonna make it a two-piece. So Tino Grace have two. So there you
They've
go.
got two, and it seems like suddenly they just have found their rhythm. But I'm not willing to say they're making the comeback just yet. I think I need one more round from them here. But they're making something happen. They're making some noise.
At the end of the day, you know, the attacking side is going to be a nightmare for our players over on Totino Grace. Your only initiator is Soba. You have no real duelist to kind of get some leeway for you, create some space for your team to follow through behind. So honestly, you know, I still think Totino Grace have to come out of this first half 8-4 if they want to find some success here in the second half.
Yeah, they need to. They need to find a way to get something going towards the offensive side, but they also need those rounds on defense in order to make anything
John
kind
was
of happen.
spotted. He TP's out to safety. SLP now with a one-man advantage. Totino Grace has the Sage Res available, but that is if they can get over to their teammate's corpse. But SLP pulling a double fake. The other attackers are all over towards A. The defenders are rotating out. They're giving them a free sight. They don't even know it yet. And SLP might have cracked their way onto a site.
Yeah, they're going to make their way on over towards A, so Spike is going to go down. Great stuff out of them. But now it's going to be up to number 1 and number 5 towards the top side of A to try to get an early retake here maybe, as it seems
John
like,
getting peppered from the back.
yeah, one player still straggling, number 8. Going to have to make his way over.
Volo gonna come out on top, and it's a crucial gunfight to come out for SLP. Gonna make it 2, and now P-Funk left in a 1v3. Not a place you want to be, and Tija gonna punch number 9 into SLP's scoreboard.
Any momentum killed, and that's
round
just
in
going
the
to be
half.
SLP continuing to get more dominant rounds on the board, up 9-2 right now. Totino Grace, they had that little spark of life there, but they're going to have to really do something wild.
Yeah, one more round in this first half, so every credit must go. Buying out your sidearms, whatever you need, load up on it while you still can. SLP loading up towards this B site, so thinking about a B hit here. we'll see how it goes for him. The defenders a little bit stacked over on this side. John gonna open
ready.
it up with the tour de force.
Yeah, they're ready. You can see all those players backed up on over towards that site, and now I'm finally seeing Totino Grace kind of not just give them the sights. They're pushing up a little bit, pushing these SLP players back, and so that's going to force a rotation here over towards A. So now Totino Grace, they're going to have to find a way to get back on over to the site once they read that.
Oh, Kazan comes out on top. Tija firing one just over his right shoulder. And now a 3v5 in the last round of the first half. SLP cutting their losses and come back over to the A site, but you can see the defenders have read this. They're already on the rotate.
Yeah, they've read it, and so they're going to be over there, over towards A right now. They're going to be trying to prevent that plant. Great stuff out of Totino Grace to adapt to this, but it's going to be up to SLP to find some kind of opening, find some kind of picks, and Crone might be the one to do that. Nice shots across the map as Crone finds one on Darumba.
2v4, 40 seconds and counting. SLP gonna have to find a lot of elims if they want to come out and make it a 10-2 half. Crone waiting towards screen, catches one. Does he get repeat? Bubba Guppy on the swing, but gets out with that Reina Empress. Now, where does he reposition to? 2 versus 3. Crone and Spaceman trying to do it all for this SLP squad. 2 players approaching from screens. Now it's a 1v3. Crone gonna get peeked by the tour de force, and John gonna close out with a nice round for himself. Totino Grace make it a 9-3 half.
Totino Grace find another one, so still moments of life here finally, but going to be up to SLP to close it out. It's on them now to make that happen, and it's on Totino Grace to do the unthinkable.
Yeah, 9-3, you know, we've seen it before. Definitely a comebackable scoreline. It's not easy by any means. You got to kind of come out and get the ball rolling early. Look at that scoreboard, though. Crone at 17, Odom at 15, and then a few players around 9, 7s. You see a lot of that in the mix. So
yeah,
not too shabby, but 2 standouts right now for that SLP team.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, you could just see the KDs across the board for the side of SLP are so good, but Totino Grace, you know, there's some okay things to see there. You know, the 9-10, it's not too awful out of John, but I think it's just really important to pay attention to that 17-6 out of Crone. We were talking about him to be a standout player in this matchup, and he's doing just that.
Oh yeah. No, Crone's built different. He's on land, so everybody else that's here is in trouble. You know, there's no other way to say. So we'll see how this second half plays out. Totino Grace have to find some success on this pistol round, though.
Yeah, they're going to need to find some success. I mean, it's just going to be so important for them to get something going here if they're going to try to make this comeback, especially on a pistol round. They need those credits, and I don't know. Odom really playing the timings here.
Yeah, I don't know what he's on. Bumping up the sensitivity a little bit. You know, it's pretty rare for someone to come up and peek you on this little right side here. Most of the time, they just kind of walk up slow on that left side, try to peek you. That vertical angle, though, that's the kind of stuff that we were talking about. It's those kind of tricky angles that people don't suspect, and you catch them off guard, you get out with the chamber TP. What's up? This is slow pistol, though, from Totino Grace. Like, not showing much, trying to kind of maybe draw out some defenders. John waiting over here with 1 in the headhunter. So, sneaking up, Odom. Is he ready for it? Who's going to catch the timing?
That's what I was about to say. Is it's super close, and they're all just playing for timings. And Odom, this strategy might actually pay off as he finds 1.
Oh my! Hello.
Sword out, not really shooting. That's not the right weapon for the job there, Odom, but able to find 1. So
I thought it was pistol round. You know, he's got a knife out. What's going on there?
Yeah, I don't know.
3v3 as the score line gets evened up yet again. Spike trying to be planted right now. Totino Grace up and on the site. A nice shot through the smoke there coming out from Rumba. And now it's Tija left in a 1 versus 3. I mean, a very tall task ahead of him if he wants to draw this back for SLP.
Tall task for sure. He's going to have to try to figure out some way to find the picks here without getting pinched. I think that's the big thing is it's just a 1v3 is just not easy. Tisha around the corner. Oh, maybe able to find one
nice
here.
Shot from P-Funk, gonna tag him up, fall back. And the defenders are playing this nicely to swing out, but it's a 1-by-1.
Oh.
And Rumba, the 3K. And it's Totino Grace to find a very much needed pistol round. So good on them to start out second half with some success.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're wanting to see from Totino Grace. After going down that bad in the defensive rounds, you're hoping to see them maybe switch it up towards the offensive rounds with that opportunity to start doing a bit better.
Yeah. We shall see. Crone has picked up a Sheriff for his troubles. So definitely something to look out for. I mean, that weapon has the caliber to put you out one headshot at the medium to closer range. So definitely something to look out for. You get a couple guns on your side in an eco round like this, it could change the tide of the round. So early utility coming out. John gonna get chipped at a little bit on that HP bar, but look at SLP. They're so close, and Crone just like that finds one with the Sheriff. What more can he add to it? A spot from Kazan, but he finds the frag. Nicely done coming out of the Sova. It's a 3v4. Totino Grace with the one-man advantage.
Yeah, one-man advantage for the Totino Grace team here, so they're trying to find a way to get another round on the board here, make that comeback not a dream but a reality, as it seems like. Oh no.
Not ready for it up close, and P-Funk and Bubba Guppy gonna put Volo and Odom down.
That's some great stuff out of Totino Graces. Now it's just one player left for the side of SLP right now. We'll have to see what they can do as P-Funk looking for the player, trying to find anything he can, pre-firing some corners. Little does he know that player is going to be all the way on over towards the B site right now, kind of straggling. We'll have to see what's going to be able to happen here. Probably not that much because you're doing a 1v4 retake on the A site when all the Totino Grace players are inside of it.
This is, you know, you're trying to get a couple of weapons off of these attackers, right? That's something you're looking for. So I'm expecting Spaceman to look for a couple exits, you know, try to play a close, cheeky angle, see if he can catch one of these guys leaving the bomb site by surprise. But approaching closely now. We'll see, but you definitely want to die because if you save, you won't get the finances that you need for the next round. So pushing forward now, he finds one. Not bad, right? That's what you're looking for. Just chipping away at the economy a little bit by little bit, and I believe that might have been a rifle to submachine gun taken away. So a full buy coming out from both teams. This is a very crucial round. You know, this could decide the future of this game.
This could because Totino Grace are doing it. They're making the comeback. They're figuring it out. They're adapting to what St. Louis Park was doing, and so they're finding these attacking rounds. And right here, if they find this round go 6-9, I mean, then you have a very close game now.
You could, but you're also looking at a full buy coming out from
This
the
is
defending
true.
side for SLP. The first time having the full rifles and weaponry on that defensive side. So we'll see how it starts out. It's Tija tucked here. Is Rumba going to be ready for it? Peeks out, but Tija makes it one, and he's gone. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
That's why we love Chamber.
Yeah.
In and out, just like that. Au revoir, you know, was never here. And here we have it. Evened up, 4 players apiece. Kazan peeking out towards mid, seeing what these defenders will offer up. But so far, SLP standing their ground towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, 4v4 right now, so we'll have to see what the Totino Grace squad can do right now, as they're just going to try to gear up for a push right now. They're gathering some info. Shots are going down. They're going to have to rotate on over to this A side. It seems like that was all about that information gathering, especially with that Sova dart going out. So it seems like they're going to opt for the A site here, and SLP might be adapting to it here. 2 players on over there.
Crone is up top, though. He's on this screen's position, so he is waiting for these attackers to approach his site. Unknown currently, so we'll see how Totino Grace approaches. They are running out of time, 34 seconds and counting, so hitting that crunch time, they are committing it towards the A site. 3 SLP defenders
left.
here, but one thinking about a rotate right now, so the timing could be the difference here. Bolo gonna spot him close, the dink, it's not enough.
You should run.
Crone has to go huge.
Yeah, that's man advantage now for Totino Grace, and so they
One.
might be able to get the plant out, but oh my goodness, what on earth, SLP?
A double nade? Odom?
Seconds left.
That was insane. Spike gonna go down with 4 seconds left, just barely. But now it's a 1 versus 3 here for Killjoy, for P-Funk.
Yeah, P-Funk, I mean, stuck in a tough spot here, Epiphany.
Can't
But
believe
if
it.
he clutches this round, think about the kind of momentum it could give this Totino Grace squad. The
Oh.
defuse gonna happen. SLP clear it out and push it to double digits.
Yeah, pushing it to double digits indeed, and so now you're in very scary territory if you're Totino Grace, and you're in very good territory if you're SLP.
Yeah, we'll have to check in on the state of the economy between these 2 teams, but SLP will have no problem bringing in some of the rifles they saved from the round prior. It's more so this attacking side. What can Totino Grace buy back into this round with? We see a Phantom on Roomba, so we'll have to check out the weaponry for the rest of the squad, but gonna make it a competitive round here.
Yeah, definitely going to make it a competitive round for sure. As we check out kind of the creds here, we've got well for a second, but 1,700 for one player on Totino Grace, but not a ton there. It's definitely not the greatest in the cred department. So we'll have to see what they can make happen regardless,
Tisha
though.
chipping that HP bar down so low on the opposing chamber. Going to have to fall back and get healed up. I mean, minuscule, though. Single-digit HP points. You can see it. Still not healed up, though, and he's going to go down.
Oh.
So Tisha finds one and falls back safely. Nicely done by him.
Nice first blood for the side of SLP. That's what you want to see if you're an SLP fan or player, because, I mean, that just means you're opening up the map right now. You have more opportunities. You can maybe make your way on over towards B if it isn't for the one chamber sitting over there waiting. So maybe it's going to be A. We'll have to see.
P-Funk just evened up the scoreboard at 4-4 now in the player count. So the waiting comes out, but Tisha can't find the gunfight. It goes the way of Totino Grace. Now, a man advantage and trying to make a break for this B site. Rotate coming out. We'll have to see. The attack is underway. The Sage wall goes down, and Totino Grace have successfully taken the B bomb site as the rotation is coming out now from Crone, approaching the middle position, and Bubba Guppy going to go for a res, so a 3v4 turn 3v5.
Yep, 3v5 right now, so it's not going to be super easy for SLP to get anything going as Totino Grace, they're going to be on over towards that B site very heavily, but SLP slowly making their way on over. So Crone going to be on the defuse, hops off for a second there as John and Kazan find one, and I mean, that's just going to immediately be a 1 versus 5 now.
Yeah. Yeah, in a 3v5, there's just so many bodies to watch and to shoot at. It's nicely played by Totino Grace. Good on P-Funk to even up and find that bounce back frag, right? To even up the scorecard. I mean, Totino Grace really starting to fight and chip away at that SLP lead. And now it's an eco round. Look at the money. I mean, SLP have one rifle, but that's probably going away, and they're probably going to have to be forced to save here if they want to get back on the same page as each other.
Yeah, they're going to have to be forced to save for sure. And I mean, I'm curious to see what their strategy is going to be going into this one, because they might just try to go full firepower to try to close this one out here before Totino Grace can get any kind of creds going. They might just have to opt for some kind of aggressive push here.
Aggressive. They're not going to be ready for this. They didn't catch the push. Tisha up close and personal with the judge, going to put him down. Sneaks over with the Phantom now, and the attackers are bailing. They are running for the hills, but Tisha not going to let it happen.
Massive bloods coming in, but it's not really going to matter because honestly on over towards that A site is still Totino Grace. They're trying to make something happen.
Spike down A.
And an unfortunate circumstance, that wall not lining up as they planned. Bubba Gumpy gonna wish they had that back. Volo puts down the spike, and now a 4v2. SLP trying to push it to 11.
Yeah, trying to push it to 11 for sure, as they're going to have the man advantage, 4-2 right now. They're going to have control on over towards the A site. Now, Totino Grace is in the situation where they have to be the ones to make the play. They have to be the ones to make a move, and St. Louis Park is there to wait for it to happen unless Kazan and John can make it happen otherwise.
A 2v4 turned into a 2v2, and now Crone popping the Empress, spots one out. Can he get the shots? Not going to happen just yet. Tisha now. Does he make a move from the rafters position? As he slides out now.
Spike planted.
Nice shot from Crone, gonna take the head of Kazan, and now a 1v2. Make it none. SLP take out the ultimates and push it to 11.
Push it to 11. Now you're in very, very dangerous territory for Totino Grace, and so looking to see SLP close this one out as soon as possible because they're just in a very comfortable position. Now it's the victory lap.
Man, and that's got to be one of those morale-breaking rounds. A Thrifty coming out for SLP. I think the best weapon they had might have been a Spectre or a Judge going into that round. So the fact they come out on top is huge. Only one round away from pushing things to match point. This SLP squad is trying to make their case and punch their ticket to take on AVHS in the semis.
Trying to take on AVHS, and we know how strong AVHS is, and that's going to be a difficult matchup for them. So they win this one, but then they've got to face AVHS. Not an easy one. So, hey, winning this one, going to be good momentum to ride, though. So, curious to see what you'll be able to do going into this initial start of the round here.
The Hunter's Fury getting popped early for this attacking side. Not going to ring out, but John's tour de force will. Taking out the head of Crone. That is a big pickup to find if you're the Totino Grace squad.
Big pickup for sure right now, and you can see Totino Grace kind of gathered over towards the back of the A site, just trying to push forward right now, but St. Louis Park are just waiting. They have the preparation for that push, and you can see a pinch is being set up. 1 and 6. Who's going to win that gunfight? 1 wins it, so that's going to be massive because now the trade is able to come through for 9, so now the pinch can get set up, but it doesn't really matter because Totino Grace, they win the gunfights in the site, and so now they have the opportunity to get the spike down.
That spray through smoke chips Soba down to single-digit HP. Odom almost had that lineup, but it's a 2v4, and now SLP stuck between a wall and a hard place here, and a Viper's Pit's popped. So odds of finding success here, slim to none.
Yeah, very slim success odds here. We'll have to see what St. Louis Park is going to be able to do to maybe get some kind of retake going here, but Totino Grace are just doing whatever they can to stay alive. Spike down. Spaceman does find one. Nice headshots going down. We'll have to see what else he can find as he's currently inside of the Toxin. Not really going to matter. He's going to get taken down. Totino Grace with that round, 7-11.
Yeah, good round find for Totino Grace. They expended both of their active ultimates. And if we take a look here, 4 available and at the ready for this SLP squad. I mean, you got to be expecting a firework round coming out here next. And, you know, they got it on the defensive side too. So you could just lock off one site with a Viper's Pit, stack towards the other. Who knows? But we'll have to see how Totino Grace decide to approach this next attacking round.
Yeah, they might have just been holding off, kind of.
SLP's opting to eco it.
Yeah, I mean, they've been saving, like, they know that they can give Totino Grace a few of these rounds because they just want to come out with, like, 2 very strong rounds just to close it out. And so they've been saving those ults. I'm curious to see how they're going to use those now. I think we're going to see a turnaround from SLP.
See Spaceman trying to find something with the jump spotting going on over here. Doesn't see anything yet, but hearing that gunfire surely will alert that SLP squad that attackers are positioned towards B red.
Yeah, currently positioned towards B. We'll have to see if they do opt to go for that push as aggression coming from the side of Totino Grace. They're pushing out that spawn a little bit. Number 6 going to be kind of trying to find any player that he can over there, and it seems like 1 and 3, they're going to move the other direction. 5 following suit as A might be where they decide to opt.
Tisha finds one, re-peeks for more, but John evens up the score. 1 apiece, and now SLP in a 4v4. And it is the side of Totino Grace pulling it back towards this A site. But slowing down in the mid here.
Slowing down in the mid for sure, so we'll have to see if they can kind of creep up, just maybe get something going. They have options here because they have the ability to split off into either site. But seems like SLP is adapting to that.
But look at this. Now something we haven't seen out of these attackers, sneaking up through mid. Showstopper popped for Odom, but cutting their losses and heading all the way back towards that A site. Odom gonna have to fire off the rocket, won't land. Now there's 10 seconds and the attackers haven't decided where they're going. They gotta make a break for A site, but if they can't get the spike down, they're just gonna lose due to time.
Yeah, they need to get something going, and
They lost.
SLP has done a great job of closing them in, and they get it in just at the end. Oh my goodness.
My goodness, there must have been a visual bug. We didn't see that spike plant come up. I thought it was surely done. So the fact that they get that last second plant is massive for Totino Grace.
That is massive stuff for Totino Grace, as now they're up man advantage, and they could honestly turn this game around with that like 0.5 second spike plant clutch.
My goodness. SLP trying to retake, down a man, and the weaponry not looking pretty. So 2v3, how does Volo approach this site? Sneaking out over the Raptors position, gonna spot one, but Rumba does the job. Spaceman makes it a 1 versus 2, gonna get wall banged by Bubba Guppy, and just like that, it's 8-11, and Totino Grace making this one dicey.
Making it dicey, 8-11. I mean, if you hadn't known what it looks like previously in the game, you would have no idea that Totino Grace would be 8 right now. I mean, it's just a great comeback coming in from them, and you're looking to see them close it out, but SLP, they also need to close it out. Currently looking at the ults, still 2 ready, so things can happen.
Yep, SLP was on a save on that last round. They have fully invested. You see that operator coming out for Tisha, so that is something that almost a guaranteed picker on Icebox. I mean, the angles are so long. If you peek out just an inch too much, you give it over to that chamber. Chrome gonna find one and sneak off like an assassin in the night, picking up first blood for SLP.
Yeah, first blood for SLP gonna get picked up, so that's great stuff out of them because they're just trying to close this game out. On over towards the A site, they're pushing out the Totino Gray squad. They're also towards the B site. They've effectively closed them in. You've also got the player towards mid. It's going to be very difficult for Totino Grace to get out.
Yeah, I mean, you see SLP popping that Viper's Pit as well, completely negating this area for Totino Grace to creep up through the maze here at A site. You can see on the minimap, they are pulling it back through their spawn and heading over towards this B site. SLP have to realize pretty quickly now that it's been quiet over at the A site. Hey, where are the attackers at? Nobody's home. But now starting to move over across map. They're going to see these attackers coming very soon. Odom picks up P-Funk. It's a 5v3. And now SLP have the attackers shook. 35 seconds. They've gained no real solid ground on either site. They are stuck.
They've literally put them in a cage. There's literally a cage on Icebox right now. They've
30
put them in the
seconds left.
box on Icebox. They can't get out. They are trapped basically in their spawn. They don't have anything they can do, and then every time they try to push, they get picked off. So it's a 2 versus 5 right now as Crone finds yet another 1 versus 5 now for the side of Rumba. We'll have to see what he can find. Maybe able to find one onto Odom.
10
Yeah,
seconds
we
left.
would need to see one of the sickest clutches of all time. It's not going to happen. SLP pushing it to match point and finding a way to edge ever so slightly
Match point.
closer to that finish line. And that's off the back of Crone, going aggressive, taking matters into his own hands, going out there, fighting a first blood, and getting out safely, and creating advantages for that SLP squad.
Yeah, they're making things happen. They're making them happen effectively, quickly. They just know how to adapt to the situation, right? They put the players on over towards the cutoffs because they can isolate all of the Totino Grace players. They know that nobody slipped through. So that's just great stuff out of the side of SLP.
So taking a pause, I believe it would be a Totino Grace tack, unless it's technical. We will figure that out momentarily, but you're on match point now. SLP technical pause is what we are here for. So players not allowed to talk about strategics. Hopefully we are monitoring that downstairs. Epiphany and I, unfortunately, not able to do that ourselves because we're up here. But no problem with that. Having a good time. Pretty solid game, though, so far, you know?
Yeah, very solid game so far. I mean, you've seen Totino Grace been able to make this comeback happen, which is super, super great. They kind of rallied up after going down really early in the game. And
Yeah. I mean, an
SLP
8-0
though,
start, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
So the fact that Totino Grace have pulled it to here, we're at 8-12 now, I believe, is the score. So, I mean, well played coming out from both squads, but it's been SLP leading the dance a little bit, you know. I really think, like I said at the start of this map, it's a sharpshooters map, and SLP's shooters have shined through.
Yeah, they've definitely shined through for sure. And honestly, I think that's the biggest thing to consider is that they're winning the gunfights, and that's the biggest thing. And now back into the game, SLP trying to do that once more and close it out here to go play Apple Valley.
And Totino Grace now approaching this A site yet again. Their tournament hands, tournament lives are in their hands at this point, right? You lose one more round, you're done.
Yeah, single elimination. You're done if you lose this round. Totino Grace, it's do or die. They're going to be pushing in over towards the A site right now, trying to find any picks that they can. P-Funk finds one. Able to maybe get the spike down here, but there's just so much pressure from SLP as Crone and Vodo find one as well as Odom.
And it's 3 unanswered. It is all mint green on the kill feed. Totino Grace going for a res, trying desperately to stay alive. But
there it
it's
is.
Crone and SLP close out game number 2.
SLP able to close that one out in a very good fashion. You saw Totino Grace with signs of life. They made some comebacks. They made certain things happen throughout that match. It was definitely very dynamic, but SLP able to close it out. They go to play Apple Valley.
Yeah, very well played coming out of both squads. Totino Grace didn't have the best first half. They definitely bounced back and started punching above their weight there. And I mean, you know, they tried their best. SLP having a little bit better, and it's such a wicked first half, man. I think that was just the true difference maker, you know. It took Totino Grace until round number 8 to get on the board.
It was a wicked first
9,
half.
actually.
Yeah, exactly. It was a wicked first half, and because it went so many rounds, we have the stat that Crone went 29-11. I mean, that is a over double positive KD. That is unbelievable stuff out of Crone. MVP of the matchup for sure.
Oh, for sure. You know, big moments coming out. I have to give a tip of the hat to John over on that Totino Grace side. There's plenty of rounds where they don't even stand a chance of getting back into this game if John didn't show up on that chamber. So you're representing the man nicely, good sir. You're dressed for success. And, I mean, very solid game. We close out round number 1 of Valorant, folks. We are going to be taking a quick break, but when we come back, semifinals action is on the cards. Thanks for being here, and stay tuned. We'll be back after the break.
What is happening, everybody? We are back for the semifinals of the Minnesota Varsity League Spring 2022 State Finals. My name is Thunder McFadden, and I am joined, as always, by my partner in crime. That is Mr. Skepter. Skep, this is a banger of a matchup between two extremely talented teams.
Yeah, man, we're looking at the Titans of the Valorant scene. You know, this was the championship matchup last season. The 1 and 2 teams coming at it. St. Louis Park taking on Apple Valley, and man, oh man, if you're not excited for this one, then you are missing the entire point of what today has to offer.
Precisely as you said, Skepter. These two teams, as we mentioned, storied teams here in MNVL, in Valorant. At MNVL specifically, very high-performing teams, and now Apple Valley down a couple of their starters because of graduation. We'll be going into these semifinals with a little bit of a new look.
Yep.
So, interesting to see how they handle things. This is a very, very, very good squad from a very, very good school going up against SLP, which is a team that's truly on the rise right now.
Yeah, you know, this is going to be an interesting look. Apple Valley had about 2.5 weeks roughly to train with their stand-ins that are playing. They brought them up from their JV squad. They are very solid players in their own right. You know, it is not the championship winning team from last season, though. You know, taking out players like Duck in the Toilet, like Cubby, like Henry. I mean, those were 3 players that really made this team that unbreakable juggernaut that we saw last season. No losses, and for good reason. So I want to see how that affects them going into this matchup against SLP, who is one of the most well-coordinated teams in the league.
Absolutely. You know, and I think, you know, to your point there, Skepter, Apple Valley, they did have to take 2.5 or so weeks to practice with the new squad. But if there's anything I know about Apple Valley, that's exactly what they did. They took 2.5 weeks, and they were very, very serious about their practice and about putting this team together to make yet another championship run. Can they do it against SLP right now? We shall see. Apple Valley lining up with all the Yorus, but the memes are over, and everybody's getting locked in. Karumi on the Jet. Eaton on that Sova, very dangerous player out there. Santi taking up the chamber, and you know a thing or two about chamber there, Mr. Skep.
Man, if I got to tip the hat to one of the most dangerous chambers in the league, it's got to be Santi's. The stuff we've seen him pull out time and time again on the chamber, whether it's the sniper rifles, whether it's just pure vandal play, or it's pulling out the classic headhunter that Chambers always got on him, the coveted, heady ripper. You know, Santi has it all to offer.
Truly does. Truly does. And now that we look across the board, similar compositions on both sides. We have 2 Jets. We have potentially
Select
2
your
Skies.
agent.
Yes, indeed. And we have 2 Chambers. Now, the Sova and Brim versus the Omen and the Robot, Mr. KO. Your thoughts on those matchups, Mr. Skep?
You know, KO and Sova provide similar but very different types of utility. So they are good information gatherers in their own right? You have your KO knife on one side, you have your Sova dart/drone on the other. But where KO, denies utility, Sova opens up different gateways or safer entrances to points. So we're going to have to see how it plays out. If used properly, both initiators can be very dangerous.
Yep, this is the semifinals, folks. We don't know who's going to win, but we know it's going to be lit, and we know it is going to be an absolute, just brutal fight between these 2 players. Let's hear some noise from the crowd in this thing. Let's hear everybody. Let's get it up for the semifinals. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Apple Valley on the attacking side. St. Louis Park will be leading it on defense, and if that isn't a Radiant gun buddy, sheesh, Crone's giving us a little tease play on the desk, man. That is a pretty gun buddy.
Ooh, sure is. Now let's get into it. Apple Valley on the attack, St. Louis Park on the defense. It is a split push, it seems, but it's going slow. The Tasmanian Tiger Doggy coming in strong.
Yeah, trying to breach through this garage, but the defenses are holding up for SLP. They're going to smoke off the attack. A fast flank coming out from the sky. AVHS not ready for it. Volo catches one by surprise.
Oof, oof, oof. That is brutal. It was such a fast rotation or such a fast flank. You were right, Skep. But now, here we have a rotation, and will they meet the Sky once again? She has gone all the way back to this A site, and this defending squad looks ready for anything.
Yeah. AVHS slow creeping up through A short as we see it. And SLP got to have a couple question marks going on up top now. We haven't seen anything. We haven't heard anything to make us believe that these attackers are still right outside the C site. Now making noise and approaching this A site very rapidly.
Guiding light coming on in from that sky. We have mayhem on the site. 4v3, now 3v3. The attackers going down and going down in health. This sky going to heal up.
Nice shot from
Potentially,
the
but
sky.
you can't reach right now. Ooh!
Ooh,
Boom!
in the sky. A triple kill coming out. W. Tarek, LJ Sonar coming out with some nasty shooting to close out that pistol. And a big drawback for Apple Valley. They lost the first man in that round. They pulled back, they cut the rotation, and then they pull out a pistol round out of simply nothing. That was huge for Apple Valley.
And it happens so quickly, Skep. It happens so quickly. That's the type of Apple Valley play that we're used to. When they decide to go, when they decide to commit, it is pedal to the metal and nothing else. They are in it to win it. And I believe we're having a tech pause here right now. I saw that in the chat.
So we'll get that sorted out.
Sure.
Sure, yeah, coming back to us. So
No worries.
momentarily.
We're here. We're doing it. All groovy. Welcome back, everybody, to our beautiful faces. Actually, your beautiful faces. And now, here we are. Love to see it. Back at it. One round in. Apple Valley up, but taking a quick pause because of audio issues, unfortunately. And if you can't hear what's going on, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. I mean, this game, sound cues are quite essential. Hearing, oh, did I just hear one? No, 2 footsteps outside main. You're calling for rotations, whatever it may be.
Yep.
So get that sorted underway, and then we'll be back into gameplay in no time.
Most certainly. As we said, one of the most anticipated matchups that we could honestly think of between St. Louis Park and Apple Valley, especially with the standing that they are in right now. We talked about the new players on Apple Valley. We talked about how St. Louis Park has really found a way to get everything put together between not only their team play, but their comms and everything too. It seems like SLP, Skep, is playing with a little calmer head and a little calmer attitude than we are used to seeing.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, we're on land, right? Nerves have to be in check. If you're playing based off of emotion, it's going to affect you, right? The game starts going negatively. It's going to impact your gameplay. So you have to be able to keep a cool head, make sure you're playing for the win, right? Even match point, you can't be getting excited, getting jitty. You got to close out these games because you can never give a team like Apple Valley or SLP a chance to kind of hang in there, right? You're not going to play around with your food in a scenario like this.
Yeah, these are two teams that absolutely, if you give them an opening, they will take advantage. If you give them space, they will take advantage. So it's like we saw in that first round, and I think St. Louis Park is absolutely capable of it too. That sort of slow play through the beginning of the round, and then when they commit hard. We see it out of SLP as well.
Yeah, no, we saw it in that game too when I was casting with Epiphany. Once they got an opener, or they kind of figured out what they were going to do, it was a beeline to said site. So, both teams capable of having very dominant and explosive plays is really what you're getting at. And I mean, we've known that, right?
100%.
These are top echelon caliber teams that we have in the Valorant League at MNVL, and I mean, they're here for a reason. So either one of these teams could go on to do some damage in the grand finals. We can see there working through it on the main stage, showing the SLP squad, trying to figure out what's going on.
Yes, indeed. Doing
Isn't that
some
stage
audio
beautiful?
adjustments, taking care of things. We appreciate your patience as we get this worked out here. Like we said, we want to make sure everybody can hear everything, because if you can't hear anything, well, it's going to make Valorant really pretty tough to play. So if you don't play Valorant, it's very, very, very contingent on the footsteps and all of the gunfire and all that you can hear. So good stuff, good stuff. We'll get it worked out, and we will get back to the map shortly. I like that these teams are playing on Haven, Skeptor.
Yeah. No, Haven's an interesting map. The only map in the entire game with 3 different sites, plenty of different options, plenty of different looks that either one of these teams can give each other. We haven't seen any kind of flanks like that on a pistol round, almost at all. And the fact that he came through that quick on that sky, I mean, almost worked out for him. They found a first blood, he fell back, but at the end of the day, they didn't kind of continue to find that information, and it ended up paying the difference. So big round by AVHS, as we said, and now trying to build off that as they continue into round number 2.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that they can continue with it. It is going to, we talked about that flank, right, out of our sky, getting up there all the way up through A, getting the pick and then backing off, but backing off all the way. I don't know for sure that that was totally necessary, right? You know, if you go in and you get that headshot from behind, why not go find a place to hide? You know,
I mean, he did.
And then on the site.
Yeah.
On
Well,
a site.
yeah.
There's plenty
Yeah.
of places along the way to A that you could wait. But either way, you know, one of those things that sometimes it comes down to those little nuanced things in these matchups.
Yeah.
Right? Especially when you're playing, when you have two teams of this caliber playing against one another, right? It's a little quick decision like that that can maybe make or break a round.
Yeah, no, that's agreed. And, you know, I'm not trying to say that it was a mental blocking thing, but when you're playing against a team like AVHS, maybe thinking that one and done was good enough, right? Fall back, not give them anything else, because this is not a team that you want to give opportunities to drop back because of how, I mean, accurate and precise some of their shooters are over there. So, you know, nothing wrong, but maybe a little bit too respectful, you could say. So, you know, you never know. You tuck in one of those hidden little crannies, a couple players pass by, you trigger discipline, and then you take them out one at a time.
Yeah.
We've seen it done before.
Yeah, definitely a 2 or a 3 piece available if people are not checking their corners. You know what I mean? So it can get you in trouble, certainly. As we wait for players 1-0 here, Apple Valley has taken one pistol round off of our friends at St. Louis Park. But we will get back on to Haven, and we will get into it shortly. Sounds good. Perfect.
So far, though, no complaints on the day, you know, besides the inevitable tech difficulties that we've had. But, I mean, other than that, I think it's been smooth sailing. We're still doing pretty solid on time frame, which is usually never the case.
I know, right?
Fingers crossed we can make it into the finals on time and get that
Right.
going. We got a BO3 lined up after this one. So whoever wins is going to stay on that main stage and will be taking on the victors of Minnetonka Rogers, folks. It is all coming down to this day one, winding to a close, but we still got plenty of Valorant ahead of us.
Absolutely, and what a day it has been, starting off with Halo, going into chess, and now into Valorant. And guess what? We got 3 esports to get through tomorrow too, Mr. Skepper.
Indeed, man. Kicking it out with Minecraft Bed Wars. Then at the middle point of the day, we're going to get that Smash rolling on the back stream, so we'll have a little bit of variety going on the streams.
Exactly.
And then to close out the show, the boys are getting back on to that grassy knoll, that old pitch, and we're going to play some good old Rocket League.
If there is one esport that is extra lit here at MNVL,
especially at the Torrent HQ, bro. Come
yeah,
on now.
or at Torrent headquarters, yeah, for sure. It's going to be Rocket League, and we always know it's Rocket League. Valorant, though, we have got a lot more to get through, and we're back on the maps, my nerds. Let's get it. It is round number 2 between AV and SLP.
And here we go. So a tricky round for the side of SLP. You know, these round 2s, oftentimes for the teams that won pistol round, it's usually kind of a wipe-in, right? They kind of have the SMGs, whatever they want to bring into this round. Meanwhile, it's a Sheriff for Crone. Like, that's the best kind of weapon you have available. Maybe a couple shots in the head, Hunter for Chamber. We'll see if Crone can find any kind of little pesky initiates, a little intro here. But AVHS completely just cutting and waiting. I mean, this is greasy.
It's so naughty what they're doing right now. They're just waiting. Just waiting for somebody to go ahead and flank or come at them, but they're not doing it. I love it.
Yeah, Crone smells something fishy.
Yeah,
he saw that
knows.
shoulder.
Oh, blast
there
away.
it is.
Spike down, attack.
Big shot.
Though. Oof.
Man, how does he do it? Time and time again. Gets in. Just, I mean, the patience to wait that out is just unbelievable. Next level. And now SLP with a one-man advantage, but weaponry still heavily in the favor of AVHS.
It certainly is. Down a player, but up on weapons. They come in, they pre-fire, they blind fire, they fire through the smoke, and they get the plant. It is Eaton on the plant, and I think he went ahead with just your standard plant over on the other side of those boxes, didn't he? Yep.
Oh, yeah, that default spot. Nice shots coming out from Eaton as well. Going to ring one out on a Crone. 3v4 SLP down a man.
Down a man, but not down and out just yet as Spaceman tries for it. Tariq gonna get him. Santi takes one, and now it's a 1v4 Volo. Boom.
Goes for the flash, not going to be able to find it. And the Spectres, I mean, greater than the Classic. Nothing else to say about that.
Yep. I'm surprised Crone didn't go for a Vandal. He tends to kind of like to do that round number 2.
Yeah, well, you know, coming out for SLP, and it's going to be the side of AVHS running that bonus round. So 4 Spectres and a Stinger. Santi trying to be friendly to his own economy here, and we'll see how AVHS approach this attack.
You know,
SLP got to get this round, though.
They do. That's exactly what I was about to say, Skep. You took the words right out of my mouth. They do need to win this. They cannot give AV a thrifty here. Blasting away, Taija will get one right off the get with that Vandal as they push C-Long.
A nice TP back to Safety now, regathering himself. The AVHS attack is splitting through Garage as Santi trying to creep up, seeing what he can find towards the spawn. Players going to run into each other. Santi, does he come out on top? HP bar a little bit chipped down on both of those players. Now Vici getting cheeky by the smoke. Does he find Spaceman?
Well, when that smoke goes away, somebody's going to see somebody over on the C side. Here we are on the mid with Volo. Looking, and then going to push out mid. Now, 4v4 on this map. Round number 3 and 55 left on the clock. Does Volo check the corner? No, blasted.
That's huge from Santi. Pays off massively by just sitting in that garage, waiting, biding his time, and now a cutback. AVHS going back to this A site, but right into open arms of Crone. Let's see if they can get past him. He tags him up, a dink for good measure.
Wow.
Adds
Crone
to it.
did a ton of damage there, Skep.
Yeah, you can't pass Crone on a straight line like that. This guy's got
30 seconds
some of the dirtiest shooting on this side of the Mississippi.
Yeah, well, and the crosshair placement too. I mean, if you send people through there, every single one of them is going to get peppered right across the forehead.
I think that was 2 dinks. Yeah, we
Ugh.
heard the ba-bung.
Yep, not
The helmet's
fun for
just
this attacking
clanking.
squad.
10 seconds, and they have completely headed back to the C site. Everybody on SLP
free.
is over here, and it's going to have to be a 3-on-3 retake. This could
Yep.
be a still troubling round for SLP to get back into it.
It really could. You know, Skepta, they played fantastic defense to start off, but here, stacking over on that A site, you know, they allow Apple Valley to have C, but I think it's a smart play for SLP because they're doing it as a unit and getting together, and they're going to take this retake together, hopefully. There it is, there's
Frag,
one.
Crone trying to transfer the spray, and it's a 2v1. Spike tap, nobody sticking. Santi approaching from Garage, nobody ready for it. Back and forth the dance goes. Chamber trying to find the timing, he gets one. Spike half defused. Santi with a chance, it's halved. Trying to stick it.
Go! He blasted!
Santi does it!
What a move from Santi! Unbelievable!
That is madness. Absolute madness coming out of the freshman, finding a way to pull it back, and man, oh man, the bonus round comes through for Apple Valley. That's got to be trouble for SLP.
Dude, I'm telling you, that is a clinical jiggle peek out of the garage on a 1v2. Great stuff from Santi, and that is a tough round for St. Louis Park.
Yeah.
Right? They really had a great rotation. They had an amazing plant and go. But the retake from AV, man, they just were not ready for that.
Yeah, a good attempt. Spaceman trying to get up close here, smoking down, but they are going to smell that. No problem there. And now a quick push onto the C site, and it is wide open here, Thunder.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Crazy stuff. Eaton gonna plant over on that C site. He's deep on the C site too. He is not planting in that standard spot. Karumi on the high ground waiting for Crone. Who sees who first? Jet v Jet.
Crone hears that Sova drone coming through, tries to beat the timing on it. Karumi going back and forth. The dance goes. Crone can't find a heady. Tags him up though.
Last player
And
standing.
AVHS are firing on all cylinders here, Thunder. A 4-0 lead and another flawless round getting out of their arsenal. Very well played from this AVHS squad.
Yeah, I mean, they take a round that they shouldn't have when SLP had all rifles. They take another round. I mean, they are just figuring out the map almost perfectly. Figuring out exactly where to attack from, at what point to attack, and doing it to perfection. I like what I'm seeing with Taija on that operator, though.
Trying to get something going in their favor, you know. Got to get some kind of a favorable early angle or early peak coming out. AVHS just line and wake over here towards this A site. I'm thinking about creeping into short here, but a quick flank from Crone. I don't think they're going to read this. The Sky Seeker, however, will definitely catch him out on that push, and AVHS going to reset. But as they approach the A site, I wonder if SLP stays and sticks around long enough to read this.
Yeah, we shall see. Everybody's going to meet on A right now. W. Tarek getting in, getting bit by the other Sky's Tasmanian
Spike
Trinket.
planted.
4v5. Now SLP. Ooh, Volo gonna get burned for just a second. Blind goes out. Gets cooked by Crone. Eaten on a two-piece though, and the only one left alive is our friendly neighborhood chamber.
Yeah, Taija definitely not liking his current position. Will take the head of Eaton. Now a 1v3. So gonna try to get out with the operator. I mean, that's about all you have left to look for here. If you can save that up, maybe bring something, you know, favorable into the next round. But so far, this has been Apple Valley heavy on the attacking side.
Yeah, it really has been. And if you're Taija, you definitely do not want to give up this op to one of those players over at AVHS. You know what I mean? This is way, way, way too powerful a weapon to just hand over to Apple Valley right now. 5-zip and another attacking win for AV.
SLP on the save on the, or no, rather a full buy on that one. So if they're going to buy into this, I mean, it would be a scrappy buy at best. We could get a look at the economy here. But, I mean, so far, this is not the kind of start you want if you're on the side of SLP. AVHS well in control on this attacking side.
You know, and to be honest, it's not that I see St. Louis Park doing anything like really distinctly wrong. They're not, you know, it's just that Apple Valley is doing everything so right now. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
crazy.
You know, you take it back to that round 3, right? Those are the rounds. When you go down 0-2, you have to show up on your first gun round. The fact that it goes the way of AVHS, they get to start to build an economy. It hurts so much, and this is a team that will punish you harder than most for that.
Yeah.
So, and here we have it. SLP yet to get on the board.
Too, right? I mean, if you go into that third round and you're thinking, we know we have more firepower, and you can't quite get it done, especially off a performance like Santi had in that round, tough stuff, my man. Plant goes down on the B site.
Volo and Tisha team up for 2, trying to add to the tally, but Santi gonna ring it out with the judge. A 2v3 now. SLP have to retake, but man, the numbers and the position not looking good.
Man, Santi with that smite judge. Good stuff out there.
Volo creeping back towards grass here, but the time is chipping away, and it seems almost inevitable that AVHS are walking away with a 6-0 lead.
Volo with a big wall bang, but it's not enough. W. Tarek is going to take that last elimination and call it 6-0, the side of Apple Valley. Man, Skeptor, you know, I gotta say, St. Louis Park, I don't know what it's gonna take right now, but I wonder if maybe it's just a matter of getting them over to the attack side and letting them kind of run the show a little bit.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you gotta start stacking the deck in your favor, right? Look for a stack, look for 3 on a site, catch these attackers by surprise. I mean, they're starting most of these rounds very slow on this attack side, right? They're not really going too aggressive. They're trying to figure out where these defenders are at. So if you force them to walk into you and you're stacked on a site, it turns into a very favorable situation for these defenders. The trick is there are 3 sites to pick from.
Yeah, and it just, we mentioned it at the beginning of this game. This map is either really easy for a team or really, really difficult for a team, right? I mean, with the 3 sites and the amount of rotation opportunity and those sort of things, it makes it so difficult sometimes. Apple Valley making it look easy on this attacking side.
Yeah. I mean, for real right now, this is definitely an attack-sided map, so we'll see. SLP have to start to get some rounds now while they're still on this first half if they want any chance at making this an even ball game in half number 2.
Yep. Here we go. 50 seconds left on the clock. It looks like a rotation over towards this C site. Omen is waiting. Spaceman hanging tight. Oh, there you go.
Santi.
That's a big shot from Santi on the ultimate. The tour de force.
Yeah, and now ultimate's coming out. Spaceman definitely knows that an attack is underway. A nice blind gonna hit all those members.
Uh-oh.
Not the spray though, can't find the first, and now he's in trouble. Location is known, waiting for his team, finds one, can he get more? Blinded, Volo pushes through the smoke like Raj. Trading back and forth, W. Tarek makes it 2, now a 2v3. SLP need another one, now 2v2.
W. Tarek planting, gonna get this plant down just in time as Spaceman goes down. Oh, and attackers take it. Vici, whoo! What a couple of shots.
Man, AVHS is making it happen right now. Thunder 7-0. The rounds are close, but not close enough. SLP cannot find a footing in this game.
Yeah, it's tough right now. You see an Apple Valley squad that very clearly is not not deterred by the fact that some of their main players are graduating today and not here. They are not seeming like they are disorganized or questioning any moves with 3 new players up from either the JV squad or from other places in the school. They have practiced over the past 2-3 weeks, and they have made it happen so far on this map. Haven has been all Apple Valley. Getting a blind out there, but nothing doing for the Spaceman.
And here we go. Another push onto this C site. Very heavy approach coming out. And now trying to shut it down. Spike's going to go down. SLP have no way in.
Eaton, they are going to get this plant. It is a 5v4 retake. Somebody just got to breathe on that Sky, and she'll go down as well. So Apple Valley in a very good position here.
Oh,
Blast
and Apple
away.
Valley, a flawless round. And you can feel the wind leaving the sails on this SLP side right now. I mean, just struggling to get it going, man.
Yep.
Weaponry, I mean, the economy, when you're in it, the toughest thing about situations like this is your money will always be hurting if you're the team that's losing this bad.
Yep.
It will never fully recover unless you start to get rounds.
Yep.
Rounds are the only thing that can save you in situations like this. And right now, it seems like our defending side is allergic to getting these rounds. I hate to say it, but
I mean it's a matter of just, I don't know if they're overcommitting and then undercommitting or what is going on, but it really does feel like Apple Valley, as you said earlier in the game, they're firing on all cylinders. They are literally just making something happen, either of their own accord or making something happen from nothing in some of these circumstances. Skep, it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, every round that's been kind of close for SLP, AVHS have found a way to distance and separate themselves from their competition, and they are rising above here again and proving that they are still the real deal, even if the main squad isn't here to play.
Yep. Yeah, I think this Apple Valley team, they have spent the last couple of weeks determined to show that even though 60% of their team has graduated, they are not going anywhere. And if there's one thing I know about Eaton, he loves nothing more than to win on these maps.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Haven, this is a cult classic Apple Valley map, dude. This has been their map for so long.
Yep.
I'm honestly surprised to see that we're playing on it right now, if you want me to be real.
Yep.
This is, they got one of the highest % win rates on this map. I mean, yeah, it's not the same roster, but you can't make that argument, right? If the core is still there with Eaton and Santi, this team is a well-oiled machine, like we said, and they are finding more success here, Thunder. Another 1v5, and SLP can't even crack into it right now.
Uh-oh, almost gets the heady while blind, but no, Volo will go down. Apple Valley, another flawless round. I think we've seen that flawless banner 3 or maybe 4 times so far in this game. It is just such a classic Apple Valley outing on the maps. They have got all the money in the world. They don't have to make choices on util or weapons. They are just out there cracking away at their opponents as per usual, my man.
Yeah, I mean, for real. Look at the money. Bare bones economy on that defensive side, man. You can't make it up. Most of the guys can't even afford a pistol. That's how bad it is.
Exactly, and if you're Apple Valley, you know how Scrooge McDuck goes and swims in his money? That's kind of what they're doing over there at Apple Valley currently. They can afford anything they want. Crone getting a big one on Tarek. That is a huge blast down in the sewers. Good shooting from SLP. Man, that is the start to taking out a round. Volo on a big flank, it looks like.
Ooh, Spaceman going to find one as well. TPing in the spawn, and now a 3v2. SLP with a one-man advantage. So if they could finally get onto the board here, maybe salvage this first half. I mean, you need all 3 rounds to make it a 9-3, but even that is still going to be tough to draw back.
It is. It is going to be really difficult. Haven, it can be a very difficult map to attack on. Eaton with an absolute blast now, getting his Phantom out. Oof. Taija, barely any health. Boom. And Eaton will come out.
1v1.
Oh, yes, there we go.
Starting to sneak through CT, trying to check his options, trying to get a read on Crone. This is going to be interesting. It's going to come down to timing. You know, it sucks to say it out loud, but in a 1v1 like this, 3 different sites, Crone's on the hunt. Eaton trying to find a safe spot to plant, but Crone's reading it. It's like he's got a tracker or something.
He's right behind him. He knows.
Slowly crawling. He's
creeping. As Eaton will move his way onto the A site, will get the plant. Going to plant it in this kind of cheeky little corner. and then go searching for Crone. Who will see who first? Oh no, Crone thinks it was planted at C. Oh no.
He knows
Oh
now.
no. Now he knows. Now he knows.
Oh!
Boom! Big one for Crone.
Oh.
Get in there, Jet, and diffuse that thing. St. Louis Park gets themselves around.
Hey, finally on the board, and it's off the back of who guessed? Crone, man.
Crone.
Finding a first blood in the sewers with the Bladestorm, pulling it back in the 1v1 and getting one on the board. Man, he needed that round, and boy, oh boy, SLP needed that round.
They did. They needed it desperately. As you said, basically all wind had extinguished from their sails, and now at least a gust. If not a huge one, at least it's there. 1-9 the scoreline as we approach half in this game. Best of one here still in the semifinals, so it is win or go home.
Yep. Win or go home, and now SLP, I mean, really have to come out with these next 2 rounds. I can't realistically say that they have a decent shot at pulling this one back in the second half unless they find success in these last 2 rounds. They got to make it a 9-3. I know it's attacker-sided, but it is not 9-1 attacker-sided.
No. I don't know a map that is 9-1 attacker-sided, if we're being real. SLP, they got to take 2 rounds, give them the 9-3 curse, and then go to the other side and try to attack as well as they can. Apple Valley just seems to be on a mad one right now. We sit with Crone waiting over on a long nobody coming. Sky on the attacking side going to send that Tasmanian trinket into the B site. Not going to get a bite, though.
So this is the thing with Apple Valley's attack. They love this slow burn, slow approach attack. They get a kill, they lose a guy, then they disappear.
Yep.
They cut all info, they fall back, and then they just kind of make a guess play. They make you guess where they're going to head next. I mean, that's the realest way to say it. Volo through the wall bang finds one. A little bit of spray damage onto Vici as well. That Brimstone not high on the HP bar. And pushing out Odom, going to find one. Teams up with Volo and SLP. Starting to punch back just a tad.
That is massive for St. Louis Park right now. Torrent over here. Gonna get one, and now it is a 2v3. Oh man, if Apple Valley pulls this out, that would be brutal for SLP.
10 seconds to run out of time. Picked up, and Spaceman finds the 2-piece and keeps the dream alive for this SLP squad. Big rounds here. You know, make it a 9-3, and as much of a meme as it is, it's still potential to come back.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, they could do it there. You saw it, Spaceman on the 2-piece, absolutely just spraying away. It wasn't a pretty 2-piece, but it was an effective 2-piece. It got the job done, dang it. And there they are, 9-2, hoping to take this thing 9-3 before we flip-flop.
You can see, I mean, let's highlight on that scoreboard. W, Tarek L, Jason R. 14-4. This is a substitute making his debut on the Valorant stream right now. Right? Like, this is, he played JV all season. And these are the kind of numbers he's putting up in a semifinal. This is madness as a fast breach onto the C site is underway. AVHS trying to crack it open, but Spaceman unloading on that Vandal.
Gives Odom the opportunity to pick up the last little bit of health, and now all that's left is the chamber. That is it. Taija gonna trade out that operator for a Vandal.
In a 3v1, tucked in pocket. Volo gonna make it a 9-3 half. And just when you thought SLP were done, they sneak in a couple rounds at the end of this first half and make it a winnable, potentially winnable game, I should say. They gotta keep the ball rolling. They must win this pistol round. I can't stress it enough. If they don't win pistol, you don't want to know.
It really could be lights out for this SLP team, but as we have seen and as we saw from Apple Valley, if you get on a good offensive run, you keep running it. On this map with 3 sites, I mean, you and I have both been there, Skeptor. You start running to A and it works. You don't stop.
No.
You don't stop running to A. A long every time. Go, go, go.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so you can make these things happen on the offensive side. It takes a very, very, very precise gameplay as well as trying to catch your opponents off guard. Can they do it? Right here, they get into it.
Ooh,
Santi is waiting down there in a cheeky little position, takes out the jet, and then TPs out of there.
As we said, man, that snap of the finger means bad news just happened for one of your teammates. It means Chamber did his job. He got one and he got out. SLP going for this plant, but a 5v4 retake advantage the way of ABHS.
Certainly is. But established on the site is St. Louis Park. Taija waiting there. OE. Oh, blinded but gets one. This is a great defense, and now 2v2.
SLP flicking over. It's Taija in the 1v1. Chamber v Chamber.
Chamber.
Santi v Taija, and it's Santi that gets it done. A 4K for the man, and this freshman is just off the juice.
Unreal. And I completely forgot he was a freshman, so he's not going anywhere. Wow, that's crazy. Way to go, Santi. It's 10-3, and Apple Valley, they do not care that they have new players on the team. They just want to win.
Man, ain't that the truth? Apple Valley, man, you just can't get rid of them. I mean, literally.
Nope.
A 1v4, not 1v4, but a 4K on the pistol coming out for Santi. Massive to pull that back, and, I mean, continuing to give Apple Valley the edge in this one.
Yep. Absolutely unreal stuff out of this Apple Valley squad. 10-3 is now the score line. St. Louis Park, that is quite the mountain to climb. Better get to stepping, I will tell you. Tiger Doggy comes in, Omen goes down to Santi, and there it is. That snap we love to see out of a chamber.
Yeah, man. Good for one. Nizowski, no problem. 4v5 now. Apple Valley waiting for this plant to come in. St. Louis Park desperately trying to stay alive.
And it is desperation at this point. 4v5. St. Louis Park. Dang. Really. Ooh. We've got some good shooting happening here, but now it is all up to the sky. Goes down. And
it's Apple Valley, man.
V are gonna defuse. Wow.
11-3, 2 rounds away from punching their ticket to back-to-back finals appearances here in our Valorant division. And I mean, this team, we knew it, right? We heard the talks over the offseason.
Yeah.
3 teams, 2 brand spanking new teams added to this ABHS squad, and this shows the raw depth that that team had. I mean, the talent in this school, look at it.
Yep. Unreal the way that Apple Valley has built, especially Valorant, but their entire esports program over at that school. Man, they are really showing up and showing out. And right here, it is as if nothing has happened and nothing has changed with Apple Valley. This is classic AV. They're getting after it all day long, and they do not stop. Ooh, Tarek, gonna miss on that bite. Probably not gonna miss on this blind, though.
Nah, Crony, that one. Gonna have to fall back. Looking to find something, keep his team alive, trying to spam through the smoke. Not gonna find any targets waiting for him. SLP, though, I mean, we're looking at match point for AVHS if they win this round here, Thunder. Tournament lives are on the line.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, Skeptor. This is the first time, probably in the history of casting Valorant here at MNVL, that I've been surprised by an Apple Valley lead of this magnitude. This is the first time I've been surprised, but you know what? I won't go and be surprised again. I won't make that mistake, I tell you what.
Absolutely not, you can't. Crone firing through 3 different smokes, not gonna find the shots to land as Eaton sparks up the kill feed. Taija good for 2.
That is solid 2-piece from Taija, actually really keeping St. Louis Park in this thing. Omen, last one up. It's a 1v3. What you got, Spaceman?
30 seconds left.
And it's Santi, man. Santi is just a demon out here.
Yep. Yeah, Santi really going nuts. It's 19-3. I mean, when you're looking at this team and the lowest KD, if I do really quick math, is like 1.3 repeating maybe.
You know,
that's the lowest KD on the team, and the highest is something like 3.
Yeah, 3 something. I mean, it's not so, man. This Apple Valley team is built different.
Because Santi only has 3 or 4 deaths, so it's something up like 4 or 5 what he's doing. Either way, it's obscene. Santi gets another one, and snap out of dodge. There he goes.
Taija trying to even up the scorecard, finds one. Odom gonna get taken out. Santi doing it with a Spectre, man. 3v3. If Apple Valley shut it down right now, find the defuse, they walk and punch their ticket to the grand final. Eaton, it's only 1 left. Spaceman has to find it, has to make it happen.
Eaton getting out there.
And that is it.
Boom. Karumi will get that final kill, and Skeptor, wow. What a game, man. AV is going to the finals.
Man, oh man, Apple Valley showing up in dominant fashion, dismantling SLP with a 13-3 victory in a semifinal. And if Minnetonka Rogers winner isn't a little bit on edge now, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I am fearful for anyone who has to play Apple Valley. And you know what, Skeptor? We talked about it throughout this day. We talked about it throughout the last couple of weeks. What is Apple Valley going to come with when you've got 3 of their main people out and gone, right? They've graduated. They are not here. You've got the replacement players from AV, and it's as if they never missed a beat.
Indeed. I mean, we just saw it taking out some of the best competition that we have in the Valorant League. SLP is no joke. So to beat them 13-3, man, that is just props to AVHS. They're the real deal. Even with the substitutes playing today, that team is on a warpath to claim a second and a back-to-back state title.
You know, and at the end of the day, every single player participating, but I know for a fact that Eaton, as the captain of that team, going out and leading them, right? What kind of job is it to look at your squad when you lose 3 of them and you bring in 3 new players, you add to the team? When you are that captain and you have to go ahead and be the new kind of morale builder and the team builder, to take it upon himself to do it, what a beautiful job so far, and they'll go to the finals, man. I'm stunned, and I am so happy that I was here to even witness it, what Apple Valley has accomplished right here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, hats off to them. The fact they came in here on 2.5 weeks practice, they already are looking this dominant. It just shows the promise that program has and the future lined up for that Valorant squad.
Yep. And I was today years old when I found out that Santi was a freshman. So we have got a lot of very, very promising Valorant left from this squad and this school. GG's to both of these teams, but St. Louis Park will be going to that 3rd place matchup in Apple Valley. They're going on to the finals for yet another time. Thank you all for being here. Do not go anywhere. We will be back with your grand finals here in Valorant.